love you. I love you, my baby. God, could you imagine having hair all over you? How itchy that would be? How weird is it that animals in utero aren't like covered in ingrown hairs? Because the skin in utero is soft and mushy, and the hair is still made out of keratin, and it's going to have to start somewhere. So at some point during gestation, hairs start to grow. Okay, so we're going through that weird goopy skin that's in utero. So does the hair follicles and then like hairs are just starting to come out of that automatically, or like is it like closed piece of skin and the hair has to rupture through? Like, how do animals that are covered in hair avoid coming out of the vaginal canal as one giant ingrown hair? Because the hair is sturdier, stronger, tougher. It's stiffer than the gelatinous gloop that skin is at that time. I just keep trying to picture the hair growing, and every time the hair grows in my mind, boop, you have to poke through, and ingrown hairs happen. The ingrown hair is like a worm trying to get out of but it'll just tunnel anywhere through the skin if it has to. So I should probably look at something scientific. Okay. During the gestational process, mammals, and I'm referring to mammals that are covered in fur, not so much human mammals that have large swaths of skin exposed. But anyway, so how is it that animals covered in fur do not suffer from ingrown hairs in utero? Isn't the hair stiff keratin and the skin is basically jello? Question mark. So how do we avoid this? Does it happen? Is that like even a thing? Hair follicles form before the hair even grows. So instead of the hair stabbing through soft fetal skin, what the fuck? Oh, it's Amy. Holy shit. The follicle grows downward into the skin first, and then the hair structure. Okay. Okay, so it's an skin, even though it is like loopy, it's still an engineered tissue that forms precise channels for the follicles. Yeah, but my body has precise channels. Okay, yeah, but like my skin is an organized cellular structure that has tunnels for the follicles to travel through, and yet I get ingrown hairs. Are you a cat, Greg? Can you milk a cat? But like, so I gotta know. Okay, so you're absolutely right to call that out. Okay, so they're saying that because fetuses are factory fresh and the perfectly engineered systems are disrupted after birth, adults have a version that's been stressed, clogged, bent, scarred, inflamed. I'm not swayed. Okay, that might have swayed me. So, ingrown hairs mostly happen after shaving, because when you shave, you're cutting the tip. So if you visualize like microscopic vision, magnified vision, and your hair follicle is like, your shaft is like this big, right? This one hair shaft. And you were to look at it, what it looks like after you've cut cut it, the edge is like a sharp can, like a tin can. It's not hollow, but it's got a sharp edge around it. And so that sharp edge can go under the layers of skin. And that's how like an ingrown hair is caused on an adult. So the point here being that shaving creates sharp edges. Nature didn't design for that. So, okay. Maybe babies, fetuses don't get ingrown hairs because the hair has only recently started developing. And if you allow a hair to grow from the shaft, it will grow tapered. So maybe babies don't get ingrown hairs because the hairs are tapered. And if the tip comes into contact with something, it's just going to crumple anyway. It's not going to do that like springy, go wherever it wants. So if you have fetal tissue, organized cellular structure with guided tubes, aka hair follicles, shafts for the follicles to grow, pores, you know what I'm talking about, the hole. So like as the hair grows tapered, the tip of it is all soft. It can't poke nothing, right? But if a hair was shaved, as it starts to grow, that like sharp lip could just go like right into the side of the follicle. Okay, that makes sense. That gives me a little, that assuages. Also, babies are floating, you know? So like, it's not like clothes are pressing up against the hair and preventing the hair from just like growing outward. I think I might be satisfied. No, the hair is always going to be bluntly cut. Oh, thank you, genius level explanation. This shit bothers me. You know? See, that's what ChatGPT should be used for. Okay? And that's it. Don't use ChatGPT no more. Because it is literally the devil. What am I going to do? I turn my heat off. Dude, it's warm outside. No, don't put your butt hole. Do I have enough energy for this? Only one way to find out. Always close your bed. All right. I don't know if I really am up for this. Where's my tripod at? Yep, drugs are bad. And that's why we don't do them. Alright. I don't feel like dealing with this chaos today. But we have to. Because I need a place that I can sit down to knit. This has got to go to her house. Spitting, not good. Still works. Tried to check and make sure. Oh, I'm fucking sick as shit. I'm starting to come down with the cough and the lung butter now. Not very good. Not very fun. Don't come and sit into my chair and then start cutting shit up. If you were a tapestry, where would you hide? Stop that shit. Bitch. Guess we have no way to split this. Sukita! Right here. There you go. Hey, there's a sock. Damn, I just cracked my toenail. Oh my God! Hey! Bitch, I'm about to throw you out the window! Get! Got a shirt on? Okay, good. I almost just went topless on camera on accident. These fucking yawns! Okay. Art supply. I need that with me here. Book. Book place. Okay, book and book place. Oh. Toys. Okay. So I just put everything in here. What is this? Another cat bed. Pause. Could you not tear my shit up? Look at that, you got a new bed. What's that? Look, right here. It's another bed. It's a bed for you. The most precious girl in the whole world. You got a new bed. We have like 4 of those or whatever. Whatever works. Cats like to be elevated. I mean, I like to get stoned too, so I can't blame them. I like to be elevated. Okay. That's for art. Look. Orly, just a few minutes, please. You're not blocked from coming in here forever, just for a few minutes. You're gonna be fine. Oh, is this not gonna fit? It'll fit. This shit. Bowls. Hey, paintings. This is all my art. Okay, and now we theoretically. Hey, ho, 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 ho. This is probably not a very good place for you to be, dude. You're gonna get crushed. Could you fuck up? Could you make like a crow and fuck off? Okay, you fit. That's all that matters. It's really hot in here. I have a fever. Make like a crow and fuck off! Fuck off, fuck off! Sukita, why you gotta be all up in my shit? You motherfucker. Okay, now that shit's out of the way. Just a minute. Stop it. I'm not touching that fucking cord. I don't care. This bitch has been chewing on my cords. Orly, calmate. 'Tis okay. You are fine and you're not going to die. That cat, however, dude, I get it. It's so crazy exciting. I'm moving things in the house, but please stop. Orly, hold on. Charge my Joule. Orly, please calm down, but it's not the end of the world. Oh yeah?
It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty.
I'll be honest. I didn't watch this full clip. I just watched like the first 30 seconds of it. I was like, that's enough to react to it.
You bizarrely telling Brett Cooper, then a very young employee of yours, just a few weeks before she was slated to get married, sitting her down and telling her that she shouldn't do that because you had big plans and you were going to turn her into a star because you're the magic. I would probably rank that at the tippity top of bad corporate decisions, among others. Offering an obscene amount of money to her maid of honor at that wedding that you didn't want her to have, to hurt her. Replacing her with her maid of honor because you wanted Brett Cooper.
I only hoard crafting supplies. I don't hoard
jobs.
crap.
Why you worked behind the scenes. You're the same demented
But
PR
knitting
orbit
or
to
crafting
try to
supplies,
smear her,
however.
the friendly pop culture young girl as an anti-Semite.
Jeremy
Hold
Boring,
on, dog.
I just find this individual fascinating because it does perplex me, honestly, how someone like him could have been CEO or co-CEO, whatever he calls himself, or called himself. I guess he's not the CEO anymore, but he's still co-director of co-founder of the Daily Wire. It does baffle me how someone like him could, even though the Daily Wire is not successful, and they've had a lot of really, really bad leadership decisions as of late that have just really nuked the company, nuked its audience, nuked its budget. But it does baffle me how someone like this could have even created something as successful as Daily Wire is, given all of the problems and clear
Because they were handed it. They're
issues that they're facing today, right?
Ben
This
Shapiro
is
is
what
a
he
flame.
had to say about Candace Owens. I mean, this guy is like, it's like, this is, if these words came out of the mouth of like a guest on Call Her Daddy with Alex Cooper, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds like something
Oh, wow,
that
that's a bad idea.
you'd hear on a very sort of salacious, expletive-ridden show like that. So this is what he had to say about Candace Owens the other day.
You say people tell you that they listen to Candace. I had a guy tell me recently, he said, what should I say to my wife? She keeps telling me about things that she hears Candace say, and I don't even know how to respond to them. I said, well, I would just respond by telling her fun things that you saw in some porno video that you watched. He said, well, what are you talking about? I said, well, the same level of shame should accompany both statements. Like, one should be ashamed to say publicly that they're watching Candace Owens now. And Candace Owens, who is at war with the widow of her purported best friend, Charlie Kirk. This is so far beyond the pale.
Yeah, Owen Benjamin is right. He says Jeremy Boring is a pervert. You can tell, what a psycho. The normal response would be just like, well, actually, he's not even responding to anything. He's just like bringing this up out of nowhere. The normal thing to do would just be like, if people say
He
that
just wanted
Candace
to
Owens
insert
is,
pornography
the wife's
somehow,
listening to Candace
because
Owens,
that's what it seems like the fucking
she's a woman of faith.
Zionists want to do is make us all addicted to porn.
Like Jeremy Boring. Jeremy Boring's a Christian, right? Is he a Christian? I actually have no idea. I don't pay attention to those Daily Wire people enough to know that. I think he's a Christian. Okay, whatever. He says she's a Christian. She holds a lot of conservative
I'm
social
trying to clean
values.
up.
Obviously, we don't like what she's saying about Ben, and we don't like what she's saying about Erica Kirk, but, you know, there's worse people that someone could listen to, right? Your wife could be listening to Alex Cooper, call her daddy. But instead, he gives a call her daddy-like response to this whole dilemma of, my wife is listening to Candace Owens and compares it to, like, the equivalent of a man watching porn while he's married. You know, insane. Insane, and also the type of statement that only a person with a porn-addled brain could actually come up with and think about. You know, that it's just, it's weird.
The fact that people can say with a straight face, oh, well, what do you make of what Candace said? What I make of it is that it is a kind of pornography. It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty.
I'll be honest. I didn't watch this full clip. I just watched like the first 30 seconds of it. I was like, that's enough to react to.
Fucking damn it.
But wow. Wow. I mean, first of all, Jeremy Boring's a fan. That's a fan talking. He's saying that Candace Owens' content titillates him. That's a fan. That's a creepy, perverted fan, but that is a fan. Wow. I did not watch this full video.
Well, what do you make of what Candace said? What I make of it is that it is a kind of pornography. It is rhetorical pornography. It does the same thing that regular pornography does. It titillates, it stimulates, it's slightly naughty. It's great for getting clicks, and it makes tons of money on the internet.
You know, I don't like what she says about Erica Kirk, but, you know, for me, Jeremy Boring, you know, it's titillating, it's naughty, and it kind of makes me hard. But, you know, I don't like her.
Oh yeah, wins thinking face.
What a fucking porn-addled perv. What is wrong with this guy? Why is he so creepy?
And you shouldn't be able to look at it if you're under 18. Or
what?
Now I remind you that one of the reasons I got fired is I said we should look into the history of pornography. Don't ask him that question.
Yeah.
The face of America. A bunch of perverts ruling the project made ignorant masses.
Yeah.
How a world war makes a disaster rule the world.
Yeah. Now, the reason why Boring is so pissed off about Candace Owens is because Candace Owens, or maybe this was after. Maybe he said that and then Candace Owens responded with this. I don't know. But, like, Candace Owens kind of nukes Jeremy Boring here. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Now, keep in mind, this video, this story Candace tells about Brett Cooper, who, you know, wanted to talk about things like Israel, for example, and she left the Daily Wire, and now she's talking about Israel a little bit more. Not, like, all the time, but a little bit more, right? And she's been, like, cordial with Candace Owens. And Brett Cooper, she had a very popular show on the Daily Wire. So when she left, it was like kind of weird. It was like, what's going on? And then her show on the Daily Wire, they replaced her with like her old producer and best friend or something, which is also really weird and fucked up. Her show tanked. It was very unsuccessful after Brett Cooper left. Then again, I don't even know why Brett Cooper's show is successful, because it's literally just like woman brain rot. That's what it is. It's woman brain rot.
I don't watch that
Her
shit.
show was successful in the first
Her
place.
show was successful in the first place for the same reason the
Anyways,
Daily Wire was successful.
So,
They
Brett
pumped
Cooper's mom says,
and made
"That's
her
not near this,
everywhere.
revealing only part of what Brett legally
And
cannot
it
reveal.
backfired for them.
And thanks for being an incredible friend and a non-compromised soldier for the truth." So let's listen
What a
to
crappy
what
life
Candace Owens
on a
did about
Monday,
Brett Cooper
on
and
any
Daily
given
Wire.
day, like on a random Monday, okay? I'm in my pajamas doing whatever the fuck I want. And my life is crappy? What do you want, sir? You're not blocked. It's literally a water bottle. It's not holding you back. See? See? All right. So I did all this because I am really sore. And I am tired of being so fucking sore. So, oh my God. So we're going to sit. Und ditch out. No, mine. Go lay down. Go back, 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 back. Go lay down. Thank y'all. Do you want to go outside? Okay. Sukita. Oh my goodness, cat. Chill the fuck out, dude. Go, out. Outside. Go. Outside. Go find something to fucking chase outside. There's plenty. I know there is. Alright, my pad in the right place. So I have the, oops. So I have this chair that I have had for a year. And it's just been hidden in the corner. This chair converts to a bed. It's pretty cool. It like lays flat. The footstool comes out and raises up. Oh shit, I need water. We're out of water. I'm gonna have to go into town and get water. Yep, I probably do have a bald spot. I also have naturally clear blonde hair, so my roots are growing. And when my roots grow, it makes it look like I'm bald from where the root starts all the way across the part to wherever the root starts. So does that make you feel more whatever? Like, does that give you a little rush to try to hurt people's feelings? It won't work on me though. I know I'm ugly. I'm not trying to impress anybody. You see me here with my floppy tits, my greasy face, no makeup, hair not styled in any way, like in my actual long johns. And you think I care? Doesn't really make much sense. If your discernment's so strong, you think you'd notice stuff like that. I need a charger. The way I present myself, it's almost like I don't give a fuck. I don't know how you were almost mistaken into thinking I gave any fucks, but I do not. I talk about that kind of shit all the time. I seem hurt and unhappy because I'm what, minding my own business? and responding to someone talking shit to me? Oh, I get it. You're 12. You're 12. Got it. Okay. Do. I don't think I would need these because it's so well lit. Oh, I should get myself something to drink before I get started. Drink. Ow! Hit myself. Hummina. What do we got in here? Why is the fucking milk dripping? I love seeing that kind of shit in the refrigerator. Oh. All right. What the fuck you do, Heather? We'll just put you right there, and then you cannot lean over anymore. Thirsty and hungry, but I don't think I could eat an entire thing of applesauce, so whatever. We'll just drink applesauce. Subliminal. Look it up. You couldn't control a fart. Ah!
Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring.
Now, were I in your shoes, Jeremy, I might even rank you bizarrely telling Brett Cooper, then a very young employee of yours, just a few weeks before she was slated to get married, sitting her down and telling her that she shouldn't do that because you had big plans and you were going to turn her into a star because you're the magic. I would probably rank that at the tippity top of bad corporate decisions, among others. You maybe forgot yourself in that moment, as you always do. You got a little swept up in you. But conservatives, those pretending to be conservative companies, certainly are not supposed to chase Hollywood fame above family.
And also, it's like,
Bingo.
you know, she's getting married. Wouldn't that just be further impetus to make her a star? Like, oh, you know, you're a family. We want to bring, as a business, we want to be successful, and you know, it works for you too because you have a family. Maybe you want to grow that family. You're Christian, and we'll all make money and be able to support a big family, right? Like that's. But instead, he's like, no, don't
Bingo.
get married. Don't do that. A week before the marriage.
Good job,
are you
Christopher.
kidding? Her boss saying, don't get married because I want to make you a star. Literal, you know, this is like Weinstein vibes.
I think personally she made the right decision to leave. And then you made, again, the wrong decision, like the angry, repressed homosexual.
Do you see what I mean, Papa?
To not just
They
allow
just
a young
can't
woman,
help
again,
themselves.
21 years old, to just leave, but to, again, stalk. That's what you do. You stalk. You pretend it's a business, but you're glorified stalkers. In this time, in the most sadistic manner possibly, to not just allow a young woman, again, 21 years old, to just leave, but to, again, stalk, because that's what you do. You stalk men's business, but you're glorified stalkers. In this time, in the most sadistic manner possibly ever, offering an obscene amount of money to her maid of honor at that wedding that you didn't want her to have, to hurt her, replacing her with her maid of honor. A young woman
All right,
to
where am I at?
suffer for simply wanting to change jobs, which is why you worked behind the scenes.
I colored this in
the
yesterday.
Same demented PR orbit to try to smear her, the friendly pop culture young girl, as an anti-Semite over an Instagram like because she liked a year-end roundup of my podcast. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that.
I gotta color this
I
in.
that's a mistake, but what I rank as one of my prouder moments and all of that was using some of my nuclear energy to stand up for her publicly, despite contractual restraints, using my platform to say what you did to her was wrong. And when you sued me for that, for standing up for Brett Cooper, I want you to know that I communicated to my legal team that I would accept that. I would accept the penalty of hundreds of thousands of dollars, which you wanted to impart upon me, for me doing the right thing and standing up for someone who didn't deserve what you were putting her through. You didn't put me through it, and you were trying to put her through it. And I told my husband that I would gladly pay that money. I said, if the judge came back in your favor, I wouldn't lie. I would admit that I consciously stood up for somebody who didn't deserve to be smeared. I'm proud of that. In fact, I would have hung it up on a wall and showed my kids that money isn't everything. Doing the right thing is.
Candace adds, I didn't even scratch the surface of what they did to that poor girl. She wasn't even making a lot of money at Daily Wire, but they tried to bankrupt her via lawsuits on her way out as a consequence for her simply wanting to leave because Jeremy was a literal maniac who wanted dominion over her personal life. They then tried to create a conspiracy via the influencers they pay on X to make the public believe I brainwashed her.
They are intellectual parasites, incapable of building, only distorting. Their relevance depends on lies, their survival on confusion, and their influence on the absence of critical thought.
Exactly, Mel,
Bingo.
thank you. This is insane. This is insane. When I had literally not one thing to do with it,
I am
was
in a bus,
genuinely
yes.
shocked when I learned she was leaving. I barely saw Brett at work. She was living in Hungary, and truthfully only became closer to her because of what they tried to do to her. Jeremy's plan, Boring's plan, was to hire her maid of honor as her replacement, to hurt her, and then to simultaneously smear Brett as an anti-Semite because she liked a year-end recap of mine on Instagram. Truly consider how utterly demented that is. This is why I say leaving the Daily Wire is like leaving a cult. Fox News has not stalked, sued, and followed Tucker Carlson. They just fired him and immediately moved on. Consider the difference. Well, they were launching some tag pieces against Tucker, and Tucker did respond, and he said, look, I know all of the secrets of Fox News. Do you really want to play that game? And Fox News said,
Nope.
"Oh, actually, you're right. Actually, yeah, no, you're right. Okay. Parting ways now, officially. Second time.
1, 2, 3,
That's what
4,
happened,
5,
according to Tucker.
6. 1,
But
2,
yeah,
3,
they didn't
4,
even come
5.
close to doing anything like this,
1,
right?
2, 3,
And,
4. Make one.
You know, I gotta
Got
say, I have never worked
You're yelling.
for anyone in media. Before I worked and did a YouTube show, right, I worked a ton of like random ass jobs. I had shitty bosses, right? I did disgusting jobs. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. But just like, you know, normal jobs that were not ideal. And I will say that having never worked with any sort of media company, I never worked at a media company. Having never really known a lot of people that worked at media companies, when I hear stories like this, and occasionally, you know, like someone will come to me and tell me some story, maybe it relates to me, maybe it doesn't relate to me, but when I hear these stories, I'm like, all of these people are actually demonic, yes, maniacs, yes, and absolutely insane. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know all the tea, because I think if I knew all the tea and I knew all the drama about all these different companies, right, I'd be far less shocked and surprised when I hear
I am
things like
making
this.
a
But the truth
sweater.
is, I
I'll
actually
show
just am
you.
under the
Hold on.
impression that, like, people actually hold the political positions that they claim they, you know, espouse and they uphold on social media. Like, if you post something on X, like, you actually have that opinion privately.
I got colors that contrast, that are like the same contrast, because I wanted to like not see when I made a mistake. This is only the second thing I've ever knit before. I've never knit before. Well, one other time.
They actually believe that thing.
But I'll show you what the first thing I made. But so I'm doing a geometric like fern. It's kind of like a fern. It has like the V and then a line straight down, and then another V, and then another V, and then another V, like that. You see, once I point it out, you can kind of see it. Hold on, I'll show you essentially what I'm following a pattern this time. The other thing I made, I didn't follow a pattern. So, because I didn't follow a pattern, I made a lot of just like rookie mistakes, but it's the first thing I ever knitted before, so I'm allowed to do that. That's the whole point of having, that's why I use cheap yarn. So I made this shirt. So the issues are I increased my stitches too much in a very short distance. So instead of it slowly getting bigger in this area, it doubled basically the amount of stitches every row. So it created too much. So it's got these gathers, ruffles now, because it was just too much of an increase too soon. I didn't make the neck ribbing long enough, and I also didn't have stretch. I didn't realize I needed to do a stretchy cast on. Made a mistake on that. So then I watched a video. So I just watched a video how to do ribbing, and then I watched a video on how to do the yoke, and then I watched a video on how to separate for the shoulders, and then I watched a video how to do the body and how to do the ribbing at the end and how to cast off. But I also, because I was anxious and excited to like separate for the sleeves, I did it too soon. So it's too high in the shoulder area. It's pulling up here. So this space here should have been like that much, but it's like this. So I should have done it to here. Lesson learned. But that's pretty much it. Those are my mistakes. I also made this a short sleeve. I didn't want to sit on Sleeve Island for a month, and I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to finish this project. I wasn't sure if I was going to like, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. So I made this short sleeves, but that's, but yeah, so this is just the first thing I ever knitted before. I tried a couple times to do knitting, like to make a hat or like a shawl or a scarf or something, but it bored me to tears, and I only made it about 2 or 3 rows. So, I only really made it like that far before I was like, I can't do this, and I gave up and started that. But yeah, so that's essentially what I'm doing, but this time I'm following a pattern, and the patterns are really neat because they just basically look like that. So it's literally just a pixelation, and I'm going, I'm counting how many stitches in my main color and how many stitches in my second color, and then I just alternate based on what it says, and then voila, pixel magic. And that's just how she goes. Yes, exactly. You can make pieces and stitch them together. That is another really cool part about knitting. Also, you could knit like rectangles, right? If you just wanted to, just knit a bunch of rectangles, and then you could use your sewing machine and sew those into literally anything. Anything you would use a rectangle of fabric for, you can use the rectangle of knit for. So I am coming down with like a death cold. Oh, I need to call my kid. I'll be right back.
free. Caleb came in hot, okay? I'm suing D'Angelo
Weird.
is what he named the fight after it ended. And funnily enough, it's not called that anymore. He's been trying to walk this back a little bit. Right now, he wants to play Kumbaya, etc. He seems to think we could be friends or something. I do truly think this man has underestimated the levels of haterade I bring to this game. So, if you don't know who Caleb is and you don't know what I said, this is a good time maybe to go back and check out my previous video. The thing that he was threatening to sue me over, I just went ahead and uploaded it. The problem is, before I had a chance to put that video out, Caleb took the original live stream where you just get my unedited thoughts, and that's what he was reacting to, which is why it took him 4 hours to respond to all of my points. And because of this, I regret to inform you, Caleb's live stream is actually unwatchable. It is to the point where people in his audience were begging him, Caleb, please just stop pausing the video every 5 seconds. It's going to take forever. Would you let it play so we can hear what D'Angelo was saying before you go off and start screaming? And this was Caleb's reaction to his fans asking him to do that.
Let 30 seconds play. Fuck you. Unsubscribe. I don't care. Get out of here. Bitch. I'm doing a reaction to someone talking shit about me. I'm gonna do it how I want, you little fuck.
And if you're thinking, well, that was kind of a lot of energy, is he like this the entire... Yes. And therefore, sorting through this to figure out what his sort of responses to my main points were was excruciating. I went through 4 hours of this energy, just to try to give him a fair shot. I think I'm definitely dumber than I was before. A few of my brain cells have certainly been replaced with rocks at this point, but here is my interpretation of Caleb's responses to my main points that I was making in my video, because I had quite a few. The first thing that I accused him of was uploading misogynist thumbnails, misogynist titles, constantly referring to the women on the shows as the B word, etc. And Caleb says,
We tell them how crazy the episode's gonna be, and how the thumbnails and titles are gonna be, and we ask if they're okay with it. They consented, you didn't, you don't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, you fucking weirdo using my name to get views. What is wrong with you, you pathetic fuck who can't do any research whatsoever? You're a loser.
oh, it's bad. It's bad. This is a bad response. I sat through this for every single point that I made just to see if he had any sort of criticism. And so if I sit here and respond to every single time he like starts crashing out and going off on a tangent and, I don't know, trying to verbally whack me over the head with a cartoon hammer, I think we're going to be here for a long time. So pardon me for just responding to his main point. The people on my show, the women on my show, consent to being on my show. They're okay with my titles and thumbnails. They talked at length about this, about how they have a whole onboarding process, and this isn't a case of Caleb just, you know, belittling his guest without their permission or whatever. And he uses the same argument to combat many of my points where I'm saying the things he's doing are wrong. And I think that's hilarious, to basically build your entire defense over something that does not actually contradict what I was saying. Caleb seems to think that I am offended for the people specifically inside his videos, and that's certainly one way of interpreting my video, but I definitely believe the vast majority of other people watching were easily able to see. My point is that Caleb is playing into an ecosystem of misogynist content by appealing to people who hate women, want to see them get called the B word on the thumbnail or in the title, say you hate them, etc. The actual individual opinions of the people in the video have quite little to do with what I was saying. Anyway, my next point that I made was that he was an anti-SJW in the year of our Lord 2026, which I don't even think he disagreed with me.
Because every single person I met who's a social justice warrior, or like the old, like, not old school woke, but like the new woke, because old school woke was good, but they're actually like the worst people I've ever met. If the guest is an SJW, I will make fun of them. If the guest is a racist, I will make fun of them for being racist. Watch the content, you pathetic piece of trash who can't make actual valid criticisms.
Again, we're not doing so hot right now. I guess I didn't say it, but making anti-SJW content is pathetic. It was bad back then, and it is doubly awful now because we all know that this is just stupid. He explains.
I can't
that, like,
stand this
social
guy,
justice
D'Angelo,
warriors
who
of
made this
all
video.
types
He is
said these are
such a fucking whiny
constantly on their moral high horse,
SJW.
people who, like,
But
hold
I hate
people to
Caleb
these
Hammer
impossible
even more,
standards,
so
this, that,
I'm
and the
having
other,
to sit
and
through
while
this
there are
video so
definitely
that I
people
can
like this who
see what
exist, I
happened.
just find it quite interesting how the term SJW gets applied to people who are usually just saying things like, oh, hey, don't say slurs. Ooh, maybe you shouldn't treat marginalized people as less than. If you think the people doing this need the same level of being made fun of as actual racists, you have completely lost.
What?
Anyway, my next point.
Do you wanna go
was
lay
that
down?
He was being weird about
Hello.
pronouns by mostly showcasing people using alternative pronouns. In the beginning of his video, that
No.
way his audience of bigots was predisposed.
You can go outside in a minute.
This person. And Caleb's response to this is actually amazing. And by the way, if you want to see the expanded version of any of my arguments that I'm talking about here, you can just go back and watch the last video. Again, it's all there.
Buddy,
It's explained in
you'll
more
go outside
detail.
in just a
I'm
minute.
not actually
Hold
just
on.
going off of vibes. I am showing the things I'm talking about.
Do we
No,
respect
no.
pronouns?
Absolutely.
On the show, I have made mistakes, but I respect. Dude, we're fucking researching your pronouns because I thought you were a woman. Because I didn't hear you speak first, so just based on your face. We respect pronouns. What are you fucking talking about?
The dangers of being a beautiful man. Now you've got proof in the wild that I just walked through this.
1, 2,
and
3.
people are like, you are too beautiful to actually exist. You
1.
must be beautiful. Nah, I'm just pretty. But listen, my point wasn't that
1,
Caleb
2,
has ever
3.
misgendered anybody. Because if that happened, I don't know. My point was exactly what I said in my video, which has not actually been contradicted here in any meaningful way. So let's just move on. Next, I accused him of leaning on homophobia as well, which he said can't be the case because
I don't hate gay people. We have so much too many gays working at this company. No, that's a joke again. You read a title that is outrageous and silly, and you say I'm homophobic. You say I'm sexist. No, you're fucking retarded. That's the only real thing here.
Meanwhile, all of his employers are like,
whipping out our first slur. Let's go, or let's not go, because this is just actually really tiring. The longer this goes
if
on,
you can't
I
say
just feel
retarded and
the
you think
less
it's
effort
like
I
a
actually have to
slur,
put into
then we're never
response.
gonna get
Yes,
along.
I have
That's
gay
for sure.
people working for me as an unironic response to homophobia accusations, but just wait, because later he's gonna do the same thing with racism and be like, oh, actually, I know black people. If you think I'm kidding, you're in for a ride.
Well, I mean,
So
like,
I'm
what
gonna
do
do
what do
that
people
most
want?
fun.
You know, like, we know that,
Yes,
like,
it's been kind of
Caleb Hammer
not
preface all that by
if you
Caleb
think
Hammer
I'm
is a
leaving
total
out
douche,
context,
and he is
just
totally
leaving out vast
pandering
swaths
to
of
all
this
of the
you
like
are free to
macho
say
content
whether
people.
you will
But
do
that
so
being
with your brain
said,
cells intact remains CBC. And by the way, seeing how he just
when
used
you know you're not
to describe
racist and someone
himself,
calls
so
you
that was one of my
racist,
points as
and
well.
you're
Like,
trying
ableist
to
isn't cool, using this word all the
keep
time
things
isn't great. At
cordial
one point, he was calling
without
for
being
women's
like, fuck
autism
you, no I'm
dominant
not, you don't know who I
subtle,
am,
and
you
so
know,
this is
because
what he
that's
says.
never gonna do it.
Outrageous
There's not much you could
that
say.
she
Like,
consented
I
to.
mean,
She consented
I
to.
have, you know, by saying, like, as a white person, like, I have friends that are black people. I have lots of people in my life that are black, and I treat them the same as I treat everybody else in my life.
So I don't even feel like I can
So,
talk about this right
yeah,
now.
it
That's
is a
saying
valid
on your
excuse
show,
to use
and
unironically. That's just
okay,
twisting
we're gonna
the
go
whole
whack
being
a random
manipulative.
person with a stick. When I show up later making a YouTube video,
The tone of this guy's voice tells me everything I need to know. Listen to how he's talking.
Think you get to say, well,
The cadence.
The person I invited to whack people with me
He
is a
has,
consenting adult. So
you know,
you
I'm
know
better
what
than
you're
you.
using slurs as ableist, and y'all were literally using it to describe an actual human being. Are you serious right now? The same applies to the misogyny, the homophobia, everything that we've covered so far. Again, has nothing to do with your guests. Like, it has something to do with your guests. It's still cringe to watch you sit around and be creepy and sexist and misogynist to real human beings, but their consent is a minor point in this larger argument of you pandering to people who want to see this content. And speaking of just difficult watches, the next thing I talked about was just how icky he is when it comes to many of the guests who are women talking about their bodies. I made the bold claim that actually it's super weird to, within the first minute of meeting somebody, mention their boobs. But you know what? Caleb was like, nah, fam.
Welcome to content. Dude, I'm literally making content. What do you think you're doing? You're over sensationalizing this for content. That's what I was doing there. Do you not know how YouTube works? Why is it up to him for what's appropriate?
I didn't know that he was the.
Oh, I'm
So
sick.
you're bad.
Fuck.
I gotta say, though, if Caleb is the dumbest person alive,
I have
whatever that
fever
means,
feeling in my
strong
face
camera
and in my
person. But anyway, much
sinuses.
of this is him
pain.
explaining, oh, D'Angelo, like, me talking to people
Oh,
isn't
this
the
is
first
gonna be
time I'm
rough.
actually meeting them. We have, again, this onboarding process they refer to. We do a lot of vetting, etc. And to that, I say nothing, because it's still creepy to talk about people's bodies this way, bro. Especially in content for other people who, again, are clicking in because on some level they want to see
Okay,
this.
that's
Anyway,
her.
I would say right around here.
Go get
is
my
where
water
our
and
lives
stuff. Be right back.
started breaking down. It just started devolving opinion to combat my assertion that despite
Move
being
outside now?
so very stupid, as I'm sure you're
Move
seeing
outside?
even in this video, Caleb is still
wanna go?
harmful, and that's why I'm calling this stuff out.
Look for our socials. We've had over 50,000 people minimum at this point that have changed their financial lives in the last 4 years because we've done this show. We've never positively impacted someone's life other than entertainment once. Fuck you. You have no moral ground to stand on. None.
And I think after this, he sort of realized that the vast majority of things that I was saying in my video can't really be argued against because I wasn't wrong.
Fucking
So
idiot
they just-
dogs.
I don't know. The three of them just started going off.
What good is a dog alarm system if they always go off?
Any sort of attempt at rebuttal and just doubling down on the same things they've been saying the entire show.
I don't know how to react to this anymore. It's the same thing over and over again now.
And he hasn't made a single good point.
No, he doesn't. Anything he
Why do I
does
hate what?
so-
Caleb Hammer? Because he's a
Why
douche?
is it up to you to determine what the show is? Like, make your own show.
That was his response to, oh, hey, it's pretty stupid to try to shame people.
I can't listen to this crap.
All you have to do is take up any point that I say and say, actually, that's not a good point. And where do we go from here? I guess you win. Okay, great. And that would be a little bit less serious if I was just making.
Oh, my body is
nonsensical points
achy.
like that either. But when I'm saying things like, oh, hey, you're doing some.
You guys, we have got to talk about the Grammys.
Thank you, Lavender!
That is being said about even just before the Grammys that was televised even occurred, from red carpet drama, glam bot drama, award reaction drama. We're gonna get into everything that was being said surrounding the Grammys. The Grammys was a conversation for sure last night as all award shows took part.
Fucking hiccups, bro.
People were talking about how they were upset to see that once again they were doing most of the awards before the televised award show. The Grammys pre-show aired at 12:30 p.m. prior to the main show that started at 5 PT, and 80 plus awards were given out. Lady Gaga, Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, and so many more were winning awards in the pre-show. And the thing that kind of sucks is because most of them are getting ready for the actual show that is going to be televised, not everyone was in attendance to accept their award, and we rarely get to see reactions, especially when someone is winning for the first time, and people really love seeing that. But the televised show really focuses on performances and just putting on a show.
It's the bus lady, yeah. I'm a bus lady, I suppose.
Everything that was awarded during the pre-show, and people were complaining online about the fact that less than 10 awards were handed out in the 3.5-hour show. They wrote, majority of the winners already being announced, and the show hasn't even started yet. Mind you, the actual ceremony is like 3 hours, but it'd be 3 hours of ads and performances. Alright, #Grammys. I hate that they are yet again announcing a boatload of Grammy winners before the live show, SMH. Also before the televised awards, there was drama when people noticed that Cole was no longer operating the glam bot. Now, I don't know if this means that he's not going to be doing it anymore going forward, like he got fired, or if they just decided that because of all of the noise, he should just sit out the Grammys. When I tell you guys, I was shocked because I was watching videos of people doing the glam bot, and when I heard like a woman's voice saying action and like instructing the celebrities on where to stand and like how to do the glam bot, I was shook, you guys. I couldn't believe that they actually gave Cole the boot on this one. If you guys have been watching the latest like weekly T-Caps, I talked about this for the last 2 weeks now, that there has been drama surrounding the glam bot ever since the Golden Globes, where at first people thought that J-Lo was being rude to Cole, they were calling her out, he came out, he defended her, but then there were these old emails that surfaced of Cole talking to someone who wanted the glam bot at their wedding, and he was making the assumption that they didn't have the money to afford the glam bot at their wedding. His tone wasn't really nice in these emails, and so people were calling him rude. He since came out and addressed it, apologized for the way that he sounded in these old emails, but it seemed that because of all that, he did not get to do the Grammys, and it was this new girl. And I will tell you though, people in the comments, they wanted Cole back. They were like, they don't even know how to use the glam bot right. Get Cole back. Where's Cole? Where's the guy Cole that does these? We want him back. Sorry, we need Cole. It's the personality with the bot that we love. Now, with this drama having been like so sudden, I can't imagine that this girl had much time to prep before replacing Cole for this event. So I'm sure she was sweating. Celebrity interactions that went down before the main show even started. Sabrina hit the carpet and noted that the photographers were being
Yes.
and she made a joke that Chappell Roan really like whipped these photographers into shape because Chappell Roan has been known to pull out photographers who are yelling at her and being rude, and it seems she scared them because Sabrina noted that they were on their best behavior. Speaking of Chappell, I can't unsee her dress. If you guys have seen photos of what she was wearing this night, I can't even show it to you because it would just get taken down as like inappropriate. But basically, her dress was like held up by nip rings. Like it was an illusion, but it also just looked like if somebody stepped on her dress, it would be the most painful thing in the world. She only wore this for a little bit on the carpet and then she changed it to something else inside, but she definitely was making it moment. Back to Sabrina though, once the show started, she was the second to perform that night, and I thought her stage looked amazing. Like the elaborate stage setup was just too good. But she did have a live bird with her on stage, and as soon as I saw this live bird flapping around, I was like, oh, Nikita is gonna be on her neck. And people definitely were calling it out. They were worried that she was gonna get canceled or called out or something. They didn't really understand the purpose of a bird. People said Sabrina Carpenter's performance looking at this right now. I'm not gonna lie. Why is there a live bird in your hand? Sabrina gonna get flack for including a real bird in her performance? LOL. Both it and her look scared. Sabrina, was the bird really needed? Like, what did that add to the performance? LMAO. Amazing from Sabrina. The bird was a bit odd though. Now, right when the show kicked off, Nicki Minaj was getting called out. Trevor Noah was hosting tonight, and he was making it known that Nicki Minaj was not at the Grammys, and the crowd erupted. They were literally cheering over the fact that she was not there because she's recently seen with Trump.
Nicki Minaj is not here. She is not here.
And then he did a Trump impression.
She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nicki, I have the biggest ass. Everybody's saying it, Nicki. I know they say it's you, but it's me.
And then Chrissy Teigen was sitting behind, and she was throwing shade. She was doing the thumbs up. She was mouthing bye. And I saw this on TikTok where someone said, not Chrissy Teigen waving bye to Nicki Minaj, as if anyone liked her either. Oh my gosh. Messy, you guys, messy. But I will say a lot of celebrities were standing on business last night as they took this night as an opportunity to call out ICE on the red carpet. Stars like Justin Bieber, Hailey Bieber, Joni Mitchell, and others wore ICE out.
Joni Mitchell only went to the Grammys so that she could be a protester.
Uzi made statements during their acceptance speeches. Meanwhile, country star Jelly Roll is getting talked about right now because when he was asked about ICE, he declined to comment and just called himself a dumb redneck, which has not really been received well online, I'll say that. As for other moments not received well, when Lady
Get a job, hippie.
album, Miley Cyrus did not stand up.
Today's my day off. I own my own business, so I make the schedule.
I will say that she did clap after her speech, but people were like, Miley being salty, LMFAO, how envy is Miley Cyrus is. Miley not standing, what's going on? Miley not standing up or clapping, hello? Miley sitting and not clapping for Gaga, oh ish. Miley is sad, crying. Like I said, she did clap for the acceptance speech afterwards, but not before. It was still hitting her that she did not get it. Anyway, as for Justin Bieber, he made some obvious noise with the fact that he did a very stripped down performance of his song Move On. And when I mean stripped down, I mean literally too, because he was down to his little undies this night. But he did sound really good. People noted Justin Bieber's performance legit sounds better than the studio version. Y'all can never take away this man's talent. Truthfully, I think Justin's performance in that attire in small production to prove a point that he doesn't need a huge production and glam to be the best. His vocals outshine everything and everyone tonight. Incredible. Justin is one of the most complete artists the industry has had since 2009. Very few. He doesn't need the performance to shine, just a guitar. He created his own home studio. He gifted us body vocals guitar. People also noted that during his performance, he seemed to reveal a new back tattoo that people were debating whether this was supposed to be Jesus or this photo of Hailey Bieber. I mean, it does look like this picture of Hailey. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be. But then, you know, I was kind of seeing the reverse of Jesus. Like, I kind of saw that too. Anyway, Hailey was shown multiple times during Justin's performance. She was supporting her man, and she seems very ready for Coachella as she posted on her story. And you can really clock that ish. See you at Coachella. Though when it comes to these two, people of Befores were finding things that were wrong with them on the carpet, like their interactions, where Justin just didn't look like he wanted to be there at all. Here's a video where he was trying to fix her dress while they're taking pictures, and Justin just looks over it like he does not want to be on the carpet. And
Well, he doesn't.
Like,
If
may a love like this never find me.
he has to pretend to smile when these people like molested him. I mean, I fucking wouldn't want to be there either.
And then there's like this video of him just like looking at her taking the pictures, and he looks so over it. But I think once they were inside, it seemed like better.
Justin Bieber has RBF, resting bitch face.
He ended up performing after it was revealed the day before by Variety. Jay-Z, Harvey Weinstein, and Pusha T mentioned in the latest Epstein file release. The article stated that Pusha T was named alongside Jay-Z and Harvey Weinstein. They claim that their names
3133 3133 312.
That he shouldn't have been allowed to perform at the Grammys. People said Pusha T performing like he wasn't just named in those docs, lol, just evil. Pusha T is a choice. Pusha T in the Epstein files, but he gets to perform? Okay. Pusha T performing at the Grammys, I thought Pusha T is up there. Now, something that I also found interesting was throughout the night, Trevor Noah was calling on artists who have called out Ticketmaster. He was praising multiple people for standing up to Ticketmaster and fighting the way that they sell tickets, which I found very interesting because obviously there's been a lot of drama surrounding the Harry Styles Ticketmaster, and maybe this is why he showed up late. Like, he literally did not pull up to the Grammys until he had to get on stage to present an award, so he probably missed all the chatter about Ticketmaster, which I didn't even know this, but when they announced Harry Styles as a presenter at the Grammys, they even were commenting a little bit about the Ticketmaster drama, because in the comment section, fans were talking about it. Someone said, is he presenting an apology for these $12 ticket prices? And the Grammys said, what if he added a payment plan? Unlimited snacks, life-size take-home cutout, Union Jack stocks, handwritten lyric notes.
Yeah, well, people, face tattoos are really, I mean, it's quite varied. So, typically the kind of people who tattoo their face are either retarded or they're artists. It's not really much in between. For me, the reason why my face is tattooed is genuinely because I'm a very authentic person. I say what I mean what I say. And I mind my own business. My goal is to never do any harm to anyone. I would never do any harm intentionally to anyone. And so it has been quite a rough life for me, discovering firsthand that not everybody is like that. It's been rough. So what I found by tattooing my face, the type of people who are going to do these manipulative things, these toxic things, pretend to be your friend, and then do harmful things to you later, whatever the case may be, right? What I have found to be true is those people who are like that, the kind of people who would do those types of things, really, truly cannot fucking help themselves. They have to say something about my face tattoo. And so I know immediately, without even having to waste my energy on discernment or, figuring someone out, I know immediately that that is the kind of person that I do not want to spend any amount of energy engaging with. Because in the end, I will be harmed, screwed over, whatever. 3133. 3, 1, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. I did something wrong. 3, 1, 3, 3. I didn't make one, that's why. Okay, I need to fix that. 3, 1, 3, 3, 3, 2. 3, 1, 2. So let's just make one right now. Oh, there's my water delivery. Be right back. I gotta go get my water. Okay, 1, 2. There we go. Oh, I'm having fucking chest pain. Oh, I have a fever. I hope I survive this cold. I've already been like struggling a little bit. Hopefully I don't get pneumonia. Take me out. Be right back. I'm gonna go get my water delivery and I swear to God. You fucking asshole dogs. These fucking dogs, dude, they bark anytime a car goes by, so I'm thinking Amy's back with my stuff. Okay. I have a fucking fever. I'm gonna take ibuprofen. I got a crack and take ibuprofen. Oh, my watch is dead. Okay, maybe I should charge my watch. That's my darling. It's incredible. Where's my sweater? It's pretty cold. Oh, ibuprofen. That's what I got it for. Ibuprofen. I couldn't remember. Sitting here is not nearly as convenient as sitting in my normal spot. I will say, this is the first time that I have sat in this chair. I've never sat here to knit before. And I think this is the first time that I've recreationally sat here before, ever. I actually don't really like the Grateful Dead. I like to joke and tell people my favorite Grateful Dead song is Touch of Grey. The Grateful Dead was a CIA operation to try and control the youth of America in the 70s. Do you ever find it weird how all of the hippies from the 70s are now seemingly like Jewish super liberals who tell you my body, my choice, while simultaneously telling you to wear a mask or you're gonna kill grandpa? Get a vaccine so that our lives are saved. And that's just kind of funny to me how like all the hippies of the 70s turned out to be the absolute most fascistic of all. You know, while simultaneously screaming racism, fascism, Nazi. It's just kind of funny to me. I live in the Mecca, okay? I live in the Grateful Dead Mecca, also known as Eugene, Oregon. Veneta, which is the town right next to Grateful Dead, right next to Eugene, which it's like a tiny little town that's like, you know, just like a little outside area of Eugene, the greater Eugene area called Veneta. That area is where they hold the country music festival or something like that every year. It's like this huge hippie festival that like everybody comes from all around the world to go to. Great. The Grateful Dead performs there. I almost fucking shot that shit all over me. So you get for talking with your mouth full. Sorry. But yeah, so like every single one of the fucking hippies pre-2020, they were all like barefoot, herbs, being united together, you know, unity, diversity, etc. Diversity of thought as well as skin color. Until COVID. And then once COVID happened, like all those same people that I used to like be around all the time because I did dreadlocks for 15 years. So a lot of my clients were Grateful Dead fans. And like it was just weird because these exact same people who were like literally pissing and wiping with a leaf. Okay, not me. I watched people do this. They literally would squat in the woods and take a piss, use their hand to wipe, or use a leaf to wipe themselves. And those are the same people who are yelling at me, telling me to wear a fucking mask. Like, what? What? I thought it was my body, my choice. You notice how they don't say that no more? Ever since COVID, they stopped saying that about anti-abortion stuff. My body, my choice. Not anymore. Shoot. I just opened this applesauce about 30 minutes ago. Definitely not moldy. Besides, if applesauce turns and goes bad, it would have like, it's got so much sugar, so it would taste carbonated and sour. It would be so noticeable. You wouldn't be able to eat it. It's not a spider tattoo. I'm making a Scandinavian yoke neck sweater. Oops. 1, 2, 3. See, 3, 1, 3, 3. 3, 1, 3, 3, 3, 1, 2. Be right back. I will, Barbie. You better believe it. That's my way of existing. It's my life, so it's my way or the highway. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want, and sometimes I want to do what other people want me to do. But I'm only gonna do it if I want to. I can see my driveway from here. It's pretty cool. I have absolutely no regrets in my life, no. Because everything that I have ever done has led me to the exact place where I've needed to be. And if like I made a mistake, I either learned a lesson or that mistake redirected my path to where I was really supposed to be. In the end, in the long run, I always look back at things and go, wow, dude, I'm so glad that it worked out that way. If it had gone the way that I wanted it to at the time, XYZ bad things would have happened. So I have no regrets, no. Your name is really hard to read. Where's my green medicine? Oh.
I want to head out to Arizona now, where a press conference.
Arizona, huh?
Update on the missing mother of NBC Today show anchor Savannah Guthrie. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was last seen Saturday night. Savannah is a good friend of ours here at Court TV. She used to work for Court TV before moving on to NBC, and many of us have worked with Savannah over the years. So our concern is with her and her family.
Arizona, you say, huh?
We're going to head out there now. They're just starting a press conference, an update on this search for Nancy Guthrie. Let's go to Arizona and pick it up.
I'm going through some talking points for the family. I want to make sure I cover them. I'm not somebody who does well with the script. My local media knows that. We'll get started. I believe it was around noon yesterday, we got a call to the Guthrie residence that Nancy Guthrie, 84 years, was missing. We expended a lot of resources for a missing person that we typically always do. Our search and rescue volunteers, our search and rescue teams, other agencies, Star from Border Patrol sent their canines out. They worked tirelessly all day yesterday and all day tonight. I'm sorry, all day yesterday and all last night.
313.
To no avail. As I said yesterday,
3133312.
some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we process that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. This community has always stepped up to help us solve some pretty tough crimes. I'm looking for that again. This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal. So we make a plea to anyone who knows anything about this, who has seen something, heard something, to contact us. Call 911. We don't need another bad, tragic ending. We need some help. Our team is the best. I couldn't speak any higher. I think you know that. We have done some great work with
Oh, you didn't have to take that one out, Heather. You just had to add to it.
I have to give a lot of thanks to our law enforcement agencies all across this valley, whether it's the Tucson Police Department or some smaller agencies. They've all reached out. They've all offered to assist. The FBI.
Hi, Tristan. I hope you have a great day.
All of them. We work so close with them, and they are all plugged in. We'll continue to work closely.
You have snow?
With them. But what I really need is I need this community to step up and start giving us some calls. Let us know if you've seen something. We are right now at a time, and I apologize, it tells me I talk too softly. We are at a time where, in this investigation, we're now moving
31333.
To depend on technology. You know, our license plate readers, our camera systems throughout the community, anything, everything. And we will download all that data we have from the home, from different pieces of technology we've gotten, and we will use that to our advantage. But the reason I bring this up is that, you know, I'm a cop. I hate politics, but I have to remind our political leaders that they need to quit this banter of every time law enforcement leaders come to you for a need, that you give up these
They're trying
remarks about how it's going to be misused.
This man is trying to tell us how we should fuck the politicians and we should just allow these flock cameras. He's using an opportunity. This woman is fucking missing. And he's using it as an opportunity to say, oh, the community cameras and the license plate readers, and the politicians need to just stop doing their jobs, protecting the people from undue fucking surveillance. Fuck those flock cameras. Do you know that, I will take a shower later, but I feel like sitting in and being a greaseball today, and I can do that because I have the freedom to do whatever I want. It's my life. And I have free will. So anyway, anyone can go on the internet and go to these websites and download this flock camera information. It's not for authorities only. It's open for anyone. So you could go and look up a license plate and follow that license plate all around town. Wherever they have these flock cameras. In Arizona is definitely one of them. So that's pretty interesting. As soon as this shit happened, as soon as Savannah Guthrie's mother is missing, I'm sitting here thinking to myself like, what could possibly be, what would they want to do? Why would they want to do this and make this a public thing, right? And then it says, oh, we're in Arizona. And I'm like, okay. So you already had a suspicious feeling, and it's in Arizona, which is super suspicious in and of itself. And now he's using it as an opportunity to tell us how the politicians should just let flock cameras happen.
AI is a bad, evil word. The cameras are very bad and evil. I'm tired of that. Those tools in the right hands, with the right minds and the right approaches.
Right, but how many wrong hands and wrong...
to solving crimes just like this. We need that. We need more staff, and we need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need the committee's help with this. So I want to make sure before I take any questions, it is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily medication. And anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture. Right? Take a video. Send it.
Take a picture or video of random strangers in town if you just think they look similar to a little old lady with brown hair.
Anonymous. You can call me.
Yeah, it is really pretty.
I am here to take any questions you may have. It will be a little limited. I apologize for that, but we do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity. I have here Sergeant David Stive.
Fuck y'all.
Homicide team. He has been up.
There it is. Let's get into it. What is going on, guys? Coach Colin here. Happy Monday to everybody starting off the week. Now, I know you're expecting a live stream, but I'm way too sick to hang in there for 3 hours, so I gotta go back to the regular scheduled programming that thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions.
Dude, seriously, tomorrow is gonna be a nightmare.
So,
I'm gonna be
yeah,
sick
just
as
too
fuck
sick. I
tomorrow.
could put it on for 30 minutes and keep all the fluids in, but 3 hours would be just too much. I am very, very sick right now, but we push on, we do not stop, and neither do the memes. Coach Colin, aka Mint Rain. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, did me justice on the waistline. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That never goes unnoticed. Thank you so much. You know, you do have me looking like a Batman character. You have me looking like I'm in Gotham right now. You know, I'm just saying. Riddle me this, Batman. Who has all the mints? What kind of villain are you? Oh, you don't know who has the mints, do you, Batman? Batman just knocks me out. I'm in one episode of Batman. Batman just backhands me one time. A bunch of mints just fall everywhere. That's it. That's the episode. You know, but I do appreciate it. It looks amazing. I do have to bring that hat back. Some of you don't even know about the yellow hat. But Mint Rain, that is my stripper name if I ever decide to get into it. Now we have JP Spears. Now JP Spears makes a lot of different videos, guys. He makes a bunch of different videos. They're funny, you know, they'll get you giggling, you know what I mean? And he made a video, he was talking about Erica Kirk.
His Erica Kirk video is
You know where
hilarious.
this is going. He was talking about Erica. I don't even have the headphones on. I feel naked.
It was really
Jesus.
funny. JP
It's like I started my
Spears.
stripping career early.
JP Sears.
He did a video about Erica Kirk, and here's what ended up happening. It was fine.
I wanted to
Everything
say
was fine.
JC Penney's
It's a regular
and
video.
Sears.
You know JP, He makes fun of
3
all
1
sides of
3
things.
3
He calls out hypocrisy and things of that
3
nature.
1
You know,
3
pretty
3
great
3
content
1
creator, and
2.
he's been at it for a long time. But this is what happened with this video. You see that right there? You see that right there? Candace retweeted the video. And once Candace retweeted the video, all hell broke loose for JP Sears. All hell broke loose. And all of a sudden, the attacks started rolling in. Now I'm going to show you the attacks first. And then we're going to play the video. So you can just see what people are saying versus the video that he actually made. And it's a great video, by the way. And guess what? It makes fun of people like, I don't know, name somebody. Name a shill. Name a shill. It makes fun of those type of people, you know, Philadelphia shills. And then it also makes fun of guys like me, people like you. It's actually a great video. It exemplifies both sides of the topic. But listen to the attacks that rolled in just because Candace ended up retweeting this whole thing. This dude here, straight up shill. I should have just named him when I was talking about shills. People like JP Sears. Imagine their divine test. We're going to a divine test based on a video that he made. Will arrive as a fiery demon demanding they renounce God. But temptation is never that obvious. The devil oft comes quietly as an inner voice, one that flatters, rationalizes, and promises clicks, fame, and money. Oh, dear JP, look what you've done. Your final test will be fiery, won't it? I mean,
Meanwhile, JP Sears has been on the internet since like 2013, making fun of everybody.
Let me just align my agenda
3
with God.
1.
You know, whenever people get like this, you know what I always say to them? You'll see me say it in the comments. If you follow me on X, you'll see me say it from time to time. I say, just say you hate Candace in all caps and move on. I always say that because that's what you're getting at. So just write it in all caps and that's it. Like, we don't have to go through this, but trying to rationalize it and act like that's not where you're coming from, it's so silly. Then another person comes through. They're like, you really can't say enough bad things about
3 1
the bottom
3.
feeder, bilge sucking, character assassination, JP Sears. Character assassin. Oh, sorry. He's an assassin. Okay? He's going against God and he's assassin. I mean, you can try, but you really can't. He decided it would be funny to roast Erica Kirk for
3
a
1
Zoom call
3
she made.
3.
Nobody's laughing. I was laughing.
3
I have to
1
tell
2.
you this. I was laughing quite a bit. Then look at this person. What the F? This vile, blood-sucking garbage you just vomited onto the timeline 6 days after. This is crazy. This right here makes me think, you know, anytime I would be charitable enough to think there's nobody who's getting any financial incentives. I would be charitable enough normally. But when I see something like this, first off, it's an essay. You're a nerd. Okay, that's first, okay? Nerd. Wrote so much for no reason. The person's like, 6 days after Charlie was killed in cold blood for this country, his widow still burying her husband, still raising orphaned kids, don't know what orphaned means, under a global spotlight, steps up, no collapse, no scripted sob fest for the cameras, just raw strength, rallying the team, honoring his legacy, keeping his mission alive. And your response? A cheap, narcissistic one-man skit where you play every role, bug-eyed employees gawking at her posture. Absolutely amazing. It's so hard for me to be like, oh, that person's not getting paid. It's so hard. They must be. Or they're just directly at, you know what I mean? They're just in a bot farm in Philadelphia, just like
I am knitting a
because this is crazy.
sweater.
Now, there's more attacks. I'll show you one more. Let's go on to the video. This guy here, Bud Light. Imagine burning his credibility this fast. One video, that's all it took to lose the respect of your audience. Like these guys, I love how just 6 months ago, everybody on the right was like, you should be able to say what you want, joke about what you want. What are we talking about here? First Amendment, this
is
and now all of a sudden there's certain group of
this
people
part.
right?
It'll be stretched out more, but my needles are small, so the stitches are pushed together. But it'll come down over my shoulders. It's going to come down to like here, and then I'll separate it for the sleeves.
There are certain things a man can do that are so vile that they no longer be worthy of being called a man. Did Fraser Crane write this? Who wrote this? Let's get to the video, guys. I'll show you some more attacks afterwards. But just remember the attacks you just heard, okay? And then remember, and then see what's in the video. And see if it's worthy of these type of attacks. I'm telling you, it's just because Candace retweeted it. Which really tells me that there is something very coordinated happening to Candace. Because the second she retweets something, I had the same thing. She retweeted something I said once, and the attacks were just crazy. And then the next few videos I made, there was attacks on the community post. And I was like, what's going on right now? It was nuts. It was nuts. That happened like a month and a half ago. All right, let's check out this video.
I can't wait for the Zoom call with Erica. Yeah, I can't believe she's doing it just 6 days after Charlie, you know, but she'll probably just be crying all the time. Oh, she's on.
Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. I'm sorry, this is a little bit more thorough than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet.
Surprisingly upbeat. Laughing a lot.
Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys.
For us. What about her? Did she know Charlie was her husband?
Turning Point USA will continue.
Didn't she know Charlie was her husband?
And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble.
She's really focused on business.
We're going to work hard because that's what we want. And we're going to just make it grow.
Just growing the business.
But he's here, and he's more alive than ever, and he is, he's going to guide us.
He's actually dead, and she's guiding us. What's going on?
And I told Justin, I said, it's going to be something where everything before September 10th, any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now, it's just things have changed, obviously.
What? So projects Charlie had us working on don't matter? Like, dude, don't you think this is a little strange? No, she's just saying if Charlie had you working on a project, don't worry about that anymore, because she's going to lead us in a more Charlie-like way than Charlie ever could.
That's a great point.
She's going to lead us in a more Charlie way than Charlie ever could.
It's a change.
And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's definitely here now.
I feel so blessed. And honored.
Hey, man, do you think it's weird that she's leading us now? No, not at all. That's Charlie's way. What are you talking about? She has no background in leading significant nine-figure organizations. Her background is seeking fame through reality TV shows and beauty pageants. I mean, she's not next in line most qualified to lead us. Yes, she is. Just imagine Patrick Mahomes tragically dies in a car accident. Who would be next in line to lead the Chiefs as starting quarterback? Second string quarterback. No, dummy. Patrick Mahomes' wife. It's the same thing.
Oh my God, Telly, brilliant points throughout this whole thing.
Do I think this is weird? You're just overthinking it. And by the way, show some respect, okay? She's a grieving widow, but she's not really grieving. She's not doing any of that.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
There you go. You just heard it. Everyone grieves differently. Well, but nobody grieves like that. Just get over it, pussy. We got to get ready for the memorial service. It's going to be sick. I don't know, man. I'm just so sad.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things.
Hey, Erica, the emojis are killer. So, how'd this memorial perform?
I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of the century, it's just insane.
I know, complete insanity. Incredible. Now, what kind of numbers did we do?
We had over
Okay, yes, she's really back this time. All right.
people.
Be right back.
Did her husband husband got shot in the neck 11 days ago. Erica, now that it's been 11 days since your husband got shot in the neck, how do we do on merch?
We're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But
Great, it's all positives.
huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal.
Erica, with all due respect, what about Charlie?
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
Okay, can we?
I got it. It's just, it's a great video, man. It's a great video. I mean, he knew what he was doing when he put this together. I mean, he has summed up how both sides of this certain topic of Erica Kirk and Turning Point and Candace and all of that stuff, he has summed up how both sides are looking at this. That's it. That's it. He's making our side of things, he's making them look a little ridiculous. The other side of things, he's making them look really ridiculous. I mean, that's all he's doing. That's what you do as a comedian, like he is. I don't think he goes on stage all that much, but he is a comedian in this space, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make both sides think.
Can we bring it back to the numbers?
Since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapter requests, 300,000 new donors.
I'm so happy to hear that all of that happened.
Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. We have so much to do, which is exciting.
Your children lost their father. Who do you think is with you right now? Erica, I'm wondering, because your children lost their father and you're not with them, could we get a read on hat sales?
I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill.
Congrats, Erica. That's phenomenal. Just phenomenal.
Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait.
So you're saying that Charlie, with a heavenly perspective, wants us to work even more instead of spending more time with our families? Is that? No, I hear she's single right now and available. Do you think it'd be cool if we're co-workers, but...
Oh man, that's Cabot Phillips. That's who that is. I had no idea who he was impersonating with this employee. That's Cabot Phillips right there. That's what that is. Now, once I hear that, I'm like, oh, it's confirmed. Now I know who that is. Oh man. But again, just making a video, painting out both sides, and just a reminder. Just a reminder here. There are certain things a man can do that are so vile, they can no longer be worthy of being called a man, husband, or father. This is one of those things.
Money!
The skin suit in this video.
Oops, sorry, Orly.
Skin suit. I've
some
called
water.
Turning Point many times. I have never thought to call any of them skin suits. I've never had that in my mind before.
Are you hungry?
I don't know. Maybe because none of them are as bad as JP here. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I have never thought to call Tyler Boyer a skin suit. And you're going to see in this video, Tyler Boyer kind of flips out at this video too.
Honey, are you hungry, Mom?
I'll show you that in a second. There's only a few seconds left in this video. Let's check it out.
What do you think? Does anybody know what the f*** is going on here? Erica, I've been looking at your beauty pageant bikini pictures, and those pictures were awesome. Where were you for those? They look like somewhere tropical.
Orly, there's some for you too, buddy.
Back to work, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, Erica, more work from us to generate more money, because that's what matters in this situation, is what Charlie wants from heaven. Roger that. Great call. How do you feel? Dude, she's a tremendous
Come on, money.
leader. And a
Come on.
really good winner. Feeling comfortable.
Come on, Bun Bun.
That's it.
Come on, money.
That's it. That was
Come
the
on.
video. That is what people are up. I mean,
Sophie, leave her alone.
people
Come on, money.
activated. The same, and again, the same way they activate against Candace, they are now activating against him. So it's just wild. I mean, this person, JP Sears, jumping on the bandwagon is so disappointing to me. I even clicked on a couple of his videos, hoping the thumbnails and titles were clickbait. And the actual substance would be mocking those pretending Erica is weird. Literally, the person's like,
That's what we got.
that if I went
you
to
like
his
it or not,
videos,
that's what we got.
that they would embrace my opinions and my thoughts. But I was deceived. And they went against my opinions. I can't believe this. I'm shocked. And again, talk about activated. This person went, and this person's a huge, I mean, just all day activated. What was that? Yeah. Those people, they put the cross signs for Philadelphia. 100%. They made sure.
Yeah.
They made sure to go and put both of these videos in their history, so they could screenshot it and show.
What a sweet girl.
You see what I'm saying? How deep they're going? That
I was
didn't happen to
thinking
me today.
you were
Somebody
gonna put it on the
screenshotted
patio.
something I said about Charlie, and they did it quickly. And I was like, because
I guess so.
yeah, admittedly, I do not like that Charlie sat down with Gavin Newsom. He taught Gavin Newsom how to move the numbers with young people. He taught him how important Twitter is and getting at people on Twitter. And if Gavin becomes president one day,
Damn Kinder eggs.
well, that's terrible. It will be good for relations in terms of Canada and the U.S. because then both sides will be like, hey, you want to make deals with China? Yeah, I want to make deals with China. Can we go together? Let's go together. That's what would happen. It'd be terrible.
Let's get together. What do you say? We can have a real good time. And if there's something that we got, and something together. Yeah.
It's so ridiculous what's going on. Even trying to align again.
Thank you so much.
Claim that they're on the right and they're doing things.
Oh yeah, they don't. It's whatever. I'm not picky.
That are on their side, quote unquote, their side, have the mind virus. Just because he made a video, a joking video about Erica Kirk. That's it. That's all it was. You know, Tyler Boyer steps in. He's like, disgusting, right away. And then this is what Sam
313.
Sam Parker is one of the many. If you're not on X, you probably have never heard of him. If you are, then you know he's been right along with all of us. The Barons, the Ians, Candace, everybody. He's been right along there. He says it's just JP's way of grappling with the tragedy. Don't judge him.
3133.
Solid response. Then Tyler gets into it with somebody else. And this person, basically, I'm showing you at this point, because the person says basically that Turning Point, this is what they say, Turning Point is a Philadelphia and Philadelphian donor outfit. And that's all you guys are. That's what he says. And then Tyler jumps out. Hey, shut the F up. Like, just out of nowhere. Tyler's like that, though. If you watch him on Twitter, he's always getting into things. He's the first one from Turning Point to threaten to sue people. And that was like a month after Charlie passed. I mean, weeks into Charlie passing.
Really, you can get by, buddy.
Then this person says,
just walk by.
Go. You lost the information board. Truth prevails. Get right with Christ.
Go lay down.
Sure need it, you deceptive con. And then he says, are you insane? Absolutely incredible. And he says, no, but your entire organization serves as a gaslighting apparatus. So I would assume you would say that. I mean, just solid. I mean, like I said, they stood their ground completely. I love it. And, you know, the whole thing is pretty ridiculous, in my opinion. To go at him like that, you saw the video. I don't think it's disgusting. I've made breakdowns of this. Candace is the one that actually brought this to the public's attention. Many people have talked about it. Barron did a whole thing about it. I mean, it's really...
Orly, you cannot get on my lap, buddy.
You could say the video I did or Barron did is worse.
Why don't you lay down right here?
And he's bringing up some great points.
Lay down right there. Right there.
Player, if you don't know, Mahomes
here.
Is a football player. So who would
don't stress yawn at me. You know? Lay down right there.
I made the joke already.
No, you cannot climb up. No, lay down right there. Right there.
Huh? What's going on?
I forgot. That's why I can't do anything at this level because my dog tries to climb on my lap.
I got this.
For context, he weighs like 125 pounds.
That doesn't make any sense. So why does it make sense?
He probably weighs like 90 pounds.
No one can really explain it. It's true. You can't. Really
he's a lot. He weighs a lot. He's a big dog. Thank you. Go boy.
Little shout out to JP. He made a video about being a conservative in 2026, and it really is like this. It's changed a lot. just a few months ago, just 6-7 months ago, you could say whatever you wanted, and everybody was like, you know, civil discourse, and, you know, it's one of the things that seems to have died away with Charlie.
Orly, no. You cannot climb in my lap.
From me, I've got an American
3,
flag
1,
is
3.
really big for crying out loud. Like, this stop with all the hateful comments. They used to like me.
3.
I'd say stuff and they'd just agree. I don't know what the is going on anymore.
3,
Oh,
1,
I just
3,
need to
3,
check
3.
my tweet, make sure
3.
I got mad at the right people. This comments, shit. Got it wrong again. Tell me what you think of this tweet.
3,
I'm all
3.
for ICE doing their job. This is what I voted
Orly.
for. No, that's too strong. No, what about we need border security, but this isn't the right way to
No,
do it.
you're not gonna climb up on me.
I mean, that's too weak. Oh yeah, I think I got it.
I know, I love you too, and yeah, but you smell like a dog, honey.
Maybe 2 would have been
I'm
enough.
sorry.
No, I mean, I don't care either way. It's just, what's the position?
I know, it sucks. I know. I do know. Bro, come on, are you for real, dude?
Conservatives, it's very stressful. Liberals have been leaving
Orly, no.
Hey, what
You
is
cannot climb up here. Stop that.
Greenland thing? It's a wild
He's like about to
Candace
jump.
says she doesn't
He's
know.
doing that thing where he like
She
almost does
knows.
it.
What do you think that
Good
means?
boy. Yes, right there. Lay down. Yes.
There's no winning positions
Oh
you
crap.
can take with
Now
these
everybody's
people.
gonna climb up here.
My people.
Hello.
Whatever they are. Okay, I think this will be a safe.
That's exactly what Benny Johnson's going through for sure.
Listen, are you doing that to kind of be a bitch to him? You can't just do that. You're supposed to be sneaky
What can
about
I
it.
say?
She's going to her own spot up there. She's gonna go lay down up there.
I can't say anything bad about them.
She's not gonna sit with me. She's gonna go up in her own spot.
The files got
There's
released. The
Sookie.
files
Here
are
comes the
terrible.
other cat.
People are just yelling at you. How dare you about those files?
Being the mom is so stressful.
Can't say who's involved in those files. Can't bring up Prez Orange being in the files. Apparently,
Orly.
could.
Would you like to go outside, baby?
I haven't looked into it enough, but that's what I'm hearing. Elon, Bill Gates.
Do you want to go outside?
Fine.
Do you want to go lay down in Orly's bed
Oh,
outside? You can
I'm
get a
just
treat
saying.
outside in your bed.
Just saying.
Do you wanna do that?
We're gonna read top
Do you want
comments
to
from
go lay
the
down in
last
Orly's bed
video
outside?
that came out on Sunday. But I mean,
I know
yeah,
you like
it's,
the
it's
treat
just
part.
it's
I know.
it's really
But you wanna
funny
go outside in
how
Orly's
people
bed?
came at JP for making that video.
Go outside in Orly's
I
bed.
think the video is just funny. He laid it out pretty well. He showed, even if you don't think so, he
Go
showed
get your treat.
even the way
Go
we
get in your bed.
and the fact that it could
get in
sound a
Orly's bed.
little odd, you know.
Orly's bed.
And it's just the two sides combating. That's literally what the video is. The two sides of things just combating. I don't see a problem with it at all. Obviously, our side seems more sane. Obviously, our side seems a little more sane. I mean, I'm just calling it the way I see it. I gotta end it off with this before I get into the comments. Check this out. Another animation from Fleet. Thank you so much, Fleet. Me and Lance had no idea that you were a lady. And listen, lady, we know now. Thank you so much. Check this out, guys. You know, my other theory, Candace would have said a series of words and all of a sudden it would have like snapped Erica out of it. She would have like, oh my God, where are we? Where are we? Oh, they killed my husband. They killed my husband. You have to help me. Be like, get out, the movie. They killed him. We have to go. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh my God, it was Philadelphia. It was Philadelphia. We have to go. We have to go. The Egyptian kids. It's all real. It's all real. You're right. You're right the whole time. We have to go. We have to go right now. Somebody comes in the room. Erica. You know, they just hit something. They go, ding, ding. She's like, oh. Hello, Candace. How long have you been here? How long have you been sitting here with me? Hello. Is Charlie here? Yeah. Hey, I have a theory. I mean, come on. And look what you gave me hair. Look at you gave me sculpted bicep. You gave me the little thing in between my chest. I mean, come on. I mean, you even made my teeth not space. I mean, come on. I mean, that's what I see when I look in the mirror, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, just beautiful. Thank you so much, Flea. Really appreciate that. Just excellent stuff. And we're gonna talk more. I got ideas. We need to really do something really special because we don't just have to clip out things from the episodes. I can just come up with straight up scenarios, and we could just do like a whole thing. You know, a whole thing. I have so many ideas. First person at the
Dude, this
top says,
battery charger that Josh got me is badass. It charges my phone. It charges my Juul. It charges my green medicine. It charges my headphones. And it has a lot of capacity. It just fully charged my phone, fully charged my Juul, and now it's charging this. It still has 75%.
Next person says, if I don't have Coach Colin, I do not do dishes. Oh, well, yeah. By all means, I'm here. I'm here. Do the dishes. Get them done. Thank you so much. And that is from Tamily. Tamily? Am I saying that right? Tamily? Christy says, Jesus would flip Erica Kirk's dining room table. Just saying. That is from Christy. Yeah. I definitely get what you mean. And you know what else I noticed from JP's video? They could have had someone else do this. Like, obviously, they didn't think it was going to get released. Candace was going to do an episode about it. They didn't think all that, especially because it was back in September. They didn't realize what a warpath Candace would be on. They probably thought they could just silence her and just, like, But they could have had anybody do that. Like, why wouldn't Andrew do that? Andrew and Blake could have been just side by side, just talking about numbers, talking about what's happening, and that'd be it. It would have been fine. For some reason, they felt like they had to have Erica do that. And again, it's because they want her front facing. They want her right away in that position, and they want people to know that she's in that position.
Right?
Do you think Charlie would have done that? Do you think that would have been Charlie's job, sitting there doing that? Charlie would have been traveling. He was the CEO, right? He was the head guy. But when that type of that type of meeting came about, he'd probably be gone somewhere. So why did they feel like she had to do it? It's just so silly, so silly. Then Gway-C, says the love of money is the root of evil, is the root of all evil. That is true, 100% true. Then Daryl says, wow, almost immediately after Charlie passes away, Erica is using that to scam money from the people, totally self-absorbed and heartless. If you don't know what we're talking about in this video that came out Sunday, it was just we were recapping the whole episode that Candace did, right? So people could come in to Monday and really know what's going on. But I mean, the fact that this person came in and they kind of scoped her out, knew who she was were trying to get her into Mar-a-Lago and into the donor events and really trying to, like, it was like a sales tactic, it was almost like an MLN or MLN. Is it MLN or MLN? Whatever. You guys know it. Multi-level type stuff, the pyramid scheme type stuff. That's the kind of energy that it had, that they were going after this lady with. So that's what that person's talking about. Red Pilled says we need a full episode about Stacy. I agree. We do need a full episode about Stacy. I don't know anything about this Stacy lady. I looked her up a little bit on one of the episodes, might have been Sunday's episode, but I would love to know more about that person and just understand who she is. I would love to know if she has connections to Rob McCoy outside of Turning Point. I would love to know if she has any kind of connection to military, which she does. She has deep military ties, but she's never served. And the ties are through donor and fundraising type things. So we don't really know. I would love to see if she has any connections with Pentagon, like things of that nature. I would love to see if she has any connection to Harley Pasternak. I would love to see what connections that person has. And then Amanda says, when Candace replayed Erica speaking, hello
in the UK. I'm great, guys. Sorry about that.
We have now, her speech.
I'm not a multitasker. I'm a single focus kind of a gal, so I'm trying to
exactly what you mean there.
Truck through this.
Alongside Kobe's widow, JFK's widow, other famous widows, RFK, his widow, who was pregnant at the time of his passing, Ethel. and MLK's widow, Coretta. They all grieved the way you would expect. Shock, clear grief etched on their faces, and withdrawal from the public life as they process their loss and help their children grieve too. I mean, perfect. I didn't even think of those examples. Because Martin Luther King, MLK, his wife did really just move back completely. His children moved back completely. And she was like, I'll never date again. You know? She was just like, she was done. She was done with all of it. You know, she knew the movement had taken her husband, so she just moved back from all of it. Now, obviously, there's people who are like, oh man, like that, you know, that's
See
just
how people are so mistaken. They think that Martin Luther King got killed for his civil rights stuff, but actually it wasn't a racist, you know, like coming together of races situation that got Martin Luther King killed. Actually, what got him killed was when he started to organize what they called the Poor People's March. And that was going to be poor people, white, black, whatever. And they were organizing and about to have this Poor People's March. And a lot of people were going to participate from, you know, all walks of life in solidarity with the, you know, the actual underprivileged people of this community, of this world, country, whatever, which is people who don't have enough to afford what they need. Like, doesn't matter what color your skin is. If you don't have enough, you know, we shouldn't have to pay for water. We shouldn't have to pay for things that are like required things to keep us alive. But, you know, that's what they've invented for us, and we've just participated in the system.
It looks weird. It could be her just standing up. Could be her just like taking, you know, just being like, I have to do this. But it looks terrible. It looks terrible. The last one here is Candace warned Charlie about Stacy. Yes, he did. Or sorry, yes, she did. She did try to warn Charlie about that Stacy character. And yeah, there's a lot of things that Charlie just didn't heed Candace on. And could you imagine how different everything would look if they just stayed together on this whole movement? I don't know. I think it would be way better for everybody. I think right now it would still be the most massive organization in America and Canada, for that matter. I think Turning Point employs more people than live in Canada. That's a fact. I'm joking. But it would have been such a different organization, different people around. I think it just would have been way better. I think they would have accomplished the exact same things.
Yeah, but it wouldn't exist because Bill Montgomery started TPUSA with Charlie. So it wouldn't exist if that were the case.
Charlie needed to be quicker and more vocal about his pivot. And I think, honestly, that's what did him in, is that he didn't scream it from the rooftops. But that's why him and her were together, because that would have been Candace's job. She would have been like, how do you feel? You're on board now? Okay, let's do an event. Let's do an event right now. Let me just tell everybody about this. Let's do a podcast right away. But Charlie didn't do that because people around him didn't want him to be so vocal. Anyway, shout out to JP Sears. Great video, sir. You know, as much as it might feel like a bunch of people are hating on you, there's so many people that feel that video 100%. So good job. Keep making them. Keep making them. You hit a chord, and that's what you're supposed to do in pop. You're supposed to hit a chord with people and keep going and let people examine themselves and let people understand why they're getting upset about something like this. You know, although the people who are getting upset at them, you know,
I'm coming.
$7,000 club. Let's be real. Philadelphia first types. Anyways, guys, just wanted to bring that to you. I'm out of here.
Oh, dude, my fever is like miserable. I feel like I'm getting like a little shaky. I better let my dog in before he sits outside and screams. I gotta hurry up and beat him to this spot before he tries to take my seat. He loves this chair. Do you want to come in? Are you wanting to come inside? You want me to do work on your ear? Come here, let's put medicine in your ear. Come on. Come on, let's put medicine in your ear. Let's go. Come on, your ear is itching you. Come on. His ears seemingly bothering him. I'm gonna have to dig out the winter medicine stuff because it is winter and his ears smell like burritos. Uh-oh. Ben Affleck.
This rumored affair with Ben Affleck just come back to haunt her. It sure looks like it.
Fuck you, bitch. I own my own business and I have the day off.
I'm journalist, Hollywood truth teller, and your voice of reason in a town built on delusion. I'm guessing Blake and Ryan were pretty happy this weekend that the Jeffrey Epstein files were released, because then they were thinking,
sorry that you're jealous.
oh,
Nobody gives you attention.
But no, we haven't. And this article in the Daily Mail must have made Leslie Sloan, their publicist, furious, because now they're bringing back up again this alleged affair that Blake Lively had with Ben Affleck.
Got more fucking
when they were shooting
interesting
the town
parts
together.
in my pinky
In this
finger.
article, they're speculating why Ben Affleck never responded to Blake when she was asking him for help with It Ends With Us. You got to hear this. And you won't believe what I found from the deleted scenes or the deleted dialogue in It Ends With Us. Ryan Reynolds trying to take a dig at Justin Baldoni in his own script. And we also have to talk about how Ryan was trying to blame Sony for the bad publicity that Blake was receiving, telling them that they should go public and say that all of this is due to a crisis PR campaign run by Baldoni. And at the same time, we now have these bombshell text messages that Blake sent Colleen Hoover saying that we are leading the marketing campaign. This is so messy. And on top of that, Jenny Slate says in her deposition that she was never told not to talk about certain things in interviews. And I have to mention this article I found in Vogue magazine this morning. I mean, some of these outlets are so desperate to have a close relationship to both Blake and Taylor. So this journalist is admiring Taylor and Blake's communication, avoiding the big elephant in the room, that they're actually scheming about ruining a man's career. Instead, she's saying that this should be a relationship goal for female friendship.
Hi, Meow.
I give up. Anyways, let's get into this Daily Mail article, because when I saw this, I was like, oh wow, they went there. I actually did a video on this showing a clip from when Blake Lively and Ben Affleck were doing press for The Town, that movie that he directed.
I live in a bus so that I don't have to pay a bunch of bills. What's stupid about that?
If I was married to Ben Affleck at that time, I would be like, oh, something's going on there.
I have a fucking waterfall right here. There's a mountain. I have a river right there. I live in a place in Oregon that's my home, where I live every day because I don't drive my bus around. But I live in a place in Oregon where people travel from all over the world to come and visit it, and they pay thousands and thousands of dollars to come and stay in this area just so that they can experience the river that is right across the street from my house. So, I mean, people deserve an explanation, you know, especially when they're, you know, stupid. It's just so dumb, you know, like, just because I live in a bus means that I'm a broke ass homeless drug addict. Like, that's ridiculous. The bus, the bus community has been completely overtaken by wealthy people who convert their buses into these like apartments on wheels. Like, it's hard to find a bus that's cheap now because people have like come in and gentrified the whole community. So it's just interesting, you know? Any of those schooly I can't even afford tickets to go to those schooly fests because it's so ridiculous now. But I don't drive my bus around. I own my own land, but I can't live there because the woman who I gave half of my property to because she was my best friend, and I wanted a mom community, so that we could all, you know, as single moms, raise our kids in a safe environment that was more rustic and natural to a child's sensibilities. You know, I don't want a child who is like afraid of bugs and like, oh, I don't want to be outside and glued to a tablet. I want a child who is, you know, doesn't mind getting dirty, knows how to wash up, behave in public. You know, I want a good kid, and that's exactly what I've got. Thank God I did what I did. But I own my own property. I just can't live there because the bitch that I gave half of my property to decided that now it's her property, and she just moved in a bunch of fucking trash people and then like ganged up against me and like basically bullied me off my own property. So between her and the weirdos on the internet that like try to come to my house and shit, like I had to get the fuck out of Dodge. So now I'm living on a friend's land, but it's better here because there's electricity. On my land where I lived for 3 years by myself with my kid, we had no electricity, no running water, nothing. I had to make it or generate it or fetch it myself. But now we have electricity and it's not a completely off-grid nightmare of a situation. It was awesome, don't get me wrong, I loved living like that, but it's hard when you're all by yourself and you have to literally fetch water and generate all your own electricity, and you don't have, you know, the money up front to like build these amazing systems. It's hard. It's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. But I'd do it again in a heartbeat if I had a teammate who wasn't going to try to like, you know, steal my land from underneath me. But yeah, I'm lucky where I'm at now. I'm super lucky. I'm so fucking blessed to have the friend that I have that has this piece of property in the place that it's in. And yeah, I'm so blessed. I own my own business. I make my own schedule. It's a Monday afternoon and I'm sitting in my house knitting. Like, shouldn't like everybody aspire to those types of goals in life, you know? I've never had to use the emergency exit to escape from, no. But we did, I have a wood stove that's right here, and I did use my emergency window to, my kid would stand inside and I'd be outside chopping firewood, and when I was done chopping it, I'd put it in my wheelbarrow, put it right here at this window, and then I'd hand it to him, and then he'd stack it, and shit like that. But I don't have to chop firewood no more. I'm on propane now. But I like my wood stove heat. I prefer dry heat to wet heat. I am making a Scandinavian yoke sweater. I'll show you this is only the second thing I've ever knit in my life. I'm still teaching myself how to do this, but I like to jump in the deep end because my brain requires a lot of stimulation. So this is the first thing I ever knitted. and I just like watched a video how to do this part, then I watched a video on how to do this part, then I watched a video on how to do this part, and so on and so forth. But basically I'm gonna make the exact same thing that I've made here, except for I'm gonna do long sleeves, and I won't make the same mistakes that I made with this one. What I accidentally did here was I increased my stitches too quickly. So with this sweater, I'm increasing my stitches like maybe like 5 to 10 stitches per row every like 4 or 5 rows. So not very much. Okay. Eventually I'll have a lot of stitches that will be the waist size, but it's a slow process so that you get this really nice tapered, it's called a yoke. The area right here that goes right here is called the yoke. So the mistake I made was I increased too much. I doubled my stitches every row basically. So I've got all this ruffling happening because there's just too much fabric in the small space. So it can't help itself but ruffle. It's too many stitches, too fast. And also because I increased too much, it caused this like lump to happen here, because this is where the increase happened, is over the course of these couple rows here. So because it just went whoop, and it's basically a ruffle hump. And I kind of like the way it looks, so now I know I can do that to make this like ruffled front, you know. So maybe I could do like a princess. You know how the like 90s tops, they're like corsets kind of, but they have this like part of fabric right here that's like basically just like a ruffled chunk of fabric like this. And it's like a cami top and a corset kind of, it's very 90s. Anyways, I see that when I look at this. I could do something like that to incorporate like a corset and a high bust. But anyway, so this is the first thing I've ever made with knitting before. I've crocheted, you know, throughout the years, and a lot actually over the last year, but crocheting and knitting are totally fucking different. It's totally different. So just because you can do one doesn't mean you can do the other. But it did come relatively easily to me. I have been doing dreadlocks for years and years and years and years and years. And I've always like said, I'm like the queen of tying knots, the queen of tying knots. So, for knitting to come easy to me is, you know, it's not really a super surprise, but no, I don't have multiple extension cords running into my bus. I have one hardwired, very thick electrical extension cord that runs all the power. 3, 1, 3, 3. Three, 1, 3, 3, 3. All right, new row, new row. I'm such a fucking, like, hyper-focused person. I really can't do 2 things at once. I have to focus here. It's all in my pupils. You're retarded. I'm not on any drugs. I don't do any well, I mean, I smoke weed, but that's only through the vape. I don't do any smoke. It makes me sick. Why does my chair feel broken? Something's going on down there. I have to take this thing off and look. Anyway, because I am so hyper focused, I don't do like multitasking very well. So when I'm knitting, I have to put 2 of these stitch markers at the end of the row. Otherwise, I will just keep fucking going and going and going. And then I'll realize, like, you know, 100 stitches in, like, oh, fuck, I fucked up, and I won't go back. But that's why I did the colors. I chose the colors for this knitting project that I chose specifically because I did not want to see mistakes when I made them. I wanted it to like blend in. So you can, the contrast, like if you were to make this photo, a black and white image, these colors would look very similar in a black and white image, as opposed to something like, you know, obviously the black and the red or the white and the red would be completely different contrasts. Okay. Sure, I'm not narcissistic. Okay. Your opinions don't matter to me. Either way, they have zero effect. You know, you're just some disembodied clump of letters on a screen. Yep. There's definitely not years of video and live stream evidence for me to be judged on. So if I'm a liar, you're welcome to go through the 3 years of live stream history and analyze it for yourself. But I mean, who's got time for that? I don't know about you, but I have a life. All right, back to the gossip. Since you guys are going to be dicks, I'm just not going to talk to you at all.
So Daily Mail is doing this story saying that truth about those Blake Lively and Ben Affleck rumors, why he seemingly ghosted her begging email, and Jennifer Garner's heartbreak. So if you watched my latest episodes, I did talk about the email that Blake sent to Ben Affleck in regards to It Ends With Us. She wanted help from him. She wanted him to watch the movie.
Yeah, I'll go tomorrow. 5%. You've been on the charger this whole time.
We never saw a response back from Ben Affleck, and this is apparently the reason why. So in this article, they're saying that Affleck may not have been so keen to engage with his former co-star when she allegedly asked for his help with It Ends With Us, the film at the center of the legal battle with director Justin Baldoni. And the reason is said to lie with his ex-wife, Jennifer Garner. The last thing he wants is to start a dialogue with Blake and for it to somehow go public, an insider said. He knew that would bring up bad memories for Jen. Affleck and Lively struck up a close relationship while working together in the 2010 movie. At the time, Affleck was married to Garner, with whom he had a daughter, Violet, and Serafina, now Finn. Meanwhile, Lively had been dating her Gossip Girl co-star Penn Badgley for around a year. So this is a clip from an interview that Blake and Ben did together back then. I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys if you think that something was going on between these two, but to me, it looks kind of obvious.
Fleur.
It's your first day on set.
Oh, hi. Hello.
There to tell
Welcome home.
Story in the relationship, and I was nervous the night before, and we were talking to Jeremy, and so I thought, I don't know what's gonna happen. And he said, it's just all in the eyes. What is that?
That's all I had nothing to say.
Yeah, to me that looks very suspicious. It says in this article that Jen trusts Ben, but there is a part of her that will always worry that he'll fall back into his former Playboy ways, especially when he's working with a younger co-star like Blake. A source told In Touch Weekly at the time, so this was when that happened. And the
Next
Offspring
row.
drama seemingly imploded in 2011 when nude images alleged to be of Lively were leaked online. I spoke about that here on my channel as well. So there was this huge scandal with these pictures being leaked of Blake Lively, and some people were pointing out that she had this little star tattoo on her chest somewhere, and that same star tattoo was also on her character in the town. And there were rumors, I'm just saying, allegedly these are rumors, that she sent these photos to Ben Affleck. And I've heard rumors only that Jennifer Garner found this on his phone, and she did not like that. The article says that Lively insisted at the time that the grainy X-rated snaps, which fans speculate were taken for Affleck, were 100% fake. So I'm assuming this is Leslie Sloan, and we know how trustworthy Blake Lively's publicist Leslie Sloan is, because now we've seen all her text messages.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. Okay.
Blake stories, it's all there. It's all in the newspapers. So to me, Leslie Sloan has
35%. That's what I thought.
But anyway, she said that these were 100% fake. After she came out and said that, some person released 17 more images.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Anyways, I think it's terrible when these things happen, when these kind of images get leaked, but that's beside the point here. Also, they're mentioning this story that I also mentioned in that episode where I talked about all of this, that Reese Witherspoon went on stage during the MTV Awards and said to people,
oh, Sharon, I never do.
Famous, and if you take those kind of pictures of yourself, make sure you
I never
hide
do.
your face.
I don't care about
She
those
said
people.
later, apparently, that she wasn't talking about
4,
Blake, but it was so obvious
4,
to everyone
1,
because that
3,
thing with
1.
Blake had just happened before she said this. Anyways, here's the insider or source for Ben Affleck. That person is saying this to Daily Mail. Ben didn't see any reason.
It's just that, you know, if people are going to be assholes, then they lose permission access, you know?
They're best friends. He wanted to make sure that people know
now you can just watch, and I won't talk to you.
I think everyone in Hollywood now is just like, okay, we really need to take a step back from
4,
this toxic
1, 3,
couple, and
1.
I am not their friend. He's obviously well aware of the rumors about him and Blake while he was married. It's taken years for him and Jen to get to the strong place they're at now. He felt bringing Blake into his life again would be a bad thing, not only for him, but for Jen too. They're not only great co-parenting, they're also supportive of each other in other ways too. Ben wants them to be happy and vice versa. It continues to say there isn't any evidence that he responded more than a few quick pleasantries at best, and that if he could get to it, he would. So that's maybe what he said then, and there was no point in filing that in any documents because it didn't
4,
prove
1, 3,
that
1,
he
3.
was helping her in any way. But what we got to learn was that Blake Lively reached out to him, which is the important thing here. The source continues to say that he, Ben Affleck, expects to be asked about it in future interviews, and is very happy that this all came out after his RIP press tour. But once everything gets out there, it's still been seen that Ben didn't really get into it that much and just let it be something that he let slip by and lost touch with. So yeah, I mentioned that the other day too, that I'm sure that both him and Matt Damon are very happy that these text messages didn't get released before they started promoting their new movie, RIP. I watched it. It's quite good, actually. It's on Netflix. It's a fun thrill. But anyways, I'm sure that he's very happy that he doesn't have to get dragged into more people's scandals. Ben Affleck has enough scandals as it is. And of course, his relationship to Jennifer Lopez, which has been like a mess. I don't know if they're together again or if they're not. But that email that Blake sent him, of course, first just like sucking up to him, giving him all these compliments. It's so manipulative. They're doing the same tactics every time. First, they're showering them with compliments, and then they're like, hey, could you do this for me? And could you do this for me as well? And Ben Affleck wasn't having it. He's like, sorry, not having it. You're not my friend. Yes. Anyways, as I said, I was reading some of the notes that Sony added to the script before giving it back to Justin Baldoni. As you know, they had a script writer. Her name is Christy Hall. There's a lot of controversy around her as well. But Sony also wanted to be involved in the script. And I spoke about Ange Giannetti's notes on the script already in another episode. Just this short note where she was saying it needs to be more sexy, it needs to be more hot, it needs to be more steamy. This is supposed to be an R-rated movie, and so on. And I want to go through some of her notes in another episode because I feel like they got Ryan Reynolds written all over them. But I think this one in particular is saying it all. So this is Lily and Ryle having a conversation, being flirtatious, and they're about to sleep with each other, I think. And Ryle says, excuse me, to Lily, who says, you should know I suffer from toxic masculinity. I have my own intimacy issues, so I can't do casual. I don't trust that you can hang with that, and maybe you don't want to, and that's fine. He stares for a moment, completely unreadable. Then in one swift motion, he gets off the bed. Pissed? Anyways, who added that Lily, Blake Lively's character, should be saying, you should know I suffer from toxic masculinity? Do you think that was in the book? No.
Yes, I do like earrings, but I go through phases in my life where but any earrings I wear have to be able to wear all day, every day, all night in the shower. They have to stay.
Justin read this in his own script.
So I go through phases.
That Ryan Reynolds added that his wife should say that I suffer from toxic masculinity.
There's one person who is able to buy me jewelry that nails it every time. My friend Megan. She's bought me all my favorite earrings.
I think it was Jenny Slate that she used that word.
Dude, I am burning up, dude. Look at, I'm even flushed. My eyelids are red. Dude, I have a fever. I have a fever.
Do you have to be to do something like that? Adding this internal joke, because obviously that was a joke to them. To me, this just says everything about Ryan's ego.
But
he thought it was a great idea for him to have an internal joke in that script so he could sit and laugh about it while watching the movie. It obviously doesn't add anything to the script of any value except that it's a stupid joke, a way for him to bully Justin Baldoni in his own movie. But I mean, yeah. Anyways, I also found something interesting in Jenny Slate's deposition that I didn't notice before. Because as you know, Blake convinced the entire cast that it was the Wayfair party's fault that they got backlash during the promotion, because she told them that they shouldn't really discuss the topic of this movie during the promotion of the film. They keep blaming Wayfair parties for it, and they keep blaming Sony for it, but there's no evidence that this conversation ever occurred. And Jenny Slate is asked about this in her deposition, if she was told if there were any talking points that she was given before doing press. And this is how she responds to it. Justin's attorney is asking, did you receive direction about how to talk about the film? Talking points, things along those lines from anyone? She says, I believe there was talking points from either Sony or, usually there are those. I'm not usually someone that review those, and I don't remember reviewing them. Lawyers asking, did you have your own views on how you were going to speak about the film? Nothing planned, she says. Do you recall how you spoke about the film during those promotional activities? And she says, I recall wanting to avoid drama in the sort of like social media sphere and wanting to support Blake's performance and speaking to that. Okay, and did you speak about the movie as a film of female empowerment? She says, it's quite likely. I don't recall exactly. She seems so nonchalant to me, this woman. So yeah, she's saying that she didn't really pay any attention to that. If they were given any notes on how to promote the movie. So that really makes Blake's narrative collapse. There's no emails, there's no evidence anywhere that this cast was told anything about what not to talk about in interviews. So let's go back and visit those text messages that Ryan sent Warren Zavala, his agent, over at WME, because at first, Ryan tried to blame Wayfarer for the terrible backlash. But now he's trying to make Sony take the blame and take the responsibility for what happened and the backlash that Blake received, but at the same time, blaming it on Wayfarer. Listen to this text that Ryan sent. He's, of course, writing the statement that Sony also should go public with. So Ryan says that Sony should say this. Sony would like to acknowledge the predominant narrative around It Ends With Us. This is incredibly wrong and untrue. This is part of a systematic and coordinated campaign by a crisis PR team. So he wanted Sony to go out there and say that the backlash that Blake received is due to a crisis PR team hired by Baldoni. And again, he's blaming Sony, saying that, and they let her hang on the marketing angle as well, which is unforgivable. That marketing angle that he made up. This is a mess they got her into. It's so funny how Blake Lively wrote this letter to PGA, Producers Guild of America, saying that she was responsible for everything on the movie, but she wasn't responsible for what she said in her own interviews. That's not her fault. Anyways, let's get back into it. They are not keeping her safe on every front. I text Josh Greenstein, also over at Sony, about this again this morning. The THR, the Hollywood Reporter thing they did was a joke. This morning I sent Josh this. As I spoke about in another episode, Sony actually went to the Hollywood Reporter and said, we love working with Blake and we love the way she promoted this movie and we love the way that she emphasized that this is a serious. Influenced by deep research and developed, performed by teams of experts internationally. This work is led by the studio distributing the film. So he's saying here that Sony should take the entire responsibility because he knows that the Wayfair Parties is not going to do it. And he says that Sony should say, our
Are you ready?
Release a film that covered an important subject matter that wasn't rooted in drama, but instead female triumph. That was his idea, not
I almost killed myself.
This is a choice we all made. We see and acknowledge any survivors who wish we marketed it differently. We see and acknowledge the overwhelming positive impact the message of the film itself has had. We're thrilled this movie has over-indexed and become one of the great success stories of the year. What a profound moment for women in film. So as you see here, Ryan doesn't mention once that his company, Maximum Effort, was hired to actually do the PR and marketing for the movie. He doesn't mention that in any conversations. But then Blake says this. This is quite interesting because Blake sent this overly narcissistic message to Colleen Hoover. When I read it, I was like, wow, she really believes this. It's quite scary, actually. So apparently Colleen sent her something that she reacted to, and she says, I still feel bad for him. Did she ever feel bad for Justin? I've never heard that before. To be reminded multiple times daily that he's smearing me for asking him not to SH and emotionally harass me, for making this movie better, for calling in all favors to turn out all the biggest musicians and entertainers to contribute to making this movie better, to leading a marketing campaign for free. So she's saying to Colleen over here that she and they are leading a marketing campaign.
You stay warm too.
That's not true though, because they charge them a ton of money in the end. But she's saying
Have a good night.
They're leading the marketing campaign. So of course this was sent on 11th of July before she received all the backlash for the marketing. And now here she's telling Colleen, we were leading the marketing. We are leading the marketing campaign. She continues, I literally don't know a single thing I've done that he can smear me about. Ryan says he should be writing me an apology and thank you letter every day. And instead, he chose to make a monster out of me.
Hello, Holly.
But what's my crime?
4-1.
I've only ever stayed focused on the work and given him every opportunity to make it better. And he just keeps behaving.
Oh shit, I meant to reply to Just for Fun. Earlier, I forgot.
Read this. I feel like there's something very serious wrong with Blake. I mean, she has absolutely no idea. And I actually start believing that Blake thinks that she's in the right here. She actually believes that she is a victim here. And Ryan does too. This behavior to me is just beyond anything I've ever seen in my whole life. This is just crazy. And I just wanted to read Colleen's response to this. She's saying, exactly. I think as women and mothers, we're taught to give grace until there's nothing left of us. But in times like these, sometimes it's good to be reminded that grace is wonderful until it compromises your integrity. I sometimes start to feel bad too, but I can guarantee you, he hasn't felt an ounce of guilt. He's too busy playing victim while you work your ass off to make a better movie that he gets credit for. I mean, everything that they accuse him of, they're guilty of. Anyways, when I was looking through some of these documents, I also came across Blake Lively's deposition. This was released a while back. Parties.
Oh my God, Candace. I was literally just like waiting this whole time for Candace to come on. And then once Candace comes on, I'm going to switch to TikTok. Excuse you. Why should I have to search for it? It should be like the top thing that pops up on my timeline. Oh no, it hasn't come on yet. Aww. Damn it. Alright, I'll go back to the
Of these documents, I also came across Blake Lively's deposition. This
What are you
was
doing,
released
kitty cat?
a while back, but just as a reminder again, when Blake was asked if she knew of any negative articles that was published about her that she knew came from the Wayfair parties or Justin Baldoni or Jed Wallace, who they've hired, if she knew of anything. Then the lawyer asked her, is there anything you've seen in writing that you believe that Mr. Wallace, Jed Wallace, this crisis guy, has authored that is defamatory, disparaging, or says mean things about you? That's happening currently, she said. Well, let's start with currently, sure. Currently, I don't read news about me or go on social media about me. So personally, I don't have knowledge. No. Okay, and that's of today. And going backward in time, can you identify any written things that you believe Mr. Wallace published about you that is defamatory, disparaging, in any way offending to you? A specifically article? No, I don't know any specific article. Okay, and it could be a post, anything in writing that you can look at and be like, I'm looking at this screen and reading, and you're not aware of anything that he's authored that you can actually see, whether it's a post, an article, or a video, or something like that, correct? And she says, I can't cite a specific article. In my understanding from the documents I received, is that
Girl, why are you tearing up my chair?
which contained a lot
What
of
are you
content,
doing?
but to be able to name one specific article, if that's what you're asking, no. Yeah, so Blake Lively herself.
You have literally 1,000 trees outside. Why do you do this to my chair? She's under my ass right now.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing to me
Hey!
that she wants to
Hey!
be on a stand
Cut that shit out!
in the jury and trying to explain this.
Get out of there!
Like, oh, I can't point to anything that you did.
Get out of there!
But I'm sure you did.
Get out of there! Get out of there!
Lawsuit is based on Blake Lively's feelings because she feels unpopular and she feels that
Let's
it's
go.
Maloney's fault. Anyways, talking about feelings, this article in Vogue, I mean, I read this morning and I was just
Suki!
like, what? So the journalist called Anna Fala
Get out of there!
wrote this story about Blake and
Inside my
Taylor's
chair.
marriages, and she
Scratching at
finds
it.
really
Fucking asshole.
inspiring. So
4-1.
says, can Blake Lively
Dude, I
tell
fed
us
you
to
wet cat
secure
food. I literally had Amy go to the store and get some. And you're still doing this bullshit.
She's
Suki!
the elephant in the room and
Please,
not talking
stop!
about the scheming behind the scenes of how
Get
Taylor
out of
is
there!
helping Blake
Let's go!
take down a man
Come on, Key.
and ruin his career,
Let's go.
and then to later celebrate his downfall
Come on.
in text messages to each other. No,
Come on, come out of there.
no. This journalist wants to focus on the communication
Jabuki.
skills that Blake and Taylor has. This to me just shows how incredibly deeply corrupt these magazines are and how important it is for them to have a great relationship with celebrities. So you can never trust anything that you read in these magazines. This is evidence of that. So this
There
journalist
she
is
is,
writing
you
here.
fucking demon.
It's clear that
Thank
both Lively and
you.
Swift are being
Thank
careful not
you.
to hurt or
Good
upset
girl.
each other,
She's
while
such a good
also
girl.
acknowledging
Thank
the
you.
rift is a
Thank you
real
for coming out of
potential
there.
thing. They
Thank
don't
you.
shy away from the awkwardness,
Doop.
but they don't react defensively.
Don't go
either.
back in there.
And
Hey,
each
hey,
one
hey.
nods to the broader context,
Come here.
shaping the situation.
There you go.
Swift is open about the fact that she's pulled back and gently explains her reasons, and Lively in turn
4-1
acknowledges the
3.
change in her own behavior. There's room for Swift to express how much she misses their friendship, just as there's space for Lively to reflect on their friendships she's already had to let go. Set against the gnarly court case that would soon play out is an exchange that feels all the more potent. Of course, she's not mentioning that after this, Blake Lively allegedly blackmailed her friend Taylor Swift and used her in this lawsuit as a weapon against Justin Baldoni. And the reason they're having this conversation is because Taylor Swift feels used by her friend. She's become her dragon at this point, and she doesn't like it. But let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about
Don't go in there.
these two women
Don't go in there.
communicate so honestly with each other, and how they should be an inspiration for all women. She continues to say, naming feelings is something that
Come on, Tuk Tuk. You want a treat?
with.
Come on, Tuk Tuk.
Past, it's downtailed into either letting emotions morph to outsize and absurd proportions or just ghosting, making the outcome much worse than I'd face the problems than if I'd faced the problems head on. We don't know where Lively and Swift stand today. Oh yes, we do. There is enough evidence of that. But without getting too earnest, there's something called clearly articulated, open-hearted communication here that I will continue to strive for. As I write this, there's a text I need to reply to. I think the draft is getting one more edit.
God fucking damn it!
Inspired by Blake and Taylor's text. Anyways, that's it for me today, you guys.
I just stepped on this.
So thank you so much for watching. There's still a lot to go through. There's so many things every day. I'm like, oh, I have to talk about that. I have to talk about that.
Fuck
so
me,
please stay
dude.
tuned for more of this story.
I could tell what it was as soon as I stepped on it.
Anyways, if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. And check if you've been unsubscribed.
Now I know why my dog wouldn't lay in his
After
bed.
So many people without even knowing it. And also hit the notification bell so you never miss an episode of Awesome Talk.
Any more? For fuck's sake. Oh my god. Oh, I'm getting sick. God, please don't let this kill me. Let's change my socks. I don't want to take the chance of having mouse on my shoe sock thing. Gross. I'm mean because I gave her a treat. I didn't get hurt. I stepped on a mouse, which thank God I stepped on it because otherwise it would have stayed there. So I'm not mean. My cat is just doing something she's not allowed to do, and she knows she's not allowed to do. She's a teenager, and she needs to be corrected when she does things. The way that I lured her out of the spot she was in was by calling her. Because she knows when I call her like that, she'll get treats. Girl, don't do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. No! Suki, come on, dude. Get the fuck out of there, man. I mean, I really don't care if you're in there if you're not scratching up my chair. But if you're gonna scratch up the chair, I can't trust you. Ow. How are you reaching my feet? Ow. Now it's cold. Hot flashes. I'm also having like real bad chest pain. I should go get my watch. Ow, cat! Are you kidding me? You unplugged my watch? Dude, you're a terror. She's literally under my ass, but she's like where my feet are, and she's snagging my feet. Girl, you better get from under there. Get out. I don't want to squish you. When I was a baby, I think I was like, I don't know, like 3 months old. My mom put me in a chair and went to the bathroom, and my dad came along and sat on me. And then he rubbed his ass in the chair like this, and he was like, "Get out my chair, cat!" And I have deformed ribs because of that. Alright. So hopefully my watch will tell me if I'm having any serious heart issues. Suki! I need a man like I need a hole in the head. She's playing with her fucking jingle toy under the chair. Sounds like my watch is catching up. Dude, my fever is fucking spiking right now, dude. I'm starting to get really fucking... I need to call that number. Time is it? 2:30. Oh yeah, me too. It's gonna be a few days. I know that my kiddo is sick, and I just went on, I don't know, Saturday. I went over there Saturday, and I, you know, brought him things that he needs, and took him to go do, you know, some stuff or whatever. But he was pretty sick. He had been sick for a few days by that point. But man, yeah. He's a tough kid because, man, this is fucking no joke shit. Called him this morning to see how he was feeling, and he said he was feeling pretty good. Much better. But I don't even have any, like, ibuprofen or Tylenol or anything like that. So, like, I'm going to have to go get it myself, and I'm going to be all achy and feverish, like, in the store. Does not sound like a good time. Hey, whoa, whoa, calm down there, chickie. Oh man, my eyelids are like burning me, you know, like that kind of fevery feeling. It's not a good time. My poor baby. Did Candace start yet? Oh, thank you, Kay. Candace's Owens is on, everybody. She's going for Erica, so it's getting good. Y'all should tune in.
Good evening, my fellow Goyam. How's that? I've decided that when you guys actually move to elect me the dictator of the United States, or maybe the dictator of the world, that's how I will greet you guys every night and bring you the news. I don't know how your weekend went, but I was marked safe from being in the Epstein files. Me, Ye, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, we were marked safe. Boy, oh boy, were we right. We were so right. This podcast, can I just say that it's actually aging like fine wine? Because this was me on like Thursday of last week. Take a listen. This is the synagogue of Satan. I do not go halfway with defending pedophiles. Goodbye. Are you out of your minds? I hate all of you. I think you guys are all a part of the same demonic entity. Your God is Satan. You guys are Baal worshippers. You will continue to kill and sacrifice children until you feel that demon rewards you. And I stand against you. You're intense. Yeah, this is how I feel about these people. They are satanic, right and left at the top. I'm kind of feeling like I actually didn't go hard enough. Anyway, today we are going max like always. Welcome back to Candace. Start with the obligatory question. Are we still talking about
What are you doing up there?
Files? Are we still talking about
Yeah, you better get down. Get down.
Yes, actually, we are Trump.
Get down from there. You're not allowed up there. Get down.
Tangled up in this, that you keep
Get down.
Secret to protect the elites knowing what you most definitely know that they are up to. Because if we know, how could you not know? You know who was not surprised at all while reading through the Epstein files? Any person that's been watching this show.
Any person who's been like paying attention for the last 30 years.
That are in my book club. Shout out to the people that are in the book club, because the book that we are currently reading is so on time right now. Quite literally, we're completing this book on Friday, Sigmund Freud and the Jewish Mystical Tradition. After having read previously The Assault on Truth, those people were not surprised at all, because I took you through it. What Sigmund Freud and his B'nai B'rith Freemason boys actually believe about you, what they believe, how they have accomplished things, this false dialectic, their means to accomplish running Western society, breaking apart Christian empires. Yes, he hated Christians. It's a fact. He wrote about it extensively. He hated Catholics. And yes, they perform rituals. That is not an imagination. It's not a conspiracy. The only conspiracy are those that are colluding to hide those facts. And now we can really stick our noses down at them. And no, I want to be clear. This is not Judaism. This isn't your grandma's Judaism. It's a cult mysticism. That's the way that it's able to move through seemingly all the faiths, right? Aleister Crowley. How could you have the Star of David once upon a time? What was it, before 1914? That was the flag of Morocco. That's weird. That's not a Jewish nation. What does it actually symbolize? Occult mysticism. That's why it's on the cover of Aleister Crowley's books. If you're going to perform magic and rituals. And yes, sorry guys, gotta wake up. It's a Monday. We gotta get you there. They deem children to be a necessary part of their initiation rituals. This I'm going to read from you is actually a direct quotation from Sigmund Freud. Okay? Person that was hailed as a hero. We were in high school and middle school, and he's the father of modern psychology. Yeah, guys, that's kind of the problem. That is kind of the problem, actually. Anyway, to contextualize this, he's writing a letter to his best friend, also the person he was having a gay affair with, who mentored him, Wilhelm Fliess. Now, I should skip to the part and tell you, Wilhelm Fliess also molested his own son, Robert Fliess. Robert Fliess spoke about that when he got older. But Sigmund Freud is writing to Wilhelm Fliess after he gets initiated, because they wait until you're 36 to initiate you into the occult mystic Kabbalah. Okay, I'm going to read you what he writes. He's referring to a patient we previously hadn't understood before his initiation, who came in, and she spoke to him about what she experienced when she was a child. He writes, imagine I obtained a scene, which means a patient was speaking about this, about the circumcision of a girl, the cutting of a piece of her labia,
Yee.
sucking up the blood, following which the child was given a piece of the skin to eat. He then fast forwards and he says, I dream therefore of a primeval devil religion whose rites are carried on secretly, and I understand the harsh therapy of the witches' judges. And then he speaks about this. Freud is implying here, by the way, this we are so anti-Semitism proof. This book was written by a guy who was the director of the Freud archives. He read Freud's unpublished works and determined that, yeah, Freud knew that the children were being abused in Vienna, and he created a social science, psychology, to help gaslight those children. This is what you got to be aware of. This is all real. It's not imagined. These are not kooky people on the internet that are telling you this. Quite the opposite. And then this guy, Jason Masson, who writes this book, writes that Freud is implying
I could never be a
here
therapist
that
for
the
that
Sabbaths
reason, because it
were
feels like
real
it's all you do is
events,
gaslight
part of
people.
a ritualized religion in which sexual perversions were acted out. So he was aware that this was happening. And in case you are not aware, Sigmund Freud, the background story there is wild, right? He was once an outcast in the very tight-knit, perverted psychology club in Vienna because he told the truth. He went to the morgue, he examined children who had died after they were horrifically murdered and sexually assaulted, and then he also
Bro,
saw
shit is just
patients
like everywhere you
who were
turn,
children
talking
who were still
about
alive,
fucking
telling
shit
him
I don't
stories
want to
of what
have
they
to
lived
hear
through. He
about.
determined
They're
after speaking
forcing
to
me
these
to learn
children,
about things I don't
they were all
want
telling the
to.
truth, and so he gets ostracized from
To be a
the
fucking expert
psychology
in
community.
child
He's
sex
like, no, this is
abuse
actually happening, and it's
in
also
order to just like
incestuous. And they go, get out of
not
here. You
be
can't be with us. You can't publish
gaslit
this
by our
paper.
government.
Oh no, what would the
It's
goyim
fucking
think?
ridiculous.
He actually did publish his findings, and like I said, the pervert turned on him. Then, remarkably, at the age of 36, he partakes in a ritual during which he's welcomed into the club, and he changes his mind, and he writes to Wilhelm Fliess that he now understands. Okay, so that's what I just read to you. Like, he now understands what is happening, and that is why you need to wake up and recognize that this is what is happening in our world. And what he's referring to are ancient pagan festivals and ceremonies that center around the Earth's cycles of death and rebirth. And so to make this extra clear to you, we are not in a war between monotheistic faiths. The people that we are fighting are effectively pagan gypsies who have been wearing the cloak of Judaism, I would say, since the fall of the missing Khazarian Empire. Khazars were a nomadic Turkic tribe who adopted Judaism in the 8th century. Now, Freud, this part is important. We're going to get to what's in Epstein's emails because, man, if I didn't tell you guys the truth, Freud himself was a racist, okay? He was a part, like I said, of the Freemason group in Ibarith, which had, if you don't know
Ooh,
what
I don't
an
like
Ibarith
Morrissey,
is, you gotta
as
wake
if.
up, especially if you're in America, okay?
Yes,
That
I
blood,
am on a school bus. I'm
it's
not
Jewish
alone with
supremacists.
15
They had
cats. I have a
everything to do with the Civil
child.
War in America. They excel at creating the false dialectic, the North versus the South, the left versus the right. Ulysses S. Grant
And a husband.
notoriously expelled Jews from
My
his
husband and I live
districts,
separately
Tennessee,
because it's better for our
Mississippi,
relationship.
Kentucky. You think he was just like what, another white supremacist? Everyone's just a white supremacist. I mean, another, they would have called him a white supremacist, or he was anti-Semitic. Everybody's just anti-Semitic.
We're about to
this
move
had
in
everything to do with
together
what they were
in
putting up at these
June.
lodges, B'nai B'rith. That then subsequently became the ADL after the ritualistic murder of a Catholic girl named Mary Pagan. There is no hiding that anymore. I don't care if Dennis Prager's going to write another letter and say, that's not true. This case is not real. It's happened so many times during the same dates, the same holiday season, all throughout history, that it is getting ridiculous to not acknowledge that this is true and this is real. And the Epstein files create an opportunity for us to discuss this, to hear the way they speak about us behind closed doors, exactly how Sigmund Freud spoke. It's racist, right? I want to make it clear that this is, for them, a religious philosophy, a racist perspective that we are goyim, meaning cattle, that are meant to be herded and ruled over. I said this at the end of last year. said this is how I am being treated because I don't listen to them. Hence their psychotic, obsessive, and frankly, their evil manner in which they have confronted me simply trying to move on in my life after realizing I don't want to work for Zionist psychopaths. I just don't want to do that if that's cool. To them, that's akin to a buck that won't break. How dare you? They feel as maybe you or I would feel if an animal beat us at a game of chess. That's what it feels like when Candace is just like, peace, I'm out, and her life is not subsequently ruined and over. And they will keep publishing things and calling me names. Everything she's saying is an anti-Semitic conspiracy until the emails drop. And Jeffrey Epstein, who worked on behalf of the Rothschilds, according to him, wrote that in an email, the Rothschilds who credit themselves with having created which nation state? Oh, right, Israel. Israel, the same nation state that is having a bunch of women say that they were ritualistically abused in a forest by rabbis. That's happening in the Knesset right now, that nation state, saying that they were 3, 4 years old when this happened. He's saying, those are my bosses, the Rothschilds. And here is a brief, but by no means an extensive coverage video that was put together by, I assume this guy must be Goy, right? Goy? Some Goy TikToker contrarian put this together. Take a listen.
Israel is mentioned twice as much as Donald Trump in the new documents. Here he is discussing with Roger Schenck, a Jewish-American academic and hedge fund worker, saying Jews create vast fortunes by manipulating markets and creating financial speculation and exploiting labor. He says, let the Goyim deal in the real world. In a discussion with the Rothschild family, Epstein says if they overthrew the Ukrainian government, there would be great opportunities. The Rothschild family paid Epstein $25 million for certain algorithms. While talking to Peggy Seigel, August 7th of 2010, she asks if an event is going to be 100% Jewish. He says no, they'll have Goyim in abundance. But don't worry, they're just brilliant wasps from JP Morgan. Joshua Finkelstein, BlackRock's Larry Finkelstein's son, is accused of not having any respect for non-Jews, seeing them as not human. This is from his ex-girlfriend, Svetlana. He pressures her to have an abortion. In 2017, Epstein has a conversation talking about if you want to hire the best people, you have to hire only Jews. Only hire those who can prove they are genetically Jewish. Maria Farmer, one of the first victims to come out and name Epstein.
I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called Elan and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. They're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else.
Said that their operation was motivated by Jewish supremacy.
Anybody gonna say that that's not real anymore? Hey, really bad time, Rob McCoy, who wrote a public letter accusing me of being anti-Semite. Can you get some of that energy towards Israel, your masters? Because I won't have them be mine. I can't. I recognize it for what it is. It's using money, finances to whip people into shape, so to speak. I know, like I said, the true history of the slave trade.
Hello,
and,
hello.
The amazing ability to write themselves out every time is really special. It's super unique. And like I said, if you want to know what happened to America, you have to start to trace the lineage of the B'nai B'rith lodges. Look at, probably books that obviously that you would never ever be able to read in high school. You have to start to conduct research independently. Ben Shapiro's family ancestors, B'nai B'rith, okay? Barry Weiss, B'nai B'rith. That's why when you see these differences and amongst Jewish people, they want you to make the mistake of thinking that this is what all Jews are doing, and it's not true, okay? There's such a fundamental difference between a Dave Smith and a Ben Shapiro. I have a suspicion that I could quit working. Like if I just texted Dave Smith and I said, I don't want to be friends or ever work together in any capacity ever again, I gotta feel like he would just let me move on in my life. I got this suspicion that he wouldn't. But you can see that there's like something else brewing when it comes to people like Barry Weiss and Ben Shapiro. They can't let these things go because they view themselves as supposed to be over us, right? And they also won't criticize people like Jeffrey Epstein. Now, in case you did not pay attention to what was termed Pizzagate back in 2016, the short of it is that the DNC email server got hacked, and off of those emails, they were published publicly by Julian Assange, WikiLeaks, and there was a strange amount of references to pizza parties, grown adult men, government employees, men, referring to pizza in ways and within a context that made it seem as though they obviously were not referring to literal pizza, having had parties on ranches and referring to pizza. I'm going to give you an example here. This email went to John Podesta. It was sent to him from someone named Catherine Tate. These are very old, obviously, or else we would have hidden her email. She writes, "Hi, John. The realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Is it yours? It can send it if you want. I know you're busy, so feel free not to respond if it's not yours or you don't want it. Also, weird specific orders of pizza and hot dogs." That was the beginning of that entire scandal that they tried to downplay and pretend that it was crazy. Well, I should let you know the FBI has already formally acknowledged that pizza is used as a code word amongst pedophiles. So that's not an illusion, that's real. No conspiracy needed. Epstein emails, people are diving back in there. What are we to make of these 900 plus emails referring to pizza in real ways? You guys can look through these yourself, okay? Of course, there are the Jeffrey Epstein emails. Some emails which we're never going to see, and photos that we're never going to see regarding murder, killing people, calls to kill people. I'm sure they're going to explain this. She's looking all the time. Todd Blanche has already come out and said that they're sparing us the videos. So we should just assume that there are graphic videos that pertain to death based on his statement. And I'm going to pivot here.
That's what I said.
A very strange email, which was covered by James Lee. Take a listen.
Why is this name redacted? You would think the DOJ would want to investigate someone who sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, quote, "I give you permission to kill him." Well, thankfully for all of us, the DOJ sucks at their job, and there's actually another version of that email that is less redacted, or more accurately, poorly redacted. Check this out. "I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with Olga. He lied to you. He lied to me." And you can kind of make out the name here to be one Susan Hamblin. Here's an enhanced image. You can read right there, Susan Hamblin. So who is Susan Hamblin? Well, she is evidently a financial advisor and founder of the adoption agency Kids to Families. Looks like the agency no longer exists, but I was able to find this archive in the Wayback Machine. At this point, we still don't know who Olga is, but according to reporting, it says that the only time the name has come up in the Epstein case is when his former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, recounted getting a massage from a woman of the same name at Epstein's place. Now, interestingly, a few years ago, Susan Hamblin...
Ooh, has anyone searched Alan Dershowitz's name?
...publisher of The Sun, who had printed that Susan Hamblin had groomed and procured a 16-year-old woman to be sexually abused by Epstein and told her that Epstein would kill her and her family if she told anyone what Epstein had done. They've since removed those articles and agreed to pay her a substantial compensation. But one Sue Hamblin can be seen in this photo with Jeffrey Epstein describing her to be his alleged assistant, as well as this photo of her leaving Jeffrey Epstein's New York City apartment, describing her as a long-term confidant. A lot of stuff going on here, but the lesson is that this is all information that the DOJ wants to hide from us, but thank goodness the internet is still undefeated.
Also, I love that he's wearing a CIA t-shirt. James, great work. So many independent journalists. Thankfully for independent journalists, or this would have all been buried. I mean, if you just look to what the public was trying to say, they've even been trying to rehabilitate some of these people. Alan Dershowitz, it's unbelievable that this man has gone through so many people like Mark Levin and, of course, Barry Weiss, always the staunch defenders of Israel. Nothing to see here, nothing to look at. People, this was going viral this weekend. People rightfully going back and examining, and Shapiro once again working diligently, as he did with Pizzagate, to tell people to dismiss the Epstein emails because he had sources and everything we needed to know was already out. Take a listen.
She went out there and claimed there were tens of thousands of hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. And I also have sources in the federal government who are covering this stuff and have seen the documents. Okay, those tapes are just child porn. That's all. That's what they are. That's why the FBI is not releasing them. Okay, as far as the Epstein list, what I have been told by my sources is that there is no Epstein list. And basically, there's a black book of Jeffrey Epstein contacts. And the vast majority of those contacts are already out there publicly. That's why you know names like Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz or some of the names that have been mentioned here. Those contacts, there is no evidence, according to the DOJ and the FBI, and again, that's public. There's no evidence that any of those third parties were having girls trafficked to them. And that is not evidence that was made clear, certainly, to the DOJ or the FBI. Here is Tucker then asserting that it was actually Mossad. Again, without evidence, that not a shock. Of course, this is where Tucker was going. This has become the hot speculation on the internet, is without evidence. You say that Mossad was running Jeffrey Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett, the former Israeli prime minister, said, quote, "As a former Israeli prime minister, with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't." And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is that Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States, since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified information to the Israeli government, who's prosecuted by the United States government and ended up in prison.
I didn't watch
for
this whole
almost
clip.
30
This is
years.
hilarious.
And so Israel since then has not spied on the United States with Mossad.
Okay, guys. Well, there you have it. It's just, I don't know how he does it with a straight face. I just like, well, anyway, guys, there's millions of emails, but don't even like, it's like, Mossad hasn't been doing nothing. I know it seems weird because BB's like always here or whatever, and we seem to be doing their bidding everywhere. But the Mossad just like said in 9 days, they were like, I'm a chill. And they haven't done a single thing here at all. I know it might look that way. Miriam Adel said, she doesn't even know their name. She doesn't know who they are, actually. She's doing her thing and she's giving Trump $200 billion, but it ain't got nothing to do with the Mossad. So I just wanted to bring you that stunning report from Ben Shapiro. Thank you for clarifying, Benjamin. Nicki Minaj also went off in a series of tweets after it was revealed that Jay-Z was mentioned in one of the emails. Now, I'm going to wait for a little more information regarding this email because I don't want to be first to publish, because they are now saying that some of these emails came in later when people were allowed to then just flood the FBI with reports. That might not be right either, so just give me some more time to look into it. But the point is Jay-Z was mentioned here, and it was in the context of being with Harvey Weinstein, watching somebody be assaulted. I'll definitely have more for you guys. And basically a bunch of people rightfully unfollowed Jay-Z. I have not been a Jay-Z fan for a very long time. It is very obvious. He sold us out to the feds. He's clearly working for the feds. I have always believed that the individual that came forward and was honest about what was happening with Diddy and Cass and talking about how the feds do deal with rappers, they give them tons of money and then they move drugs in. That just felt
my eyelids are red. I have a fever. At least my eyes aren't too bloodshot.
He was involved in, and so yeah, Nicki Minaj had a lot to say because she feels vindicated in many ways about speaking about how the hip-hop industry works, that you have to get involved with a lot of this stuff, and if you don't, they will essentially blackball you. And you know what? Ye has spoken about how you get blackballed in the industry. He was obviously too sleepy and never got to those tweets that he was going to author because he was very tired and he needed a nap, but he was about to let loose on a bunch of people who were doing the blackballing, and I do very much believe that Jay-Z is a part of that.
Yeah, but you remember Kanye supported Diddy.
Will come out and people are unfollowing
She
him.
just
Anyways, here's what
doesn't
Nicki Minaj
mention
had
that
to
part.
say. She wrote, "Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them as a form of blood sacrifice to their god. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood. However, the jig is up." And yeah, she's not the first person in Hollywood to say that. I mean, every time we show you things, even when we showed you the CERN activity that was happening, which somebody caught on tape, they just came out and were like, oh, we were just faking. That was just like fun. That's what scientists do. They dress up in the middle of the night and pretend to stab women before a statue of Shiva. That's kind of what they told us about CERN. I just don't know how much could be in our face anymore before we wake up and realize these people are ruling over us, and they win when we're fighting with each other. That's just the reality. I really don't see how you can have a ton of success in Hollywood and not be in the club, because Hollywood was founded upon this. Hollywood Babylon, we spoke to you about this. In our book club, they quite literally imported people from Vienna, where Sigmund Freud was, where his boys were. They imported them and they made them directors, they made them actors, they made them actresses, and they were tasked with destroying Christianity, just as they were doing upon the European continent. I don't have time to tell you guys about World War II. Just assume that everything that they told you is incorrect and upside down. They're lying about what happened yesterday. They sure as hell are not telling us the truth about what happened during World War II. And I just don't really care what you call me. It's time for everyone to wake up. And we're not getting all of these files. Obviously, they are protecting a ton of people. The fact that you can't find like the Adelsons in here is completely ridiculous. People that are still in power, like they're active agents in America today, are all being protected, which is why it was super interesting to see them sort of throw Peter Thiel under the bus. That was interesting. Like I said, you can trace this stuff through politics, through Hollywood, the Jewish occultists, mystics that established these industries. But Peter Thiel, his emails went up there, and it ain't good for JD Vance. I'll tell you that right away. I think this is plausibly the biggest scandal to come out of I guess I should say, the most consequential thing to come out of these emails that I can see right now. There's millions to go through.
Other than
So
like
we'll have
Trump
more, and we'll be reporting
stuff.
more. But JD Vance, he was kind of, they had him there, right? Like, he's going to be running in 2028. He's not been leaning super into the Zionist stuff. He seems to be abstaining, has been quiet during the whole Epstein thing. It definitely didn't seem like he agreed with it. But everyone knows that Peter Thiel effectively funded JD Vance's career. He probably had something to do with JD Vance getting the deal with Netflix to do his book, A Hillbilly Elegy, I think it was called. And Peter Thiel, who was mentioned early on as being someone who was friends with Epstein, went on to Rogan at the end of last year and sort of intimated that he really didn't know Epstein that well, but spoke to him mainly just about math because he knew about taxes and how to avoid them. Take a listen.
I met Epstein a few times as well, and I think...
How'd you get introduced?
It was Reid Hoffman in Silicon Valley introduced us in 2014. But it was basically...
Hello, Frank Martinez. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Didn't ask enough questions about it.
When you were introduced to him, how was he described to you?
He was described as one of the smartest tax people in the world.
Interesting.
And I probably was my moral weakness that I.
Well, how could you have known back then? He had never been arrested.
And this was 2014. It was post arrest.
Rogan is a plant, by the way.
Arrest, right?
Yeah,
which was like
2007, 08.
Okay.
That's very true.
So, but you assume he didn't go to jail for that long.
Right.
It was probably not as serious as alleged. There was certainly the illusion through all these other people that I trusted. Reid, who introduced us, was started LinkedIn. He was maybe too focused on business networking, but I thought he always had good judgment in people.
When the went down and Epstein gets arrested for the second time, were you like, oh, well, there you go?
I've thought about it. I thought a lot about it as a result. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And thought about it, he did, because he was emailing Jeffrey Epstein a lot, meeting up with him a lot. Definitely sounds like they were very close, inviting him to the island. Basically, this guy's going to be here from Europe. Also, you should come this weekend. They were together all throughout New York, constantly messaging each other. It is not a good look. There is no question these two were friends. And I do not accept that the person who's effectively spying on all of us, he's got to deal with the military through Palantir, by the way, should be clear. He also, the Palantir boys were put onto Fort Huachuca Air Base.
Is that my hair touching me? Okay, that scared me.
And now we're supposed to believe that he just like, I couldn't look in any further. I had no context to figure out what Epstein was accused of. And I decided to still be friends with him, despite all the allegations, despite him admitting to what he did, right? He caught a plea deal via Acosta, who was told to leave Epstein alone. That's if Acosta is to be believed, that's the reason why he had to basically give him a slap on the wrist. And we're supposed to believe Peter Thiel, with all of his resources, just went to trust me, bro. I'm not buying it. And this is now a major problem for JD Vance. There's no other way to say it. JD Vance is going to have to answer for this. This is not going to be something he can wiggle around. And I don't think he is going to make a statement on Peter Thiel. I think that's going to be interesting. that is going to be very interesting, the implications of that. But also interesting that they threw Peter Thiel under the bus. Because they're protecting the other homies. Like I said, I expect the Kushners to be in here. Obviously, his connections to the Mossad. I mean, there's a little bit. He's setting up meetings. Bibi Netanyahu, who Barack's all over it.
2-1,
He's
2-1,
writing
2-1,
emails and
2-1,
making kind of some jokes, which suggest like about Robert Maxwell and things of that nature. But they've cleaned this up majorly. I also expected to see some other names, which would bring us a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder, in my opinion. So we're getting something. We are not getting anywhere near everything, and that's why Thomas Massey is demanding for there to be more release. And also, these should be unredacted. You're talking about murdering people. You should be allowed to see that. You should be able to see exactly who is sending all of these emails when you're speaking about children and the things that you are doing to children in ritualistic acts. Anyways, the next thing I want to say, interestingly enough, is that last week on Thursday, the timing of this is incredible, but Andrew Colbert and the alleged Mikey McCoy and his wife went down to meet with the White House, and they wanted the public to think that they were in Arizona. They ran this interview with Kash Patel on Charlie Kirk's show, which is supposed to be live every day. You can fake a live, you can make it a pre-record, but it's interesting that they were actually meeting with top brass at the White House. I'm looking for details about what that meeting was about, because I just need to know. There's a lot about pageantry in these emails. It seems like Jeffrey Epstein was practically picking these girls to win pageants. There's obviously a lot about his real estate empire, and they have conveniently redacted the names of some of these beauty queens, which I find to be a little bit suspicious. With what I know about Jeffrey Epstein and the way that he was moving with Jean-Luc Brunel and going to these industries like Victoria's Secret, like Miss Universe, and I think that that's how Trump is caught up into it and is also being rinsed out of these files. They were trafficking through these organizations. We know this for a fact, modeling organizations like M Model Management with Jean-Luc Brunel. And so I'm going to need that all redacted. I want to know who are all these pageant queens that he was speaking to. He was asking to see portfolios of women virtually at all of the schools in New York. He was basically running New York City. Yeah, I want to know everything. Which brings me to Erica Kirk, of course, because she made it clear that she first and foremost wants J.D. Vance in the White House. That was kind of a bizarre push at AmFest right away. And we have been working to verify her Fort Huachuca alibi. We're having some major problems. More about that when we get back from a quick sponsor break. All right, you guys, thanks to you, last year Preborn helped rescue over 80,000 babies, and today you can help save even more. Every single day, thousands of women hear the same devastating lie that abortion is their only option, that they're alone, and that there's no hope. But everything changes the moment a mother in crisis walks into a Preborn Network clinic and sees her baby on an ultrasound. That one moment doubles her chance of choosing life. So it's not just an image on a screen, it's actually hearing her baby's heartbeat, maybe even for the very first time. And in that moment, she suddenly realizes that life is growing inside of her. And it's not a problem that needs to be solved, it's actually a life that needs to be protected. Let's be there for her in that beautiful moment with love, prayer, and support. For just $28, you can provide one life-saving ultrasound, and $140 provides 5 ultrasounds and 5 chances for life. This year, let's make it the biggest baby-saving year in history. Take a stand, be bold, speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. To donate, dial #250 and say the keyword baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also remind you guys about Mimi Skincare. You know I love them. One of the reasons I have stayed with them is that it makes consistency really easy. There's so much noise around skincare, new launches, new routines, new promises, and most of it just encourages people to keep switching. I don't think that helps anyone in the long run. I stick with Mimi because it's clean, simple, and it's built for long-term use. January is already overwhelming for a lot of people because your skin is dealing with the cold air and the dry heat. Your schedule is probably
yes, I'm in a
packed and
bus.
everything feels
No,
louder
I'm
than
not a
usual.
witch.
That's not the time to complicate things. It's a time to stay consistent. Mimi Skincare is made here in America and built around that same idea of discipline over trends. So make Mimi your friend in skincare. Visit mimiskincare.com today. Make sure to use my code Candace10 at checkout to save an additional 10% off your order. That's NIMIskincare.com. Do you guys ever wonder why Hillary Clinton in those WikiLeaks emails was asking a few days before we invaded Iraq? She was trying to locate Gilgamesh's tomb. I don't know if you guys read the Epic of Gilgamesh. I certainly did when I was at university. Effectively, it has been long suspected that Gilgamesh was actually Nimrod in the Bible. Okay, so think of the Tower of Babel. We can build society. We're greater than God. Why would Hillary Clinton be looking for that tomb in Iraq? That's what Gilgamesh is featured in, Iraq, present-day Iraq. Yeah, okay, so you gotta wake up, guys. It's all real. They made you think that this was hocus pocus. It's not. They are practicing ancient witchcraft. Who knows what they were going to attempt to do with that? But a lot of our activities in the Middle East have nothing to do with a war on terror. In fact, we kind of are the terrorists. Being honest, what the CIA's been up to, we kind of are the terrorists. That's how you kill 1 million Iraqis, by just lying and saying they're weapons of mass destruction. No, they just mass murdered people, but they are also destroying ancient sites. The reason for that is because you cannot, as they want to be, this is what the AI future was about, they want there to be no past, and they will control the ever-present, right? You say this happened yesterday, they'll delete a file, it didn't happen yesterday anymore. So they want to go back and they want to destroy all of these relics. That's why there's this obsession with getting into Armenia, which they're working on right now, Iraq, Iran. That's exactly what I think. Iran is another place where there's so much history. But they have not been successful in destroying the ancient temples, which show you that the Star of David, it was never associated with Judaism. Jews, please wake up. The Kiddush cup, that is the traditional symbol of Judaism. It even says this on Wikipedia, that this did not emerge until the 17th century, right? 1666 was when that guy who was a mystic declared himself to be the Messiah. And they adopted this symbol because it's actually from Solomon's seal, the people that believed that Solomon's ring held power. And I want to show you this because they have done a very good job of destroying a lot of these relics of these Baal temples. They have not done a complete job. Baal is, they are making sacrifices to Baal. That is the sacrifice that these pagans are making, with constant bloodshed of children. Now, I want to show you this. I don't know if you have pulled this in yet, Skylar. Some of these relics, like in Baalbek, Lebanon. Yeah, here we go. This is still present today, but they're obviously, Israel is trying to take over Lebanon right now. That won't be here for a very long time. And then we have another Baal temple where you can see that Star of David, which is also all over Aleister Crowley, not a Jew, all over his books on ritualistic magic. Is the quote-unquote Star of David. You have to know this. The symbolism means everything to them. And I implore the Jewish community, you're so diligent at learning history. It's sitting right there. Start with Sigmund Freud, something recent, if you will, and then just start working backward. That's kind of what I did when I recognized these fringe movements. The Frankist cult, long speculated that Jacob Frank was funded by the Rothschild family. Well, we certainly know Jeffrey Epstein was, according to him. He was funded by the Rothschild family. So all these rumors about the Rothschilds, probably not rumors. They just have a lot of money and they pay people off. It's how you get these pastors to lie, these all across all religions that will lie and dissuade their people. And again, nobody can give you a reason as to why the Moroccan flag, the flag of Morocco, was a 6-pointed Star of David. Now it's 5 stars, but it was 6 stars. When the Alawite dynasty, I hope I'm saying that right, the Alawite dynasty, probably not saying it right, began to take over. What have they been doing in Morocco, guys? They have been, Aleister Crowley, why do you think they all traveled to Morocco? Going back to Macron, he loved Andre Gide. They were molesting Muslim kids. That's the reason, and that still goes on today. If you're following the Brigitte story, right, it runs right through to Morocco. Anyways, just wanted to get that off because I feel that this is a very important episode because it's time for everybody to wake up around the world, okay? Turn around, the person next to you, the monotheistic faiths, they have all been infiltrated in one way or another by these Satanists. That's what they are. Cutting back into the Charlie Kirk story, something amazing, and I cannot believe I missed this, okay? So I suddenly thought, let me just try to work through actually every minute and every hour of the last 48 hours leading up to September 10th for both Erica and Charlie. I started with Charlie and just trying to confirm what had been said, public statements that were made from people in his inner circle about his whereabouts, also Erica's whereabouts. And unbelievably, I did not catch this, probably because nobody actually watches or listens to Josh Hammer. But he came out once I released the text message. I said it was on September 8th that he texted and said, I'm abandoning the pro-Israel cause. Well, Josh Hammer came out and clarified that actually Charlie sent that text message on September 9th, the day before he died. Here's what Josh Hammer said in his own words. Take a listen.
Candace Owens seized on this totally out of context screenshot of Charlie Kirk being very upset that a Jewish donor was withholding his $2 million donation. And she used this as an attempt to say, oh, Josh Hammer's lying, that Charlie Kirk remained pro-Israel until his final moments.
Yeah.
But she's also holding aside that 2 hours after this screenshot, if you look at the timestamps, 2 hours after that, I and a few others were in a small Zoom chat, a small Zoom call with Charlie Kirk the night before he was killed, that Charlie organized. Charlie organized this Zoom call for the express purpose of trying to make sure that he had all the best answers, the best messaging advice for how to speak about Jewish-Christian relations and the Israel question on college campuses.
Okay, first and foremost, I just want to say he's so full of crap. The idea that Charlie had just gotten back from Korea and was like, oh, please help me, Josh Hammer. You're a complete idiot. Please help me learn how to speak to college students. Josh Hammer and a rabbi who lives in Israel. Like, there was nobody else available. You know what time it must have been in Israel for him to organize this call? Why is he doing it with this rabbi, was it Wojcicki, whatever his last name is? You're not going to just call, like, Dennis Prager, who you're apparently writing a Shabbat Shalom book with? It seems a little suspect. So you're actually clarifying for us something that's amazing. This is a stunning admission, okay? Because we know that when Charlie got off of this phone call, he texts that evening a text message to Dan Flood and Andrew Colbert saying, they're going to kill me. You should have left it at September 8th because now the September 9th schedule is looking a little bit suspect. Let's pull that up. I want you guys to see this. Let's go to September 9th first, okay? So we know, which I've been able to confirm, that Charlie had an appearance in the Will Kane show. That's from his TPUSA office. Erica said that Charlie had the call with Josh Hammer around this time. This is, guys, just so you know, this is Arizona time, okay? That she was getting her nails done around this time. That's what she told me in person. Well, 3:54 p.m., she's referring to the chat. Charlie sends out that text message regarding leaving the pro-Israel cause. 6 o'clock p.m., again, this is according to Josh Hammer, because he says 2 hours later, which would have been 5:54 p.m., 6 o'clock p.m., Josh Hammer and this rabbi that literally is based in Israel have a Zoom call with Charlie. So he sends a message, the chat explodes, people are pulling out their money, he's saying, I have no choice to abandon the pro-Israel cause. Then this rabbi stays up and Josh Hammer stays up. They have a call with Charlie about talking points to do what he's done his entire career because he doesn't know how to do this himself. He's turning to Josh Hammer, who he does not have a great relationship with, to help him massage out his points. Okay. He's getting messages from Bob Shillman. Everyone's pulling out their money. And then we know that after that, he's going to have dinner with Erica and the kids and a priest to pray over him, according to Erica. We are told that that prayer is related to a Jezebel article that published. By the way, I actually don't believe that at all. I'm just going to put that out there. Just because of my relationship with Charlie and how much we texted about ridiculous articles and laughed at them, for me to think that suddenly on some feminist website somebody wrote something saying they bought an Etsy spell that would send him so over the edge that he would call a priest doesn't pass the sniff test for me. But we just looking at the schedule. He's fighting with Jewish donors. They're taking out his money. Bob Shillman takes out his money. He then schedules this call with a rabbi and Josh Hammer. No, they were talking him off.
Oh, Heather.
He's in the chat. He's saying, I want Candace back. Confirmed. This happened on September 9th now. I want Candace back. I want to have her. He's also texting other people saying, I want to have Candace back. Confirmed on September 9th. Now you got, a panic call. Come on, let's talk through this. Don't bring Tucker and Candace. Let's talk through this. He's not looking to debate with a rabbi. Hey, help me debate. This is asinine. If they want us to believe he needed a rabbi, a priest, and a pastor in the last 24 hours of his life, all helping him with talking points, okay. So then get that schedule back up. He ends this call. He has to have dinner in this hour, which I've confirmed. He did have dinner with his family and the priest to pray over him, this priest, at dinner. And then he messages Dan Flood and Andrew and says they're going to kill me. But he was obviously talking about the trannies. His day was being impacted by Israel. He was referring to Israel when he said that. He was referring to Israel. And I have one more thing to tell you. And this is really going to knock your socks off. This is crazy. I've clocked Erica on another lie. A big lie. I went back to my source. Remember I told you when I broke the story and then she had to admit that he texted Dan Flood. First she said, oh, he never texted Dan Flood, whatever, I have his phone. And then I was like, Andrew Colvett told me and my source had access to Dan Flood's messages. Well, Dan Flood, then she admitted he did receive messages, but she said she received that message on a chat that clears, like a Telegram chat. Well, guess what? I went back to that source and they said it was an iMessage. She's lying. We said it again for you. She's now twice lied about this Dan Flood message. First, she said it didn't exist. Then she said maybe it did exist, but actually it was on Telegram, which Charlie had set to clear, and that's why she never saw it. That's a lie. It was sent an iMessage between him and Dan Flood, according to my source, who I trust a lot more than I trust Erica, because I've clocked her on too many big lies. So, not okay. So get back to the 8th. Let's go to the 8th, September 8th, and I'm going to tell you what's problematic. I had to put together what people said happened on this day, and here's what I've been able to confirm thus far. I have from 10 o'clock a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., Charlie appears from his home studio. Again, this is all reflecting Arizona local time. On the Charlie Kirk Show, that's a full hour on the Salem Network. Then Erica told me that she woke up Charlie from his nap. Makes sense, because he had just gotten back late the night before from Korea, okay? Makes sense that he would be napping. She said she woke him up from a nap before his Fox News hit. Again, that's just according to Erica. But the timing of him, the idea of him sleeping at this time makes sense to me, is what I'm saying. Then we know Charlie Kirk appears from his home studio on the Ingram Angle. And the show, he shoots it from his house. So he's not going to the office because he's exhausted and jet lagged. This is also the day that the article appears in Jezebel regarding that witch's curse. At 5:24 p.m., Erica's alibi to me was that she was just arriving back home, presumably with groceries, but just arriving back home. At 6:06 p.m., she texts Charlie and says dinner is ready. And per Frank, and I want you to listen to what Frank Turek says here. He says that he went on a walk with Charlie this day at 8 o'clock p.m. He says that earlier in the day, he had been with Charlie, but they then went on this long walk, again, because he needed advice about how to debate. I don't know what happened. Charlie suddenly was a day old at debates, and he needed to consult, this sounds like the beginning of a joke, a pastor, a priest, and a rabbi. Like, it's just, it literally sounds like the beginning of a joke. A pastor, a priest, and a rabbi walked into a bar. Like, this is what they're all saying, though. Listen to what Frank Turek says on Megyn Kelly's show.
You know, the last walk we went on, Megan, was Monday night, so the terrible day was Wednesday. And so we spent some time Monday, and then we both went to dinner. He wanted to have dinner with the family, which is, he's a family man. So he said, hey, can you come back at about 8? We'll go on a walk. I said, yeah, okay. So I came back down at 8, and I texted him. I said, okay, I'm about here. He said, coming out. And then a minute later, he said, shortly, Gigi just got up. So he was obviously taking care of the baby, taking care of his daughter, because that's the kind of person he was. And then we went on this long walk, and there were 2 major issues that kept coming up that he wanted to be better at.
He then goes on to say that Charlie was asking for him advice for how to speak to the college kids about, questions about Christ. So again, he's got so many spiritual advisors to help him contend with this. You would think they might have different answers, because you got the big rabbi who believe in Christ, but he needs to consult him about debate questions. And then he's got Frank Turek, who doesn't even Christ, we got the priest who, anyways, it's all very confusing. But the interesting part that from that statement is that he says that Charlie had to deal with the kids. Now, I'm not trying to read too much into it, but if he's late coming out for this walk because he has to deal, Gigi got up and he's got to deal because he's a great dad, wasn't Erica home? Couldn't Erica have gotten him back down if you had an appointment to make? Perhaps, maybe she was like, no, it's your turn, you deal with it. But the problem I'm having is I have now confirmed with people that live where they live, because they live in a building, that they all saw Charlie. They also saw Charlie on a walk. I have one person who lives there. She ran into Charlie, and he certainly was on a walk, not with Frank Turek, with a tall person who she does not recognize. Charlie stopped. They spoke about her dog, and then he told her, like, oh, I'm starting my tour tomorrow. They had a brief chat. Got that on record statement. Now, it's possible Charlie was at first walking with Frank, and Frank then left, so I'm not dismissing that as in Frank's lying, but I am just noting that the person who confirmed they saw Charlie. They confirmed that they saw Charlie and where they saw Charlie and Erica eating on the 9th. Seeing Charlie in an elevator. Everything about Charlie is adding up. I cannot get a single person to confirm that they saw Erica, who's apparently out and about. I then thought, wouldn't it make sense? She screams in the middle of a parking lot. She screams in the middle of a doctor's office. Everybody kind of knows where they were when Charlie got shot. Okay, if this doctor's office had people in it, there's going to be someone who said, hey, I heard a giant scream at my doctor's office, even if they didn't see her. And then I looked at my phone, and 15 minutes later, I learned that Charlie got shot. No. She also says that she collapsed in the parking lot. No one thus far has seen that. Nobody in her building has and they all know each other. It's a building. They know Mikey McCoy. People have said, I've seen Mikey McCoy on this date, blah, blah, blah. No one can confirm that they saw Erica on this date where she was behaving super shady and just giving me a very straightforward alibi and pretending like they didn't understand the instructions of this alibi for Fort Huachuca. Something else was going on. I don't buy any of these stories. I don't buy Charlie suddenly needed advice from a pastor, a priest, and a rabbi. It sounds ridiculous, okay? I think something was happening. I think Charlie was fearful of his life. I don't think it was about a Jezebel curse. I think everything that was going on in his day reveals that Charlie was stressed out about pressure that was being put on him regarding Israel, and he was instructing to his team that he was done with them and he was happy to lose money. So it would not track that then, after dealing with this, having a call with the rabbi who should be asleep in Israel, but is staying up to give you advice on a debate, like this couldn't have been a frickin' email, it would follow that he then sent to Andrew Colvetz and Dan Flood that they, meaning the Jews, were going to kill him. That's what I believe. That's what I believe happened on that day. And as far as why Erica is lying and covering for Dan Flood, we're gonna need to get to the bottom of that. These are not little lies, these are huge lies. These are big lies. She's covering up for bad people, and it doesn't make any sense. She's welcoming bad people into the foray of Turning Point USA for money. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I don't give a shit about who wants to cut me on Instagram and say, oh my God, the heart, I can't believe it. Oh my God, how could you? How could you? How could you? How could any of you continue to stand by this sort of stuff? And this the society that we live in, where good men are being cut down, killed, children are being harmed, people are lying about who Charlie was, what he was going through in the final days, and look up at the people who still have a soul and question their motives. If you are, giving into money and the rest of you guys are joining Team Baal worship, that's cool. The rest of us, we'd rather not. Take a brief break and we'll get to some of your comments. All right, you guys, for just $25 a month, Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data. Now compare that to Big Wireless. They'd rather charge your family hundreds every month. Pure Talk is an American wireless company who supports our veterans and invests in a U.S.-only customer service team.
This commercial, let me make me a milkshake.
Right here at home. Pure Talk uses the same towers as the big carriers, so enjoy superior 5G coverage. Just $25 a month for talk, text, and plenty of data. There's no contract, no cancellation fee. So what are you waiting for? Head to puretalk.com/Owens and you'll get 50% off your first month. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens. Let's make the switch to Pure Talk. Also remind you guys about American financing, because between the grocery store and those skyrocketing insurance premiums, even with a steady job, more families are being forced to rely on high interest credit cards to cover expenses. If you're a homeowner caught in that cycle, carrying interest rates in the 20s or even 30s, it's time to get some relief. Right now, mortgage rates are at a 3-year low, and my friends at American Financing are helping homeowners pay off that high interest debt at rates in the low 5s. Their salary-based mortgage consultants don't just push loans, they build exit strategies from debt. On average, they're saving their customers $800 a month. Plus, if you start today, you may even delay the next 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees or obligations to find out how much you could be saving. America's home for home loans is American Financing. Call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. These are belly creatures, ladies and gentlemen. Snakes. Snakes. They just slide right up, right? And talk in your ear, offer you money. Here's what you gotta do, right? I know it's kind of like be chill with murdering Charlie. Give me some money at the end of murdering Charlie. A lot of money on the line. And there was a lot of money on the line when I told you, another confirmed fact with all of these recent firings. A big money check coming in with a Pierre. Erica knows who Pierre is. I'll tell you that for free. Maybe she could tell us, enlighten us. Are they going to accept the money? If so, why can't you just tell us who it is? You guys just like tell us who Pierre is. That's fine. It has nothing to do with anything. Why are we all being weird about that? Who's Pierre? Who's the $1 billion check that was on the line? Was that how Booty was going to get money into Turning Point USA? Or
Had
we
to
still
be
playing
that.
stupid?
Whole thing.
We're still playing like we don't. He just wanted to call Charlie because he ain't busy, and he just was like, "Hey, what's up? See you at Phil Ackland's house. Yeah, how's the weather? Hampton's nice this time of year. Yeah, well, over here we're just like murdering more children, you know, sacrificing souls to Baal. And then we'll talk to you later. Love you, Phoebe." And the call went down. For those of you who would like to support our work, you can head to the website, cancelowens.com. We have new merch up on the website always. You can also buy the hard-copied bundle, both of our books, my books, pardon, Make 'em a Sandwich and Blackout, both of them. And you'll really enjoy Make 'em a Sandwich, by the way. If you have not received that gift yet from your boyfriend, tell him this is what you want for Valentine's Day, which is around the corner. They've also merged our subscription tiers into one Club Candace tier for $11.99 a month or $124 a year. And of course, join the book club because you guys are late. We didn't even need the Epstein files. We already knew what was going on. And we are looking at the icons and the symbols and knowing what they mean. And yeah, a lot more to do. We'll be wrapping that up on Friday, that book, which we took our time on for a reason. And I'm glad we did. It's like the perfect week to wrap that up. We're going to win, guys. I want you to know that as well. We are going to win. God wins in the end. They know that. We know that. And I feel bad for these people that are selling their souls for money. It just doesn't. It's your whole soul, man. It's like your whole soul. I wouldn't want to burn in hell for some cash, but that's me. I'm all the same. Anyway, this person, the top comment from...
Where the hell did my internet go out? Hello? Is this internet working?
No matter the consequences, I would love to see Ye on your show, Jesus is King. We are due for Candace and Ye. I wouldn't even call it 2.0, 3.0, 6.0, 7.0, 7.0 discussion. I like 7. We should have him back. I'll reach out. And I also just, I'm really going to invite him over and be like, hey, do you want to come over? And then make him like record the intro. That's my plan. Sorry. Don't tell him. Don't clip that. Don't tell him. Yes, speaking the truth, you guys, boldly and being willing to accept the consequence, that is important. The awareness is important. Having people constantly say the truth. I really do believe
It feels like Candace Owens completely forgot that
I feel like we have the
Kanye
really
was
do.
like
And now
a
when they're lying,
staunch
it's getting
supporter
different. Like, I
of
genuinely
Diddy.
found that Ben thing to be hilarious. I didn't watch the whole clip. I didn't know he was going to say
He like
them
literally
sides
went
and
to the trial.
That's it's fun. It's very fun. He's a fun guy. A funny guy. IRO writes the $65,000 hot dog party that Obama had at the White House was in the WikiLeaks files. Hillary alerted him that he should be more careful.
Oh, I'm making a sweater.
He was emailing about hot dog parties and pizza parties, and she did tell him that he should be more careful. Why would you have to be careful to have a pizza party? Shyla writes, Candace, you are the ultimate truth seeker and right fighter, and you have my support all the way. Christ is king indeed. I hate Jesus Christ.
This part right here.
And
so it's gonna come down.
Are constantly plotting in the shadows. They hate light. They hate the light. That's the ultimate thing. Mahoney writes, as a Catholic, I would love to hear you share with the world what the true Jewish faith was and is now, maybe with the guests, instead of those who would have perverted it for evil purposes have turned it into. Let them call that anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's important, and I keep saying this. We have to have that discussion. And thank you, Sneeko. Sneeko just writes W. That's just for win. Sneeko says, I just won. I won something. Thank you, Sneeko. But regarding Mahoney's comment, yeah, you do have to understand this, that all of the faiths have been infiltrated at a different time, and they have always been pagan. And that's why when people are trying to point it's this or it's that, it's like, no, guys, they are very good at wearing different masks and creating a false dialectic. And so you are losing when you can't separate the Dave Smiths from the Ben Shapiros, where that's precisely what they want, because then they pretend that it's just anti-Semitic hate and it's hatred, and you have to get more precise.
It's the same tactic that they used with the trans movement and the gay movement.
You would never say Catholicism is the same as evangelical Zionism. There are different sects.
They intentionally conflate
what they purport to be the Judaic faith, and Jewish mysticism is entirely different. This gets into the Chabad, the Lubavitchers. They freaked out when we mentioned that. That's Jewish mysticism. It's a very important book. Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition. And
I love it when there's huge chunks of cookies.
Any person that is suggesting that these people do not outwardly hate Christians, who they view as goyim, is a liar. Leave your church if they're telling you that. Telling you that this is what they are actually brainwashing you to accept that you're less than. How can people just not come online and go, wait, this is weird. Why do I have to accept racism? That's weird. No, look at, it used to just be like, we're better than you because we're this color. Now they're like, oh, God says we're better than you. It's God chose that. That's what happened. It's ridiculous, guys. Wake up. Look alive.
It's funny because the same people
We Woke Now
who
researched Charleston, South Carolina,
created slavery
Jerusalem, it is home
is the
of the
same
very first
people
Jewish lodge. The entire city is a literal chessboard.
saying they're better than all of us today.
Is the slave market. Yes, I actually recently went there for the first time and was very interested to learn a lot about the history and also the ties to France. You can't talk about kids without talking about France. Ain't that right, Brigitte?
So good.
What's up, dude? What up, my dude? How you doing? Just gonna sue me for knowing? This is their new thing. We'll just sue you for knowing. We'll sue you for knowing that we're devil worshippers. You're not allowed to know that we're satanic. Okay. Well, guess what? My God is not Satan. My God is not money. So good luck with that. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
My God is not money. Orly, are you gonna come inside? The door's open. Come on.
To the public, Destiny's Child was a girl group representing sisterhood and harmony. But beneath the surface lay a much darker reality. The group was never designed for collective success. It was a controlled environment created to manufacture consensus, to make the audience comfortable with one voice, one face, and one name only. An incubator for a solo star already in development. It was Destiny's Child after all, not Destiny's Children. From day one, the group wasn't structured around equality. It was structured around inevitability. The architect was Matthew Knowles.
Yum.
And the child of destiny?
Thank you
her name
sometimes.
was Beyonce.
I'm drinking a
Inviting them to be
milkshake that
Destiny's
I just
Child
made
folk
out of
music scene.
cookies and cream, ice cream,
Cool,
and milk.
young and fresh, they entered at a time where R&B was crossing over. However, in an era dominated by girl power and equity, from the Spice
Yummy.
Girls to TLC,
Oh my gosh, thank
Destiny's
you
Child
guys.
stood out.
Yes, I
There
am
was
a
just one
knitter.
band,
Oh my god, you guys,
elevating
thank you
every
so
sense of
much.
the word, dominating not only the group's sonic landscape, but its entire infrastructure. Beyonce.
That's so nice. Thank you so
Meanwhile,
much.
Kelly Rowland, Latoya Luckett, and Latavia Robertson functioned largely
Oh my
as texture.
gosh.
They weren't there to carry songs, they were there to amplify the star. Their debut album is often remembered as a modest introduction.
So
but
I'm
right
doing
from the start,
stranded
the
color
influence
work.
was unmistakable. Sure,
This
Kelly
is my
gets a
first time
verse or
ever
two,
doing
and
stranded
picking on the
color work.
project's second single, With Me.
So I picked colors that are like the same contrast, so you
By
can't
the
see my
time the
mistakes.
second album, The Writings on the Wall, exploded in 1999,
It reminds me of
the cracks weren't
confetti
just
cake.
visible, they were audible.
Doesn't it look like confetti
The album
cake?
broke Destiny's Child globally, but it was also an example of systematic
So anyway, I'm just trying to
sideline.
figure out tension, how to do the
With the
tension as
exception of
well.
lead
Yeah, I do
single
crochet
Bills,
as well.
Bills,
I
but
actually,
Kelly briefly takes the
this
lead
box
chorus.
is full of all of
Every
my
major
crochet
single
projects.
places Beyonce firmly front and center.
Dresses,
Yes,
backpacks, all kinds of
Kelly
stuff.
and Latavia, to a much lesser extent, have blink and you miss it lead moments in the album. Most notably on tracks Now That She's Gone and Sweet 16.
This is like one of the
But
most
it's
recent
Beyonce
crochet
being
projects
constant
I
on
worked
board.
on.
In fact, Latoya doesn't sing lead on a single release track.
Backpack.
Not one. With the exception of a few harmonies she's barely heard. Beyonce would later describe Latoya as tone deaf in the press, though her solo records would tell a different story. The issue wasn't talent, it was presentation.
Bugaboo they didn't sing on at all. They were in the video.
They didn't
Actually,
sing on
on 9 of the songs on the album, they did not sing on. So it was no different.
I
Kelly
just
and
took my
I were the
antibiotic.
only ones that sang in studio, not by choice. But so it was no different. And the month they sang on Say My Name was so
That's actually a color change yarn. This is literally the first time I've ever used more than one color in a project before. Everything I've ever done has been color change. Like, this is the first thing I ever knitted.
Reality, it's a Beyonce
And this is a color change yarn from Walmart. It's like a cake. But this is the first thing I ever made when I finally was like, I'm gonna try knitting. So I taught myself how to knit throughout this project, how to do ribbing, how to make the yoke, how to separate for the sleeves, you know, yeah. And I didn't use a pattern for that. And you can see, you can tell. This I am using a pattern, and I am following a grid. This is a Fair Island sweater. So like, it's just one of those, you know, standard patterns. So that's what I'm, and you can even see like throughout on the back of this, like throughout the course of this project, I've like learned how to manage my floats and stuff. Like I have big floats here, but as I went, I learned that if I just tack so I'm Norwegian, and so I actually have done some blanket stitches before, you know, where you like have a strand of a thicker yarn going across your embroidery project, and then you do these like stitches on top. Couching is what it's called, actually, couching stitches. And so you're holding you can do really crazy pretty art with string, and you just use couch stitches to hold the string in the places that you want it to go. So you can just make the yarn, you know, do all kinds of crazy stuff. So I've actually like looked into that. And so I kind of had an idea of that. And so that's kind of what I'm doing, is basically a couch stitch in the back of my work to tack down my floats. And I'm kind of like wondering, like, why would anybody ever do anything different? Like, why would you make a float that's like 3 stitches long even if you don't have to? If you could just incorporate a couch stitch in every stitch, it just seems like it makes more sense to me. Ah, sweet. Yes, I'm, what is it called? Sammy, from Sammy Heritage, the reindeer herders. and the knitter. I mean, it's a fabric people, you know? It's a people who work with fabric. I used to work with leather and fur. I've also, like, you know, crocheted, and I am afraid of sewing machines. So I've only really sewn by hand, but I have 2 sewing machines. Come on, dog, inside. Right here, whoa. Okay. Nope, we can't have any more. That stuff gives you diarrhea, buddy. You can only have like 1 a day. Please stop eating all the fucking baby wipes. My dehumidifier is full. I gotta change it. Hold on. Lady sleeping man at home. The club is full of bugs and the photos. And I ain't never seen a girl with friends. Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping. But the party ain't gonna stop. Good boy, you get that fucking sky raisin. You cannot go past me, you have to wait. Oh, you're gonna lay down there? Okay. So you can't take my chair. I know what you're gonna do. The minute I let you go through here, you're gonna fucking steal my chair. Can't have that, bud. Ooh, the sun feels so good right here. I've got like the shivers because I'm sick. I don't want to turn my heat on yet because the sun is out and that's like dumb. I kind of want to go to my bed and lay down in my bed and do this in my bed. So let's go do my bed and do this. I need my sanctuary. Let's go to my sanctuary. There you go. Orly, you want this chair, buddy? You want to lay down here in the chair? Hmm? You want to lay down in Mommy's chair? Come here. Come look. Come here, dog. Come here. It's Orly's bed! Yay! Look at the good boy in the bed! He got his own bed right here. And he's such a good boy. Yeah, he sure is. Alright, the dog has taken my spat. I moved the blanket so I can sit in my chair and not smell like dog. And he's just sitting right on the regular thing. Come here, you. Alright. It's cold as fuck over here. Oh my god, I have a window open. That's why it's so fucking cold. Share me fucking timbers over here. Can I do a bus tour? Damn it, I just sat down. My mom stitches a lot. Oh my god! Alina, thank you. Oh my god! Thank you for the 65 SEX. S-E-K? S-E-K. What is that? Where are you from? What is S-E-K? Is it, it's not kroner, right? Is it kroner? No. Swedish euro kroner? Yeah, super kind. I think it's 10, I think it works out to like 10 American dollars approximately. I think that, or no, 7 American dollars is what it moved it up to. 7 US dollars. Thank you also Zen Life. Zen Life and someone else earlier. Zen Life. There was somebody who sent something way earlier that I can't remember the name of, and I should. But so the amount was $2 that was in the little pot or whatever previous to Elena's thingy. So thank you so much, Zen Life. Listen, today's like a gifting day for me apparently, because like this is the most I've received on my YouTube in probably a year. A year. Where's my stitch marker? Oh, phew. Put that away where it goes. It's a little chilly. I'm feeling whiny. I'm very sick. I'm very feverish because I am feeling the wine. High five. I feel like pouty whiny. Whatever, dog. It's funny. Papa, are you in here? So it's funny because like I go between YouTube and TikTok. My TikTok account that I live stream on is my second TikTok account. So my Subliminal Locks account, I don't live stream on that. But I do live stream on my Lean Into the Cringe account. And it's funny because I go between the two. Like, whichever one is like, I go through like, I don't know, I go through phases where each one interests me the most or interests me more than the other. And like YouTube lately, the last like 3 or 4 days, my YouTube is like popping off. Dude, for the first time in a year, I have a plus amount of followers. I gained 20 followers this month instead of like negative 40 or like whatever. It just depends. But a year ago, my account blew up. I gained all the followers that I have right now on this account. I gained all of them in a matter of like 5 months. My live stream had like 600 people in it at any given moment. It was crazy. It was like for no reason. Like it was just the same shit that I wasn't knitting, but I was like working outside and chopping firewood and just the other things in my life that I do. But I don't chop firewood anymore because I don't have a wood stove. But anyway, so a year ago my shit was popping off. And I woke up one day and it just stopped. August 1st of 2024, I woke up and it was just, there was 3 people in the chat or something like that. And that's pretty much consistently how it stayed for the entirety of the year. But then all of a sudden TikTok sold to whatever the sale went through for TikTok, right? And the algorithm there, like it was weird for 3 days. Everybody's video had 0 views. And then all of a sudden, boom, my TikTok starts like not crazy, but like it went from like 200 views to like 1,500 views, 2,000 views, whatever. So not a huge crazy jump, but enough of a jump to be noticeable. And I was like, I wonder if my YouTube is going to start doing well again. And sure enough, here it is. I'm getting like 6,500 views on each live stream, like after the live stream is over and then it's posted up. So people are watching my live streams when I'm not actively live by the thousands, which is weird, you know? I mean, shit's going great, man. I mean, things have balanced out for the most part. There's lots of stressful things, you know, life is life. It's a new series of stressful things, but the things that were tormenting me then or causing me great stress have all ended. I am finally living in my bus again. I'm not, you know, in a tent. I'm not in someone's shed. I'm in my own home again, in my personal space. It's mine. And so now the relationship between me and my the guy who I'm living on his property, it's so good. Like I don't bother him and he doesn't bother me. He doesn't give a fuck what I do here in my little bus space, and I don't give a fuck what he does in his little space over there. It's great. We get along great. So, you know, there's that. And my relationship with my ex-husband is wonderful. I mean, he's still my husband. We're not exes, but we're separated, I guess. But we're about to try and find a house together so that we can like finally have, you know, everything in one place. He's kind of a jerk though, and he's really determined on us not getting along. And so like he wants to be able to use that as an excuse to like get out of it, but there's just no getting out of it. We're gonna have to get a place together, and if we don't get a place together, then I have to find a fucking like maybe like I think that a perfect situation for me would be like a groundskeeper job where I could like live in a cabin on some property and then I just like do all the work for the people, because I am fully capable of doing that. That's like what my job is now, except for I don't live on site somewhere. So. Yeah, Zen, living in a bus, it's definitely not for the faint of heart. But there is a million different ways to do it. So you don't have to just like, there's not an expectation of like, oh, I'm living in a bus, so I have to travel places. And that means that I have to be able to like do mechanic stuff on my bus. I have to, you know, keep it roadworthy and like all that stuff. There's lots and lots and lots of ways to do it. Like I live in my bus. My bus has low miles. It runs wonderfully actually. But I don't drive it. I just parked it. And I'll worry about that kind of shit, you know, and because I don't travel in it, I have a little bit more freedom to like not have my bus fully converted, because, you know, I'm living on a piece of land, whatever. But if like you're living in your bus and you're traveling and stuff, you want to have like a fully functioning bathroom, sink, kitchen, the whole shebang, you know, because you don't necessarily have a place outside to make those places for yourself. I have an outdoor shower, bathtub. We have a clawfoot bathtub here. No, I don't remember. But I do remember someone saying that that happened. So, if you told me, if you told me that that was the case, then yes, I do remember actually. Because I very much remember every instance where someone has said that to me. That they started out from hearing about me from some gossip channel and came to my live to see for themselves how bad I was, and then realized, like, oh, wait, she's not like that at all. Like, these people are fucking just straight up lying and slandering her. And, yeah. Actually, I have a couple of people that I like stay in somewhat regular, frequent contact with that still watch my lives to this day that started out that way. So, yeah. Yep, indeedy. That was quite a while ago. Yeah, and you know what's crazy, dude? Those same women are still, as of recently as like the day before yesterday, harassing me. They've been giving my phone number out on pornographic websites and like FetLife and places like that where like perverts meet with each other. And they give out my phone number and my address and stuff. So basically what I think they're trying to do is find some like lonely pervert who wants to like do some kinky shit and like come here. They like set it up like they're me and like come and do this RAPE fantasy and like whatever, you know what I mean? Like that's what I think that they're gonna try to do, is try to get me killed. They've already sent people to my home twice. Men have gone to my house under the instruction of these psycho women on that fucking Reddit. So, yeah, gang stalking is a crime, but if you could find anybody to prosecute it or hold anyone responsible for it, then let me know, because I have been trying for years to get them. I don't want anybody in trouble for nothing they didn't do. I only want people to be held responsible for things they've actually done. But laws are just words on paper if there is nobody to enforce them. You know? Yes, I 100% am being gang stalked. There is a gang stalking, there's a civil conspiracy to do me harm in real life. Yes, 100% I am being gang stalked, yes. Yep, totally 100%. And I have been for quite some time. It's been years now at this point. But yeah, laws are meaningless if the police won't do anything about them. I cannot get a restraining order because in the state of Oregon, a restraining order only happens for intimate partners or family members. If it's not a family member or a relationship, a previous relationship, you have to get something called a stalking order. And a stalking order is a little bit different. You have to prove that there has been a direct threat to your safety, or it has to be a physical threat to your safety. Like I have to be able to prove that she said, I'm going to go kill her. Or I have to prove that she came here to my house and tried to kill me. So, I need a lawyer. I need these bitches to get exposed on the internet for what they're fucking doing. That's the only thing that's gonna really fucking sting Crystal Schleinling. Because she operates this fucking business where she goes around screwing people over, and when she screws you over, she blocks you and then banks on the fact that there's new people to screw over. So these women are doing this behind closed doors, and to their supporters, they literally try to say that I'm stalking them. I'm over here minding my own fucking business. Just literally sitting here minding my own business, knitting. Okay? I don't go to her page. I don't go searching her name. I don't do nothing. And I only ever mention her name if she has done something to me. So, like, I would never mention her. I wouldn't even know who she was if she didn't come, like, right here into my space, you know? You are the 10th person in the matter of 2 days to tell me that, Brandy. The YouTube has had me shadow banned for the last fucking year and, like, 4 months. None of my followers are getting, if you don't remember that I exist and physically look for me, then you're not going to get any notifications. I've never left. That's the thing. I never left. I've been live streaming here this entire time. I have never stopped live streaming at any point. So it's just that my shit has not been on the FYP at all. At all. The only people who have come into my live stream for the last year and 4 months or so have been people who know that I live stream on a regular basis and go, oh, I wonder if Heather's live on TikTok or YouTube right now. And so they go check. And that's, I've only had like maybe 5 people, 1, 2 people in my live stream at any given moment. Like, there's never anybody here because they don't, I just am not being pushed to anybody. Nobody's been made aware that I exist anymore. I have not made any money on social media in a year and a half. Like, and I mean $0 fucking dollars. The only money that I've even made on TikTok is from TikTok Shop. But I am very selective with what I put up on TikTok Shop. I am absolutely under no circumstances going to just make a bunch of crap videos trying to sell people a bunch of crap they don't want or need. And so I only make TikTok Shop videos over something that I really actually genuinely like or whatever. So I had a video go viral. It went really viral. Super duper viral, actually. Dude, I did a video. I had this genius idea. I was like, dude, sex sells, right? So let me film a video of this massager that they sent me. Dude, this massager is such a bad, so good. I did not have to fake it, okay? I did not have to fake it at all. Anyway, I filmed a video from this perspective. Like, you saw the massager on my shoulders and you didn't see my face or anything like that. And it was like an up close, you know, so you just saw the massager, my shoulders, the back of my head. And I was just like, oh, you know, like it was feeling so good. And you could see how the massager was like really getting in there. Anyway, that video got like 35 million views or something. I don't know. It's like crazy viral. And so I sold a lot of I literally still to this day, it's been a year. It was around Christmas or January of last year that I made and posted that video of the massager thing. I still to this day, every single day, I at least get views on that video, if not one sale. Like it's not very much. I think I get like $2 or something like that per one sold. So it's not like I'm raking in the dough. But it's been a consistent like 30 or 40 bucks a month, you know, here and there. In the beginning, it popped off. Exactly, Brandy. It's the same for me. I searched a while ago because she always popped up before. So I thought maybe it was break. Yeah, no, I never went on a break. Nope. And it's just that the same thing, dude, my TikTok videos are getting at this, like right now, kind of, it's a little bit different, like over the last week, but my TikTok videos are getting like 200 views, 100 views. I have literally almost 200,000 followers on TikTok. Explain to me why I'm getting 130 views per video. Obviously, I'm shadow banned. Or not so shadow banned. You know what I mean? People follow my account because they want to see my content. At the very least, 10,000 views should happen. That's 10% of the, not even 10%, 5% of the people who follow me on TikTok. You know? I'm just saying it's fucking weird, you know? It's just one of those things. It's weird. It's bizarre to me that people follow your account, but then they never show your videos to the people who follow you. The people who comment on my video are like the same 3 people, who consistently comment on my videos, and then like a random person, maybe once in a while. It's never my followers. It just doesn't make sense. And I'm not mad about it. Honestly, I don't care. Because, like, I'm the kind of person, dude, I'm gonna post the same shit. Whether 100 people are looking at it, 2 people are looking at it, or 1 million. I'm not going to post and try to get views. You know, I'm not going to post with the intent of trying to get as many people to click on my video or watch my thing as possible. I'm posting what I feel like posting in that moment. And if people see it, people see it. People don't, people don't. It's not up to me. It's up to the algorithm. I'm not going to make myself crazy and post all these highly edited videos that are just going to get 2 views anyway, you know? So I'm just going to post what I'm going to post. If it gets views, it gets views. Sometimes accidentally, I fucking stumble into virality. It's completely by accident. Like my henna video. It's posted here as well. I think it has like 16,000 views here, or maybe it has like 10,000 views here. But on my TikTok account, it has 16 million views. It went really super viral, the video of me doing my hair. But that was like completely an accident. You know, I honestly have no clue how it happened. I know I had gotten already like 2 million views on my video, and then this crazy famous he has like super millions of followers, but he's an Italian hairstylist. He did a duet with my video, and then it blew up and got another like 3 million views or something. And then by that point it was so viral, like it was just getting so many views that it just stayed getting so many views, you know, and it just kept going and kept going. And that video stayed viral. Like that video, I had so many notifications on my TikTok that I literally couldn't even check my comments for almost a year. I posted, I think, that video in 2022, maybe. Why is the camera shaking? Oh, because it's on the bed. Honestly, it's not the dreadlocks maybe was a part of it, but also I have face tattoos. Also, the background was beautiful. Like, I was doing my hair in like basically the middle of the woods, and it was also, the color was so incredibly vibrant, and I was working out in the sunshine, so I did the henna on my hair, and then the results were just like, Pah! Also, I've grown up in a hair salon. I went to school to do hair. I have 40 years of hair cutting experience, so I can cut my own bangs really well. And so that was another thing that people were commenting a lot about, like, holy shit, did you see how good she cut those bangs? I wish I could cut my bangs like that, you know, stuff like that. That's not how my bangs come out when I cut them myself. It was a lot of stuff like that. And then there was a ton of people, you know, calling me a cultural appropriator and saying that I was, you know, ugly for having tattoos on my face. But you got to realize, like, if a video is going to go viral, it's gonna go viral because something in that video has made it basically impossible for someone to just scroll past. Whatever it is, it's triggered them or it's excited them, right? And so the videos that do the best are videos that have a very high concentration of haters in the comment section. And that's what makes a video go viral. Is people who just fucking cannot help themselves. They gotta say something, you know? Man, there's been trolls in this live stream all day. And it's funny because they're like obviously like 12-year-olds, you know? They really think that they're doing something. It's like, you guys don't understand. I literally wrote a book about dealing with online harassment. Do you think your little comments are gonna bother me? Because they're not. I literally wrote the book on this shit. So. probably turn a light on. It's getting to be about that time. Ugh, my guts are rumbling. I think I have to poop. Dude, I've been on antibiotics for like 4 days, and I'm on Ceftonir, and usually that shit like rocks my guts. Like, I have diarrhea, I'm miserable, but for some reason, it ain't even bothering me. I'm still just as constipated as ever. What was I gonna do? I just got up for something. What was it? Dark. It's dark. It's dark. It's dark in there. I need light. Shed some fucking light on the situation. I can't believe you're not laying in your bed, Orly. Oh! My knees hurt. Oh, the coughing is gonna just get progressively worse and worse over the next couple days. Not excited about that. Oh, the sun is shining off the thing next to me. I wrote 2 books, yes. So the cyst is gone, or not bothering me anymore. And I got my period, which is shocking. Usually when I have a cyst, I don't get a period right away. Usually I get a period like a month later. Usually the cyst happens and it fucks up the whole process. But it didn't this time. So I think it might have just been a very small cyst, and what I felt was the bursting and then the after effects of that. Or I felt it reaching a popping point, and then it popped, and I still like have a little pain when my guts, you know, like it's tender, but I'm also on my period, so everything is fucking tender in there right now, you know. So I would say the locks makes people want to know you as a person, and then your lifestyle as an addiction. Yeah, but I'm not an addict, so I've actually never had an addictive personality. The only time I've ever been addicted to something was when it was like a physical addiction, like opiates will make you physically addicted to them. But I've always been able to drink, smoke cigarettes, smoke, you know, things. I've always been able to try them and then just be like, meh. Like, I've never seen anyone do what I do, which is after a night of doing stuff, I go, I'm done now. Good night. I'm done. I don't like have to like scrape all the stuff off of everything. Everyone, I'm like, here you go. You want to have the bag? You can have it. I'm good. I'm done now. All right, I need to do something that I can't remember what it was. What was I getting up for? What was I gonna get up for? Oh yeah, my books. I just put the science book in here this morning, so now everything is tweaked. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Let go. Jesus Christ. I knock 60 things over just to get it. Anyway, I wrote these books. This book is called Lean Into the Cringe, Embrace Vulnerability, Overcome Fear, and Grow. And Mastering Resilience, Overcoming Online Harassment and Thriving in a Digital Age. These are both available on Amazon and Kindle, both in paperback and in hardback, hard copy or whatever the fuck it's called. Yes, I wrote 2 books. Right, that's the thing. That's why I like to live stream, honestly, is because it's nice to just sit sometimes with people, you know? Just having on there while you're doing something is reassuring. I like to do that with my friends. I like to do my hobbies. I don't want to hang and like do something together. I want to hang out and I do my thing and you do your thing, and we're just doing our thing together, but separately. And then if I need help, I help you. If you need help, you help, you know, da da da. We help each other if we need it. And there's an extra hand if you need someone to hold something while you're doing some other thing. Like, there's just, you know, best of friends. I am 42. I'll be 42 March. What is she doing? She's sweeping the rocks right now. Oh, maybe there's something on the rocks. I don't know. Rugs. She's sweeping rugs. Never mind. Yep. My birthday is in March. March 16th. I will be 42. March 16th is the absolute luckiest and best day of the entire year. If you look back on your life, all the best things happen on March 16th. I was also born that day, so you're welcome, world. My son's birthday is the 16th of June. The 16 runs, and my birthday is 3/16, you know, like, and he gave his only begotten son, and Austin 3/16. All right, what am I doing here? 2 1 2 1. I might have to go poop. I might have to pause my live stream. 2 1 2 1. Yeah, and you know what's crazy about these books too? If you go on Amazon and you type in Lean Into the Cringe book, if you don't type in book, then the app doesn't know what you're talking about for whatever reason, and it pulls up like a mixer or something. But if you type in Lean Into the Cringe book, my book is like literally, boom, first thing that pops up. So that is really cool. In all of Amazon, I have the only book, Lean Into the Cringe, which is cool too, because the branding of Lean Into the Cringe, you know, that like, what is it called? The like slogan. It's mine. If you ever hear anybody say Lean Into the Cringe out into the wild, know that at some point they've come across my stuff, because that is mine. But then again, you know, God could have easily, or someone could have easily have come up with it too on their own. So I guess I shouldn't take all the credit for it. But in media, it didn't exist until I made it exist. I have all the Lean Into the Cringe social media pages and stuff too. Not really. It's not too much, but you really don't make very much per book unless you set the price. So you set the price, they take the same amount no matter what, I'm pretty sure. And on Kindle, so if you use your Kindle Unlimited account, like whatever, and you open it up and you're swiping through the page, I get paid, I think, 6 cents per page that you read. Nah, didn't hurt that bad. Face tattoos actually don't hurt pretty much at all. Like, it's totally a different sensation. It's more of a vibrating, burning, I don't know, but it's a different sensation. I waited until I was a grown-ass fucking woman before I tattooed my face. I was in my late 30s. So I made the choice to do it after I was definitely old enough, you know, to have thought about it. So I was telling someone earlier that I'm Norwegian and my family is of Sami heritage. And if you go and you look at what the women in Sami tribes look like, maybe my face tattoos will, you know, you'll understand a little bit better. You wanna go outside, baby? Come on. Let's go outside. Come on. Good old bus door squeak. Yeah. Boop-a-doop. Definitely. Oh, I will say this, if you do read my books, please know that I have never written a book before. I actually never went to literature or English classes. I homeschooled and then I went to vocational trade schools. So I don't have writing class. I've never taken writing classes. When I wrote the book was like in late 2024. That's when like the whole ChatGPT like craze was happening. And so I had ChatGPT help me edit this book. So there are like things in this book that it's just like the formatting is not like, it's a self-published book, okay? I would love to sell my book to a publisher and or find an editor who wants to help tease out of me some personal stories that I can add to the book, because right now I'm not a very fluffy kind of person. I don't add a lot of fluff to what I talk about. Like you want to know how I fucking became the absolute most competent, capable, resilient, unfuckwithable version of myself? Do you want to be that? Well, here, I'm going to tell you exactly how I did it. I'm not going to fill the book with a bunch of shit saying like, oh, by the time you finish reading this book, you're going to be able to lean into the cringe. Like, no, like, okay, you really want to know how I did it? This is how I did it. I give you all the steps and I give you all the challenges that I gave myself, that I forced myself to do in order to become this version of myself. So, and there's journal prompts in there. It's a lot of journaling, a lot of looking at yourself and having conversations with yourself, trying to understand like why you are the way you are and how to do things differently, right? So that's the whole goal. And yeah, if I was a rich person, okay, who wrote this book, these books would already be bestsellers. But because I am not rich, people see me and they're like, oh, well, obviously she's got no clue what she's talking about. I live a life that I do not need to escape. I do whatever I want, whenever I want. And isn't that the goal? Is to have like the ultimate freedom? Sometimes it doesn't always look like, not everybody's idea of perfection is the same, you know? So I don't want to be rich and I don't want to have like fancy shoes and cars and things like that. If I'm rich, the only thing I'm going to do is have land and a really nicely put together garden and like the toys in order to operate my little farm. I'll have animals. That's what my idea of wealth is, you know, money. But here's the thing. My son is going to be really important to this world. I just know it. I've known it since the moment he was conceived. And like, I don't think that it's in his best interest to grow up wealthy. I think that he's not supposed to have that super entitled childhood. I think it's in his path to understand that you have to work for things. You don't always get what you want. You know, just because you decide you want to do something doesn't mean you can. Like, you know, you have to, there's just rules to life that you have to fundamentally understand if you want to be a good person. Listen, if you enjoy me as a person, then the books will help you. That's just the way it is. But I am not trying to pander to the lowest common denominator. I'm not trying to convince everybody in the United States to buy my fucking book. The specific kind of person who is going to challenge themselves and actually like face themselves, that's the kind of person that will do well with this book. Someone who has the ability to be your best self. It's not easy. It requires you stepping outside of your comfort zone. And that's really, again, I don't want people, just everyday people. I don't want, so like, you know, always these people who sell stuff on social media. Let's say somebody who makes patterns, okay? Knitting patterns. You'll see them talk about how people in the comment section are like, oh, where'd you get that pattern? You know? Like, I have no desire to pander to the every person. That's not what I'm here for. I can't deal with people like that. I can't deal with assholes. People who are like, oh, well, what do you think I should do? And then they just do the thing they were going to do anyway and then complain about how the same thing happened again. They don't ever take your advice, but they ask you for advice all the time. Those kind of people, I can't deal. Okay? So, like, if you're really, truly ready to change your fucking life, then that's the person who's just fed up and just ready to do anything and actually willing to do anything. And that's like the kind of person who's going to be able to manifest stuff and succeed in this journey in general. You know, people who are willing to step outside of the comfort zone. People especially in the United States of America are addicted to comfort, and that's all they care about is their comfort. They do not want to ever do anything that brings them discomfort. They don't want to have experiences that make them uncomfortable. They don't want to be around people that make them uncomfortable. They don't have conversations that make them uncomfortable. They want to avoid being hot in a hot climate. They want to avoid being cold in a cold climate. When they're out in the woods, they want to live like they're living in a regular house. Like, it's just, people do not want to be uncomfortable in every single facet of their life. And that is like the antithesis to everything that I believe. I believe everything you ever wanted is in that place of uncomfort, like discomfort. That's where everything you ever wanted is. If you expect things to be good, you have to expect things to be uncomfortable. It's the compromise. There's no joy without discomfort. That's all there is to it. How will you ever even know if something is great if you don't experience what is bad? And problems aren't problems. Problems are just things that need your attention. Anyway, I got no patience for fucking gassing people up, okay? I'm not gonna blow a bunch of smoke up your fucking ass and tell you how amazing and awesome you are. I will tell you exactly what I think and what I feel, and people don't like that. They do not like that because they see commentary. So if I was like, oh, hey, like, when you do that, your mouth moves like your mouth moves to the side when you do that. People will immediately like, oh my God, she thinks I'm ugly. My mouth is moving stupid. No, I just making an observation. Hey, when you chew like that, your mouth moves like that. It's an observation. I actually find it fascinating, to be quite honest. I think it's pretty. But okay. But then, like, it snowballs into this crazy scenario of, like, now you think they're a terrible person or something. You know what I mean? Like, people take things way out into left field for no reason. And it's all judgmental people feel like they're constantly being judged. You know? It's a lot about that. And that's another thing that in the book, it's teaching you how to not be so fucking judgmental and how to just, like, relax a little bit. Like, when I used to get so frustrated at myself whenever I would miss a turn doing GPS, right? I'd literally be looking at the GPS and I'd be passing the street and looking at my, like, I used to get so mad. But then I realized after seeing a bunch of car accidents, I realized that whenever I do that, God is trying to redirect me out of this specific flow of traffic for one reason or another. And I have no right or reason to argue with it. I just should be like, oh, well, I missed my turn. Must be trying, God must be keeping me from an accident. Or like if someone pulls out in front of me, I don't immediately think like, oh, what a fucking idiot. This absolute asshole's just pulling out in front of me. I'm like, oh, shit. Must be like an elderly couple who just left, hanging out with their grandchildren, and they're just so engulfed in their conversation about their grandchildren, they're not paying as much attention. Like you have to look at the world. Like the world is literally what you make of it. If you don't, you're never going to see the people who pulled out in front of you again. It's literally up to you to decide what that scenario is. You're never going to come across these people again. You're never going to be in this scenario again. So you could choose to see those people as assholes that pulled out in front of you, or you could choose to see them as someone who's oopsies, not paying attention. And guess who is not going to suffer from that feeling of absolute hate and misery? That's right, you. I don't know who Max Crosby is. I'm from Florida, but I'm in Oregon now. Yeah, well, nobody likes change, really. We get used to things, we get comfortable, but honestly, you can't expect things to get better if you're unwilling to do anything differently, Yep, exactly. Exactly. So that's another thing. So like that's the thing about fear too, is like fear is only scary. Something is only scary when you've never experienced it before. Like once you experience the thing you're afraid of, usually it's like, oh, that's what I was afraid of? Well, that wasn't so bad. You lower the bar of fear for yourself. Oh, don't worry about it. Your last name is Gustafson. We expect, and you sent money, you sent kroner, so, we get it. Girl, you in Sweden. Right, you're in Sweden? You said Swiss or Swede? But yeah, that's like, I wrote I wrote my books because I had to get that shit out of me. I didn't write the books because I wanted to sell 1 million books. I wrote the books because I had this inside of me that I had to get out of me, Sweden, yes. But that's like the same thing with all of my content on social media. When I make content on social media, it's because I have something in that I just need to get out of my system. And so I'm just going to get it out of my system. I will scream into the void. Nobody has to be there. But I also understand that if you scream into the void long enough, somebody's going to hear you. And if they like what they hear, they're going to come towards you. So, your vibe attracts your tribe. Just scream into the void for a while, and eventually the right people will come to you. What is this sweater called? Lopinska? the type of sweater that I'm making. I can't remember what it's called in Scandinavian terms. What, you just wanted to show off that you knew that what a worm turtle tank smells like? Apparently you're the only one who functions in that kind of environment. Christ, I wouldn't have even been able to think of something like that because I've never smelled anything so awful as to be able to articulate it to anyone. But okay. It smells like amber and sandalwood in here, actually. And my bed, I just washed my sheets like yesterday or the day before, so it smells like clean Hawaiian Gain laundry detergent, where I'm currently putting my ass. Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know, but it's something like that. Is that the right word? Or are you just saying what you think I said? Because I can't remember what it's called or how it's pronounced, honestly. But it's something like that. That's like, if you are telling me that that is correct, then yes. But it's something like that. It's a Scandinavian word. I don't know if it's Norwegian or what. Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah. No, I don't know what it is. It's like Lopapisca, I don't know. I'll look it up. Hold on. Scandinavian yoke. It's the Scandinavian yoke neck. Oh, it's Lopapeysa. 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 Lopapeysa? Lopapeysa. So I'm making the colorwork yoke. Lopapeysa. Icelandic is what it is, not Scandinavian. I just made up the K sound, apparently. Yes. Yeah, listen, just so you know, seriously, to the Ukraine, the United States, the people of the United States are absolutely disgusted at what's been going on. And we don't like either. We do not want our government being a part of any of it. Not for your side, not against your side. We just don't want to be a part of anyone else's business. It's y'all's business what happens to your country. It should be your business, right? The United States should have no say in any other country's fucking business, But as American citizens, we just want you to know that it's our government officials, it's not us. We just have no control over anything, even though they act like we do. They like the world to think that we vote for this stuff, but we don't. They never ask our opinion. They just do whatever the fuck they want. have to turn the heat on. All right, I have to turn my heat on. We have nothing to do with it, right? They never ask our opinions. They never give us the chance to vote on this stuff. They just do whatever the fuck they want, and they say, oh, we operate on behalf of the American citizens. No. If you were operating on behalf of the American citizens, we would have had these Epstein files long time ago. Have you guys seen these fucking Epstein files that just came out? Did you see the guy who was in charge of this, and he said, oh, we redacted videos that depicted death and child and RAPE that ended in death. You know, that kind of implies that there was a lot of that in the files. They fucking literally just implied that they edited out snuff films. And yeah. Also, oh my God, the part of the files that sent me and I had to stop listening because I couldn't listen to that shit anymore was the part where it was reports the FBI have received from supposed victims. Knock me over with a feather. Like, I knew that shit was going on. But to like read it in black and white, to see the emails, to see the reports to the FBI that went ignored. The FBI agents have their comments. There's like the report, and then on the side, there's like the comments from the FBI agent who took the call. Dude. What the fuck? There are 6 million documents that were just released yesterday or the day before. Oh, the Epstein files is a hoax. And you know, people that were like, oh, well, the Epstein files must not have Donald Trump in it, because if it did have Donald Trump in it, the Democrats would have thrown him under the bus. But not if it's all part of the plan to get Donald Trump in office for 2024 so that Israel could do what it's doing. Not if the whole plan was to make it look like Donald Trump was the underdog, make it look like Donald Trump was against the deep state, to make it look like Donald Trump got an assassination attempt. I was on this account live when Donald Trump got shot at. I literally said it the minute I watched it. 30 seconds, a minute after it happened, one of my people texted me, Donald Trump just got shot. What? Went back, watched the video, and I was like, that's fake. That's fake. It looks like a squib. You ever watch the Indiana Jones Universal Studios and watch someone get shot? My discernment was fired up. That was fake. That was not real. Nobody, I don't care. I'm sorry. Donald Trump has never even been in a fist fight before. And we're gonna say that this man got shot in the fucking ear and then stood up and put his arms up and they all directed him towards the cameras. You ever seen the backwards view of that whole scenario? It was all planned. It's fake. Also, isn't it weird how Donald Trump has like no scar at all? Isn't that weird? It's almost like it didn't fucking happen because it wasn't real. It was all a ploy to make the American people, which I didn't believe the assassination attempt, but I almost fell for the Donald Trump hype. I almost fell for it. But then I was like, yeah, you know, maybe Donald Trump will, you know, maybe he'll be all right this time around, whatever. You know, I got better tax benefits and stuff like in 2020 or whatever. Like things were pretty good financially, the economy and stuff. So I was thinking, oh yeah, maybe Trump would be good. Then, and this was in October. Okay, so then that whole thing between Israel and Palestine happened. What is it, October 7th or something is what it is? Is that right? The day, October 7th. Then that happened. Like, I'm not even kidding. October 1st, I was like, oh, maybe Trump won't be so bad. And then October 7th happened or whatever. I don't remember, but something 7th, I think. Then Israel and Palestine started going at each other. And I saw Donald Trump on television say that if Joe Biden halts weapons to Israel, you know, like that he's terrible and that he thinks, and I was just like, whoa, 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 whoa. What was that? Come again? Come again? Oh, so you're for Israel. Okay. Yeah, so on October like 8th or 9th, I was like, yeah, Trump's a piece of shit. Fuck that guy. Don't think he should be in office. Everything's a big fucking lie. And yeah, here we are. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a genocide. That's not even a thing. No, I'm not liberal, but I'm also not fucking conservative either. I'm a person with discernment, okay? I take each situation and I evaluate each situation. I don't just go, oh, well, like anything on the left is great. Anything on the right is great. No, I'm like, okay, well, let's see this particular issue. How do I feel about that? Okay, let's categorize that one right there in the nope, fuck that. What about this issue? Okay, let's categorize this in the, all right, whatever. You know, I'm not a fucking leftist or a rightist or whatever the fuck. I'm just a person who has eyeballs and common sense. So I also was alive when 9/11 happened. So I was like 17, I think, when 9/11 happened. I was about to be 18. And yeah, I was just like, oh, okay. All right, yeah, sure. You know, I remember when I was like 20, though, like the phrase was 9/11's an inside job. You know, like we would joke around about fucking Richard Nixon and fucking W. We've all known. Valuable asset. I have always said that, right? First of all, the kind of person who would do well in a job like being the president, it's not someone that I would ever want to hang out with and have a beer with. That's not, the kind of person that I want to have a beer with is not someone who's gonna be capable enough to run a fucking, like, I don't want to hang out with a corporate dude, you know, like a bureaucrat. I want to hang out with someone cool. I don't want someone that I want to hang out with who'd be cool to hang out with running the fucking presidency. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've always said. But in general, we got to understand that our shit has been completely fucked up since LBJ and the, you know, Israel had JFK murdered. And we were about to make all that AIPAC shit and all, it was about to all be a foreign lobby. Plus, he was trying to go back to the gold standard. You know, we were trying to get ourselves out of the Federal Reserve and go back to the gold standard, which is what we should do. We should be valuing our dollar based on the gold we have in our thing. But, you know, they've done so much fucked up shit now that we're all up on this fucking oil-backed dollar. So now it's all constant fluctuation, and our fucking, the value of our dollar is plus, now they've got this whole BRICS thing going on. It's all a plan. It's all a plan for the whole new world order, and it's the Satanist cabal. I mean, like, it's crazy because, like, you think, like, oh, like, religion isn't real, or, like, you know, hocus pocus voodoo god stuff is not real. But, like, if they believe it so much that they've spent all this time and energy, like, taking over the world so that they can create their, you know, that's what Israel is doing. You got to realize that in their like sacred texts, it says that their Messiah will come and save them, but only after the entire world turns against them. Okay? That's why they're doing the whole fucking burning of those sacred, that's why they fucking had these cows grown in fucking Texas. So they could have these sacred white cows. They could take the ashes of them and fucking desecrate or consecrate or whatever the fuck it's called. Their fucking thing. They're gonna fuck with all the Muslims by taking this sacred place down and rebuilding the Temple of Solomon or whatever the fuck they want to do. They literally want to bring their Messiah back. And like the thing is that the reason why it's all up on our face and shit like that is because they're actually trying to turn us all against them. But we are so fucking woke, liberal, like retarded out that we're just like taking it and 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 changing laws and like giving them more power. But like what they really want is for us to be like, fuck you, and fight back. That's what they really want, because as soon as the world turns against them, then they can do their little voodoo magic, bring back their messiah, and, you know, whatever. It's fucking wackadoodle shit. But it's enough to make you question whether or not historically humans have really been onto something with this whole God thing. You know, if they believe it that hard, it makes you kind of think. Oh, we have an Israeli in the chat. Bye. It's a bot. That's like a total, complete, and absolute total bot. So don't even reply to shit like that. We don't even give those kind of people our attention, because 100% they're just trying to make you angry, get you emotionally unregulated, so then you don't have the ability to think clearly. So that's why I wrote my book. Because if we are walking around completely unemotionally regulated all the time and getting set off by things, I am unfuckwithable. There's nothing you could say or do to me that's going to make me change how I think or feel or do about myself or any, like, I'm going to be and do what I'm going to be and do regardless. And I'm not going to, no one can trigger me to where I and just start, fuck you, yeah. Like, that's never going to happen. I'm just going to hear what you have to say and be like, well, you're wrong and stupid, but here's also how I feel about it. And that's what we all need to do. We all need to be able to face mild discomfort on a regular basis and challenge ourselves to face more and more challenging discomforts. So that way, when shit really becomes uncomfortable, you have the ability to regulate your own emotions. And when you can regulate your emotions, you can make better choices for you and everyone else involved. Yes, unfuckwithable. That is right. Hello, Brooke. Dude, I have a fever and like I'm starting to get like a really bad sinus headache and it's so lame. I wish I could get really stoned, but I can't because I'm like basically out. Oh, I do have those extra ones. I don't want to go to the store tonight, so I'm going to go tomorrow. So I'm going to like see what I've got left over from the last time I changed my vape out 2 days ago. I always leave a little bit in there and change it out early when I can, so that way on times like this when I actually run out, I've got something for backup. Oy, I'm fucking warm. I don't like it. And I'm not warm like it's hot in here. I'm like cooking from the inside. Where's my chair at? I think I'm gonna take that thing to the music store tomorrow and get myself some new strings and have the guy string it up for me and get also a battery for my tuner so that I don't have to fucking try and tune it by ear anymore, because I can do it, but you know, it's easier not have to. Right, so see, I'm not a Christian, okay? Just a heads up, I'm not a Christian. I do not believe that Jesus was the literal Son of God. I believe that Jesus was trying to tell us that we are all God's children, we are all connected, and that we should try to live. Anyway, I do, however, think that Jesus really was onto something, you know? And everything I've ever read about Jesus is like in alignment with the way that I choose and feel and think is right. So, incidentally, as a non-Christian, I am the most Christ-like person. Ooh, damn, Semi, turn your Jake brake off, you motherfucker. People live here. Rude. Anyway, I should put a sign out that says no Jake break. But anyway, so I'm definitely the most Christ-like person that I know. I don't focus on ideologies or like what someone wrote down and told me is good. I feel that it is in mine and everyone else's best interest if I choose to take the high road, if I turn the other cheek, if I give people grace, if I, choose to not do harm to others. I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal, I don't manipulate. I mind my own fucking business. And I go out of my way to make sure that the people that I love are taken care of. And I also, I turn the other cheek. I have this stupid psycho bitch who's been fucking stalking me for 5 years on the internet and in real life. She's recruited multiple people to join her in this stalking effort, gang stalking, in real life and in person. And, but at no point have I ever, stooped to her level and, tried to fight fire with fire. I'm not gonna go and, go look her up and take a bunch of her pictures and try to prove, whatever. I don't have to do nothing because people in her life know what she's like. And, all I have to concentrate on is being who I actually truly am. And I know that by being who I actually truly am, that will speak a lot louder than anything that her, stanky lips could flap. Ow, I just poked myself in the eye. Instant karma for calling her stanky lips. Sorry. And see, that's another thing is I can't misbehave. If I call people names, if I try to lie, if I try to steal, if I try to be manipulative, dude, I get literally in trouble right away. God will fuck me up. So I just don't play games like that. I don't have any desire to do anything wrong as far as what I think God would think. I'm not gonna bother because I will get in trouble. I don't know how people get away with shit. If I was doing the shit that this woman was, if I did to her, or if I did anyone what she does to me, I would have been caught so long ago. I'd be in jail for it. I would be on the news. Stalker caught red-handed. You know what I mean? I could never get away with that shit. And that's okay. I don't have any desire to be a bad person. So,
Megan, are you covering this story? Well, let's take a look and see if you're any different than the rest. What do we got? Anti-ICE riots, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon. So no, yet another MAG influencer who hasn't done or said a single word about the new files release. Isn't that amazing?
Aren't you the one who tried to take out Candace Owens? I don't know about this guy. I don't really like him.
Channel, everybody, and the biggest story.
But he's talking about what I want to hear about, so.
Rage on this week. Yes, Big E, as we'll call him, to help work around the algorithm here, and the files. We've had a lot of new wild additions to the stories this week, from things like Elon Musk begging to go to the island, and Jay-Z being implicated for disgusting, horrific crimes with Harvey Weinstein, so much so that he has now fled the country, supposedly, and deleted his Instagram. Wow. Absolutely insane story, and you would think this story would be getting covered everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Right? Well, it turns out no. If you only ingest MAGA media and Fox News, for example, you may have not even heard that there was even a new Epstein Files release, because I actually went through Fox News's pages and all of the MAGA influencers, and they are just eerily quiet on this. That's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel.
Really that what we were talking about? I thought you were going to talk about something else.
Let's talk
more
about
interesting.
Why are these MAGA influencers
yelling
so suspiciously quiet? Yes, all the usual.
Well, they're quiet, but you're yelling.
All of the people who've got no intellectual capability outside of sympathy for Donald Trump and MAGA.
It does sound like a radio station from GTA.
Word to say about this. Isn't that interesting? And it's a lot more than just them as well.
Well, thanks,
We also
Scott.
got people like the MAGA binder
Valhalla VFT.
so proud that they were going to be able to release what's in the files. Well, what does people like Liz Wheeler have to say now?
I don't really like him because he's just never been really anyone that I've ever actually really liked.
China's plot, Pam Bondi, 0 indictments, 4 crimes committed by Becca Good. Trump frustrated with Pam Bondi. Oh, look at that. Nothing about the files. And that's going to be a common story as we work our way through all these MAGA talking heads and influencers. And it's just amazing to me that somehow none of them have even heard about this story yet. Now, why might that be? Why might all of these pro-Trump MAGA heads be silent? Could it have anything to do with, oh, I don't know, maybe the, pages and pages and pages of multiple victims accusing Donald Trump of being...
Oh, I can literally like feel that icky achy in my sinuses start to come on. Like, I'm just getting sick today. Like, it's the onset today. I'm just starting to get a fever today. I'm just starting to get icky. Oh, this is gonna be a doozy. My poor baby.
This is a massive, massive story. You think, hey, you would absolutely want to cover the biggest story in the news, right? That's what we do as social media creators. And there's also, emails like this that are dropping. So this is a new one that just dropped you may not have seen yet. Pretty interesting. Jeffrey Epstein talking about bringing girls to an event for Donald Trump. What do they have to say here? It says, when we come next month, I'm thinking about bringing blank and blank with us. They're up for anything. You'll love them. Jeffrey Epstein says, not a good idea. Redacted, which, why would you redact who this is in this conversation? This isn't a victim. You should absolutely tell us, government, who is this? I don't know. But anyway, he responds, why? And Epstein says Trump will be there. He doesn't like black girls. He calls them boogers. Won't go within 10 feet. Now, I feel like someone like Officer Tatum would find that highly, highly offensive, right? Well, I don't know. Let's see what he had to say about the Epstein files. Now, shockingly, Talmud Tatum here actually did. He's one of the very, very few MAGA influencers who did any content on this Epstein release. And what was his video on? His video is Trump scores huge win after new Epstein dump backfires on Democrats. So that's actually even worse. Rather than just being a silent little shill, Tatum, of course, because this is what the good guy does, he actually is out here defending the files, saying they exonerate Trump and backfire on Democrats. Interesting take, given all of the allegations of being 13-year-old girls there is in the new files release. But okay, and here's a new one that just got released recently. You may not have seen. I personally witnessed defendant Trump telling the plaintiff that she shouldn't ever say anything, and if she didn't want to disappear like the 12-year-old female blank, and that he was capable of having her whole family killed. As you see down here, this statement was, I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. This was done under oath. So, Apex Shakur, are you sure that that is exonerating Trump? Because it doesn't seem like it. But what did Donald Trump have to say about this new file drop where his name is in the files over 5,000 times?
They should be, because it looked like this guy Wolf, who's a writer, was conspiring with Epstein to do harm to me. And I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, the radical left.
So Trump actually believes that the recent files release exonerates him. Now, what may actually be true, Trump may not have even any clue that all of these documents are out about him being teenagers, because he gets all of his news from Fox News. Let's see what Fox News has been covering. So yes, Fox News, baby, I'm sure they have covered this story in detail, digging up every piece of evidence they could find. Let's see. All right, we got a bunch about stolen elections, supplying oil, Turkey, Iran, revolutions, anti-ICE claims, Iran, deep
I should go get my other light so I can see better.
Or Minneapolis, Iran. Minneapolis, ICE, Iran. More blaming of Democrats. Minneapolis, Iran, ICE.
It's almost like they want us divided instead of united together against the powerful people who perpetrated all these crimes against children and young women.
One news story of the new release of the Epstein files on Fox News.
They want us
Now,
playing team sports, left versus right.
So think about how many people, especially like the Republican boomer demographic, exclusively and only get their news through mainstream media, and obviously the majority of that through Fox News. And so if Fox News never plays a single story, doesn't say a word to any of their viewers about this happening, the reality is there's a huge portion of the country that doesn't even know these new files even exist. And that is 100%.
The only reason I know the files exist is because of these people on YouTube's.
Yes, the ladies of
Oh,
MAGA are
I think I might have seen it on
special
Twitter
type
first, but
of
same
disgusting,
people.
because these women know what happened to all these victims, these underage girls that were being sex-trafficked, murdered, we're learning at this point. And not only are they not covering the story and not denouncing the people involved, they're actually actively using their positions to try to protect files who were preying.
Did you guys hear that the news anchor Savannah Guthrie's mom went missing, and they're saying it's a crime scene? And it happened in Arizona, like really close to where Turning Point stuff is.
Through their teeth. They're going straight to hell for this. But someone like
It's
Megyn
just
Kelly is
weird,
interesting
right?
because she built her whole shtick at Fox News off being
Especially
sort of
because
a
like Savannah Guthrie,
woman, right? Always
wasn't she like one of the people who tried to like get information out?
all over it, right? Well, Megyn,
Can't
are you
remember if
covering
she's
this
a
story?
shill or not.
Well, let's take a look and see if you're any different than the rest. What do we got? Anti-ICE riots, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon, illegal immigrants, Don Lemon. So no, yet another MAG influencer who hasn't done or said a single word about the new files rules. Not amazing, but maybe it's because Megyn already gave her stance on this. Now, you may remember this one, but Megyn Kelly really wanted to make it clear that as long as you're being teenage girls, it's okay. Because as long as they aren't like 8.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, which is a reminder. I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls.
So this actually kind of makes sense for her, for why she's not actually calling Donald Trump out for this and why she's completely silent with her platform on all this. Because like she says there, she's absolutely fine with 60-year-old men being 14 to 15-year-old girls. And so because Trump's being accused of being 13 and 14-year-old girls, it's completely fine with me. Now, we also know about Big E's ties to high-side intelligence apparatuses like Mossad and the CIA. And so I wonder what Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire have to say about it. Let's take a look at a couple clips here and see what old Shapiro thinks about this.
The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. And I also have sources in the federal government.
Oh, okay. So the tapes and the videos and the pictures don't have anything to do with minors, even though the files have already proved that's exactly what's in the tapes and the videos. Take a look at another one.
Less shocked by this than some. The reason being, whenever there's this level of speculation without any sort of supporting evidence, it's not a shock to me when all that sort of falls apart.
Yeah.
What does this demonstrate? Well, it demonstrates that once a conspiracy theory gets going, it becomes utterly unfalsifiable.
There you go. Ben Shapiro's response: the Epstein files are all a giant conspiracy theory. Sure, man. No, like all these tens of millions of files are completely fake, and that's why people like Jay-Z are deleting their Instagram accounts and their social medias and fleeing the country. Because this is all one big conspiracy theory. Nice, Ben. This is probably why you're losing 10 to 40,000 subscribers a month. But, and you know, the fact that we have documents directly from the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I mean, I don't know. I've seen some drug addicts with like really super thick hair. I think it's just a genetic thing in general.
Israel and Kushner is there as the real brains behind the organization.
I think meth definitely makes your hair fall out though, because like every meth head I've ever seen looks sketchy, but I don't know. Her hair looks fine.
Tough guy, masculine, don't touch our kids, drag queens,
So,
let's see what he's had to say about this whole thing. Yeah, Matt Walsh, I'm sure.
Don't know. Not a drug addict.
Don Lemon and Ice.
I need to go get my
I'm sure
other
you're
light so I
covering
can see
same
better.
files, right, bud? No, attacking
Also, I
Miss
should go
Rachel,
pee.
Don Lemon, immigration, Bruce Springsteen,
Maybe get some medicine.
gambling, Elon Omar, Somali fraud, and yes, no Epstein anywhere to be found on Matt Walsh's content. Now, why is that, Matt Walsh? Don't you care about kids in America? Don't you care about these female victims? Don't you care the fact that, you know, the entire elite apparatus is all involved in a giant child trafficking ring now involving, we know, ritual sacrifice of babies? That's not something you think you need to cover, Matt Walsh? Okay, and so guys, we could do this forever. Pick whatever big MAGA talking head you want. Go to their page. You'll see that they're either completely fucking silent on all of this, or they have some take like Talmud Tatum or Ben Shapiro, where they're going to tell you that it's all a big conspiracy or that it's only Democrats in the files. Instead of just, you know, having integrity, because that's what MAGA actually sort of ran a campaign on in 2024 was accountability for the deep state and the Epstein files, and now when they find out their daddy Trump is very disgustingly implicated, now it's all silence. And so none of you have any journalistic or intellectual integrity whatsoever. Nobody should take anything any of these people say seriously ever again. The Megyn Kellys, the Ben Shapiros, the Daily Wire, the Matt Walsh, just throw it in the trash can. Because again, the fact that none of them, even up to the point of all of Fox News, have said a goddamn word about the new release of the Epstein files tells you everything you need to know about all these people. So it's going to keep getting more interesting as more files come out. Also tonight, me and Jake Shields are going to be doing an episode on all this, really deep diving everything that's in the files at around 5 p.m. Pacific. So make sure you guys can check that out. All right, that's going to do it for this one. We'll catch y'all next video or later tonight. Have a good one.
I smell some cat dewormer. Dude, cat, you turned my book up, you bitch! God damn it, fucking cat. Alright, ibuprofen or something like it. Text Amy. Do you have any like over-the-counter pain reliever like Tylenol or ibuprofen? I have a fever and aches and pains. Sent. Okay. Forgot my light. Excuse you. Rude? So rude. hopefully Amy, oh, there's that hair tie. Amy will bring me over something. Good night. Sleep tight. My dog wants to come inside, I think. I just got comfortable. I think I'm gonna switch over to TikTok for a little bit so I can watch stuff that's copywritten and not get in trouble. I've hit 100 likes. So, you know, that's like a good, I don't know. I was just trying to find stuff. Also, I have to go poop. So I'm going to go poop. I'm going to let my dog in. I'm going to load up TikTok live, and then I will be doing basically the same thing there that I've been doing here, except for I'll be watching copywritten. Probably Xena. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Otherwise, see you later. Set your, don't forget to like put the bell on or whatever so you get alerts when I go live. See ya.